Hello everyone, welcome back to another Saturday art stream. Doesn't really feel like a Saturday, to be honest. I was out most of the day with my sister, doing things. Had some time to come back and play a little Crossworlds before we got started. But yeah, I'm just gonna play YouTube videos from the stream playlist tonight, I think. Because the copyrighted music is getting me in trouble, which is fine, because, like, I don't know, some days I just want to listen to something different, but, like, 3 art streams in a row is a bit much. So, yeah. I'm alright, how are you guys doing? I'm, like, a little tired, but, not so much that I can't stream. It's also thunderstorming a little bit. It should be fine. But, I don't know, there's a chance that we might lose connection. Anyway. Commissions. Videos. Let me just, hadn't done this layout in a minute. Oh, hi, Spotty. What's up? Ironic, I was gonna put on a, DRG video.
I can finally play my favorite game after this long day, I said excitedly. I was then diddled.
Welcome to Season 6 of Deep Rock Galactic. The long-awaited new season is finally here, and with it comes a whole lot of new content. It's got rocks with lasers, rocks with wings, and rocks underneath other rocks. You could say this season really...
Rocks underneath other rocks.
Oh, brother, this guy stinks!
All jokes aside though, Season 6 brings one of the most terrifying new enemies I've seen for quite a while now. You see, this little sucker will lurk underground, patiently waiting for some poor dwarf to venture too close, and then... it remains nearly invisible while it waits for its prey, and unlike cave leeches, you have no chance of reacting before it has you clamped in its jaws. So today is going to be less about exploring everything new in Season 6, and more so, can we even beat one mission in Season 6? If you end up enjoying the video, make sure to like, comment, and subscribe. And if you want to hang out more outside of these videos, join the Discord and follow me on Twitch. Alright, with that being said, I hope you enjoy the video.
Why, what happened to the furry mask?
I don't know, it changed all my outfit. None of it's the same.
You probably have a new account because of the dev build.
I can't play, sorry.
Look, the spinal column on the ceiling.
What the fuck?
Look how long it is.
It seems like a safety
Put the werewolf
issue.
mask back on, you
Bunch
coward.
of boxes down here with like
How do we feel about
crystals?
that for the brush size?
Yeah. We're gonna call this place the Bone Zone.
Why would we call it that?
Oh, we're got an aquarium. You can tap the glass.
What the hell? What? Wait.
Maybe I should bump it down to a 5.
We leave him down there. It's because mission control said no bugs on the spaceship.
Yeah, I'll bump it down to a 5.
You're telling me we now have bugs? We could have brought Steve up every time.
They're going back on their way. Oh shit, Amphibium! Look at all this cool stuff. Mysterious crystal.
Wow, black market guns. There's a glyphid penis in this one.
Yeah.
So it is, actually, yeah.
Oh my god, look at this one.
Where?
Yeah, I know, right?
This one's from a black glyphid.
They all look so silly with their masks on. I like it.
Yeah, we look like we're about to go fly a plane into a bit.
Why can't I still hear it?
Oh my god, I'm gonna get cancelled.
How do we find these?
I don't hear it.
It's not even my fault.
I found it, look.
Oh.
Mason? Just block. You don't have to go all the way underneath.
Don't you?
No, you just gotta expose around the sides.
So what'd you guys get up to today?
Just expose the shaft of it, and that'll be enough.
I went to a video game antique store, and then I got pizza. That was nice. I have leftovers later.
Oh shit, wait, someone's coming up with a lift pod. What the hell?
Oh, did I ask that already? Is that why the ceiling is so common? I'm sorry, I'm a little tired.
I don't know. Oh, they got drinkable stuff here. I think this is definitely drinkable.
Oh, I see.
Got hurt, worked, and came home to tell my kids to stop being silly. Man, what the hell?
This is cool. We get
I'm
drilled in.
sorry.
Pressing up.
I'm sorry to hear that. What'd you get hurt on this time?
Holy
Oh,
shit.
it lasers upwards.
Oh shit. Careful, laser. Careful.
You guys are way too close.
I keep headbutting.
Oh, also, like, we reached the bike goal.
What about me?
I'm falling off my stick.
I needed $10 more,
Not leaving.
No,
and Severn just helped me reach it
Don't
tonight.
hit the sides on accident.
This'll work. This'll work.
So we'll be starting a
I
new
did
goal
exactly
Someone dead all the way up there?
next time.
How? Did it just push you off eventually?
that. Yeah.
Gonna be
I
saving
think
up
he
for a
was
bus
weird.
ticket,
Oh, damn, I'm fucked.
Yeah, true.
which also happens to be
You have to dig up to him.
What?
$200.
You're a scout.
I'm not about that
unfortunately.
life anymore.
Everything I want's $200. A bike's $200.
No, there is a swarm
A
coming.
ticket
Mace.
to
There's also a
Texas is
wire above you.
$200. A capture card is
Yep.
$200. So like, yeah, after the bus ticket, the next thing I'll probably
Mace,
save
jump
up
on my platform.
after
It's just
that
the
is
lock. It should break your fall.
for a capture card.
You lied to me.
Car goal, honestly.
That's right.
That's gonna be my car for a little while. I'm thankfully close enough to town to where I can bike it to most places.
Rock on.
I've just like, I
Yeah.
haven't been on a
What the
bike in
hell?
years,
You
so
still
I'm gonna
up
have
there?
to
Yeah.
ride it
Did
around
Mason race
first
you?
before I
Yeah, but then I
go
died.
into the
Without falling down.
road with it.
Yeah, something like that.
Just like I remember it to be.
You're,
It's
sorry, I would
nice.
raise you, but
Didn't take as
they're
long
all
as I
having a
thought it would.
fucking cesspool. Oh, I'm out of ammo.
Who would have thought that opening up commissions means that you would get more commissions?
Save we still have to go
I've
up and get
been
one.
busy.
Yeah, it's easy because I got a platform up there now. Mason can just
Busy,
grapple
busy,
up.
busy, busy.
Oh.
I'm not about that life.
Yeah, you are.
Where did I dig to you before?
Oh, being saved. You can go jump on that platform again, Mason. I think last time you must have missed it.
Oh, platform's gone.
That's right.
Ah, I'm
I
getting
swear
too
to
much
fucking
money.
God.
Oh yeah, that's right as well.
Are you kidding?
I just got myself in my
Might
prank.
be
Yeah, the bastard's got me.
a good idea to close them up again
Fucking
after
Randy
I
on off the
get
top rope, that bug.
You know, that was crazy.
my ticket
Nah,
goal
we
funded.
exposed the second ball now. I'm gonna see how long I can go into this mission without putting my turret down.
It's just like a normal mission
shredded
to me.
Yeah. Excuse you. Ow.
Yeah.
Oh.
Where's Molly, my little waifu? Stop! I can't feel my legs anymore. Stop.
Stop!
Son of a bitch.
Guys, stop!
Stop it,
Yep.
Ronald. No.
What did you call me?
Whoa! What's the new enemies on this map?
No, I don't think so.
Oh.
We gotta get to the new biome, which I'm gonna also call the Bone Zone.
No.
Just all gonna be the Bone Zone. I think it'll catch on.
Oh, fuck no.
Fuck yeah. No, just kidding. It's the dev build. Doesn't matter. Nothing matters anymore.
Oh,
Except the friends we make along the way.
yeah, literally.
Look at it. We're not even grappling or nothing.
He's like.
Oh
full
yeah.
on scout person.
So I did the
Where's your
Where's your
grapple?
grapple, Mason?
DRG anniversary event
Yeah.
already with
I know.
Severn
Hey, where's
and
this
our little
golden
friend
ball?
group.
Did we
You
get
know,
that
we need to get
fossil?
on that
Oh,
at
it's
some
right
point.
Oh, it says the excavation process. So if I dig one crystal... Mason, you're doing nothing.
Yeah. Well,
here. Mason's
And then
digging
after
the
that-
yellow bit.
Easter event. We didn't do the
You just
anniversary
0%.
event together, did we?
Oh.
That explosion did 0%.
Screaming at zombies.
Stop
What?
it right
What are
where
you
Mason
doing?
was standing.
Mason, I swear to God.
I'm like
We did the
27
Chinese
down.
New Year,
I'll
but we
watch it
didn't
from
do,
afar this time. Let me see
yeah.
drilling.
I don't think we
drilling
did
its
the
way up.
anniversary one
I
yet.
just wish I could have some of those screws going to my bar.
Evil Within.
Sorry.
jump on.
Man,
I wanna watch.
No, you look
that
cool, you
game
got
made me
aura.
so fucking
that's
mad
crazy
the
aura,
last time I
actually.
tried it.
Land on my platform, Mason.
Good luck to you.
Nice.
Damn. Didn't do nothing.
Dematerializes ankles.
I was playing it at a friend's house years ago, like years ago.
Wow.
One of my old high school
What
friends.
you mean?
Now we're all at the
And
same
like,
health.
I had a moment where like
Oh, no,
I
no,
threw
no.
the controller
Nice.
because I was getting so frustrated.
I'm dead.
I don't remember at what, but I'm
How
just
are you
like,
both dead?
god damn, this game kind
dang.
of sucks.
Not me.
I don't have iron well. It's the dev build.
Last.
I don't have.
I don't know, maybe I
Really?
can,
Yeah.
maybe I can play it
Oh,
better
so last
if I were to try it again, but I don't know, man.
Neither of you have it.
I have Beastmaster.
Alright, there you go. Good luck.
Well,
I
look,
was
now
just
I've got-
saying, I hate this keeps
Beastmaster.
playing for 3 hours. The only
wow, that's
thing
gonna
I
be
remember
really
from that
useful.
game is
Actually, no, I have two
the
Xbox,
truck.
don't worry.
Like,
Fuck, I
our
just
protagonist
pressed
is
the
in
wrong
a
button.
truck and he's falling into the
Stalker got
abyss,
me.
and it just zooms in on his, like this blank expression, and I'm like, yeah, that's a mood. That's exactly how I feel.
Crazy.
Well, that was fun.
I get to look at the stats. Fuck.
Yeah, it's probably like 27 downs.
Oh my goodness, I'm rich.
Show me what you found
Oh
up
my
there.
goodness.
No, nothing. There's nothing up here.
There are riches up here. Damn! Mason, you got a Clifford ball sack here. Get away! How the hell did they get that?
What
You
the
don't want to ask
fuck?
questions. You don't want to know the answers. to.
Crazy.
I kind of want
Don't ask questions you aren't
Wait,
prepared to
there's
handle the
so many
answers to.
crates down here, like back down where we were. What?
Oh,
How
that's the
far
bone
are you
zone.
in
You're
it?
talking about the bone zone?
Curious.
Yeah, in the bone zone where all the crates are.
Yeah, see, look, it's catching on already. This is the bone zone, everyone.
Yeah, well, don't really like that.
Another one, Mason, this one's even bigger. Look at the size of that.
I didn't
no,
get
they're
too far in it, I don't
females.
think. Maybe like
no,
an
no,
hour.
I'm pretty sure the males have them.
Just cleared chapter
No.
5, damn.
That was a good joke. I like that one.
Nice.
Editor, leave that one in.
Who ordered this? There's one missing.
Editor, take this part out. Where's Mason?
Not there. Guess he's not having iron well either.
Oops. Why you look French now that you've
I
died?
will fucking kill you. I'm back to my unhinged thriller.
I got 7
outfit.
hours, I lost a lot. Oh no.
That's it, I'm
Unfortunate.
leaving. I'm quitting the fucking game. I had you in 1 second. I'm standing right now, foot on either side on the armrest and hands attached up here. That's how I'm standing and holding you there.
See, look how
Ooh,
cool
new
this
biome.
biome looks.
Who has the fucking loot bug buster perk on?
I'll give you 5 guesses.
Well, I would have guessed you.
No, I'm not that irresponsible.
Oh, yeah,
I'm not
probably,
that
so-
irresponsible.
Ooh, I found the new enemies. Ossarin Scrab?
Oh, is that what the flying things are called?
Yeah, this is the pet we've got up in the space room.
I think they're only easy to kill once they start flying or something.
Mason, look, there's a golden
Oh,
loot
no.
bug for you to bust.
Oh, coming.
You have to get it from this side, Mason, it's better. Now run up and get him.
Ah, he zipped right
Mason,
over it.
Go
No
grab that, get a
way.
Scout, it's your job.
Fucking resources.
What the fuck? Fuck, I didn't
That's
even
what,
realize I was there.
that's what I was trying to get him to do the whole time. God damn. See, look, that's like an ant line, right? Am I right?
It's like the thing out of Star Wars.
Oh, yeah,
The
it
big
is like
mouth
an
and
ant
the
line.
Yes.
Hey, turrets.
You've got to, like, stop blocking.
Mason just goes and stands on top of it.
Oh, sneaky little ant line.
Yeah, I didn't see it at all.
Yeah, it's so sneaky. Especially with this biome with all the bones everywhere. How crazy was that jump scare, though? You're hiding from the jump scares now?
Yeah, I'm safe here.
Trauma, you never know, they dig underground.
Yeah. Reverse cave leeches. Alright, go find the other balls.
Wow, look at that thing.
Damn, it's just
Silly.
So cool. Whoa.
Goofy
That's
and
a just-
That
Oh,
silly.
was
wait.
a fucking jump
Did we
scare.
kill it, or did he just relocate?
No, it just disappeared.
That's actually...
Oh, if you don't, did you
Really?
not kill it? If you don't kill it, they dig back under and they go up somewhere else.
Oh, you reckon these are like drinkable? Whatever's inside these, do you reckon you can drink? I reckon.
Don't drink the battery acid.
Do not throw rockets around. That
Crazy
is
to
so
think this was a
irresponsible.
AAA game 11 years ago, now some indie or small
Highly
studio game style on
unstable
it.
Experimental equipment.
Just because it's
probably melt
AAA
steel
doesn't mean
beams.
it's
Yeah,
good.
that's a good point.
Probably.
We need something to
Man.
melt steel beams, because we all know an aeroplane couldn't do that.
It's 3 on this one.
Whoa! What did I just get grabbed? I was just standing still watching.
Yeah, the
you. I
BS
think
we
that
ate
just
up.
Came up underneath
Yeah,
me while I was
nah.
watching. That's crazy. Fuck me, bro. Thank you.
Indie is
Right,
where
let's
it's
get
at
the fuck out of
until game companies step it up.
Wow, that thing just really likes you.
here. What the hell? Oh,
At least we
Give
killed
us
it. There's
what we
none left now in this
want.
cave.
thank God.
Got it for like $10.
Can I
That's
please-
crazy.
Neither of you fucking needed
Yeah.
that, you stupid whore.
Got it all and then lost it again.
Yeah, it was
quick.
definitely not $10 when it first came out, so that's
There's a little bit left.
good.
Now you'll be dead in 3 years.
The way we're facing, pretty much, just a bit down, is a new cave system. Like forward and down. Yeah, good boy.
Hi, Greyhan.
Why are you
How you
going up
doing?
again, like, zigzagging arc tunnel.
During a big old bundle sale.
Oh, you call it? Nice.
Yes, good.
Wow, what
We
good
are
rock
chilling,
placement.
working on
Wow,
commissions,
wow, thank you, mission control. Thank
watching
you. Wow.
videos.
It's not even on the fucking floor, isn't it?
I don't feel like presenting.
It's
Here's
floating.
the,
Is the jump stair even down?
and then I
Like, where does
wheel
that
out
go?
the
Yeah,
projector
stairs technically on rock.
What the fuck?
and put
This
YouTube
is the
videos on
worst
for you
I've ever
guys.
seen from your mission control.
No, we
Better?
had
That's
worse.
good. That's good
Remember
to
that
hear.
one mission where we had like a 15-minute extraction,
Oh yeah.
and we literally got in at like the last second.
Molly literally just floated up.
Yeah, just what's that?
Fundamentally.
So Mason,
Bert with the 80s
Yeah,
you
projector.
just used your grapple
Yeah.
now when it was convenient.
Yeah.
I think that'd be really funny
Not
for
even
like
real
a stream
Thorfinn, it's a
setup.
Fake Thorfinn.
Like instead of
I don't kill anymore.
my little
except
box
when
that I
I'm
made, it's just
inconvenienced.
like
I'm getting molested.
Awesome.
a
Nice to
TV.
see them.
with whatever's playing on it.
Ow.
Just like a,
You got it?
yeah,
Mason's
old
still
ass
alive.
projector.
Yeah, but is he though?
Just when he flew straight past. Shredded straight away. I might go down again. Yeah, I got stunned. I froze heap of shit. The shredders should fuck it up.
I think I've pretty much killed everything. God, I'm actually just so sexy. I'm out of ammo.
What the fuck?
No, I'm dead.
What the fuck?
And I'm alive.
Shut up, man.
Mason's not
What are you
afraid.
talking about?
Thank you, Papa. Oh shit, I'm out of ammo.
Yeah, I got 3 bullets left. 4.
Amazing!
On that note of streaming, though, I'm excited because I was thinking about streaming on April Fools,
Fuck you.
but it just so happens to land
why
on
would
a
it leave?
stream day.
Oh,
Typical.
It's on a Wednesday,
Typical Lucky behavior.
came back down to
so I have
Gaggy.
some goofy shit planned for
That
that.
was mission control. That was your
I'm
worst
excited.
work this year.
Starting off the new season right.
Oh, no way we have to do this. It's a pit jaw colony. Like it's cave leech cluster, but pit jaws.
Alright, we'll go into it then.
One more. One more. Pick some cool gear.
Sergeant Commander's.
Ow, what the fuck? Someone save me. I want to get tickled. I want to see what it's like.
Not a chance I'm saving you, buddy.
Oh, I'm actually dead. Save me, Spider-Man!
No, you're gonna have to wait at least 3 years until the radiation goes away.
Yeah, I'll turn into a ghoul from Fallout.
I love Fallout Boys.
I love
love
boys. Oh yeah, the last one's behind the. I love boys.
I'm gonna call them floor suckers. Is that cool? Actually, no. I'm gonna call them toe suckers.
Toe ticklers.
Yeah, toe tickler. That's even better.
Wish you weren't in charge of naming stuff.
Yeah. They should hire me to just name stuff for Deep Rock.
No.
they shouldn't.
I was gonna call the Oshiran zone the Bone Zone.
I don't like these things. They blend in very well.
Holy shit, they are so sneaky.
Yeah.
Ow, what the fuck? I wasn't even that close.
Mason, you gonna res logs?
Busy. I've got 4 fucking green guys spewing on me. What the fuck? I'm literally in like a cum circle.
Wow, that's definitely a sentence.
Have a look.
Oh wow, yeah. Well, holy moly, I've seen this video before.
Yeah.
What?
That was like that couch scene, but it was just all Glyphids.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Holy fuck, Mason, this is ridiculous.
I have no idea what the
Where
fuck
is
these
that
guys
last
are
one?
talking about half the time. They just
Fuck,
spout
I don't like the pit jaws.
random shit.
The toe ticklers
How
are
did it
so
sword again?
annoying.
Okay. I guess we'll,
Fuck. I'm getting diddled. One toe
now that
tickler
Dash
and I'm
is a
dead.
little chunkier,
make
he
you
looks like a
cough,
longer
yo.
version
They
of...
actually do, and they hold you still and then they tickle you.
I don't know how to
Not
say that,
putting
but
the skill
that's
on
cool.
that one.
It's good the boy is all
Fuck.
fattened up now.
Spit jaw.
The spinning cat. Oh my god. Yeah. Yeah, I
Did
know
you
what
just
you're talking about.
fucking spawn on me? I think I just got spawned on and then it killed me instantly.
And look at Randy Orton slithering. Watch out, watch out, watch out, watch out!
Awkward. I wasted my iron will at the beginning.
What do you mean?
When Mason blew me up, I didn't want to wait for
What
you
kind
to
of
just
dwarf
iron
porn
will.
you watching?
Alright, well, that was
Don't
our
even
last-
make that joke,
No, Mason's
'cause
got iron will, surely, right?
I don't know.
they talk some weird shit on this
How are we
channel.
supposed to build this monstrosity?
Mason, why are you not helping
Just one
build
of the
it?
DRG
Trying.
creators
Wait,
I
imagine Mason
watch,
helping, makes you lucky.
No,
I
it
wanted
was
to
me and
watch
then I fell
their
out.
season 6
you
video
not
that they
even get back
dropped
to
a
the farm?
while ago.
Mason's
I was
always
holding
been a
off on it
furry, that's just
until
how
I played
know
it myself.
No, he's not.
It's not by choice.
Turned a new page.
Thanks, devs.
Let's go turret fucking MVP.
Oh yeah, I've got turrets.
Have you played a challenge, Mason?
Huh?
It doesn't feel nice, does it? When someone says it, Mason, it's not nice when someone says it.
Oh no, I just forgot.
It was not nice.
It's not nice to do that. I love the club music whenever you're fixing these pipelines.
I'm not fixing the boa constrictor one.
Well, that's not like a team-oriented thing to say. Alright, mission control. Drop pod. Let's place it in a reasonable location. Reasonable. It's actually very reasonable. Holy shit.
I've been grabbed.
Quickly, Mason, quick! And that is karma.
I grabbed.
I saw a PS4 game when I was in
Oh,
Game
shit,
Switch
you froze them.
called The
That was
Dwarves.
close.
You look awful in your turban.
I was so
No, I think that
tempted
was
to
great.
get it. I'm like,
Alright,
what the
guys, that
fuck
was
is
season
this?
6. If you want to rename
What do you mean
the
there's a
Oscar
third
Depths,
one?
Typed in hashtag Bone Zone. If you want to change it to Bone Zone.
No one right now.
Petition to change Oshra Depths to the Bone Zone.
Keep rock, your move.
It's a goofy ass shit.
Is better suited for the series. And
Okay, yeah, I was in the middle of listening to this one, but I didn't finish it, so I put that one in here too.
the Insomniac Spyro trilogy is well known for its charming visuals, expressive characters, but maybe most importantly, its music. Many don't know that the iconic sounds came from someone well known by the police as a serial instrument abuser. Hello, and welcome back to Under the Tunes, where we take a game series and look at how the music that accompanies it changes over the years and what that tells us about how games adapt to find their voice or make extreme choices in hopes of avoiding disaster. For this episode, we take a look at Spyro, purple dragon with the gems running around and stuff. Yes, that's probably the pitch Insomniac proposed to Universal Interactive Studios at the start of production, which, as far as I'm aware,
Studios.
was greenlit on just that. Disclaimer, I have no idea what I'm talking about. But what I do know is Spyro the Dragon was originally released on the PS1 in 1998, providing kids and their parents a more chilled out adventure. It was so chilled out that Insomniac moved quickly on its sequel in 1999. Ripto's Rage.
Grabbed
or
a
in
sweet
Europe,
potato I
Gabriel's
steamed in
and
the
then its
rice
final
cooker and put some
PS1
butter
follow-up
on
was
it.
titled Year of the Dragon, released on the actual Year
Hell
of the
yeah,
Dragon.
very
An
nice.
astounding coincidence. The games boasted beautiful visuals with pastel colors and a variety of well-animated characters, landscapes, and more. A few back-end tricks helped fit all this onto the PS1 disc, in part due to some shared knowledge from last week's episode developers, Naughty Dog, who, at the time, were just down the hall from Insomniac. But we don't care about that. We care about this.
I was washing dishes
Yes, the music.
during this, so
Spyro
I
the
didn't see
Dragon
that
is
little
also
visual.
known for
That's
its beautiful
cute.
Soundtrack composed
They
by
were
Stuart Copeland.
co-workers.
Indeed, the drummer of the band The Police. He hits the drums, which is a form of abuse if, you know, if you're from the drums point of view, which makes sense of my opening. Copeland was later joined by other artists as the games went on. So, let's take a listen at how the soundtrack evolved across 5 games, which takes us from 1998 all the way to 2004. Dear Lord, games were made fast back then. We won't be going beyond these games as Spyro was reset to make way for the new trilogy, including Elijah Wood, HD textures, and Girl Spyro. This is all I know about the series. I'm sure it's fine. So let's crack on with Spyro the Dragon. And
I'm
with
sure
this
it's
title track,
fine.
we already have the foundation to the music of the next 4 games. Hi, this whole avenue into talking music is a new one for me. I lack the right terminology for many things, so please fill in the blanks, correct me, and educate me in the comments below. Bless you. Also, big shout out to Long Plays on YouTube. They've allowed me to use a lot of their footage for this, which visually takes up a lot of the time, so thank you very much to them. With the title track, we already have the foundation to the music for the next 4 games. Electric guitar, thumping drums, and a collection of whimsical mallets, and a bass line that really vibrates the room. And long synth waves that coat the background to create the mystical ambience of any given level. It's a combination that will never not be associated with Spyro. It almost feels wrong when you make a trilogy of games with not even a hint of that same ambience. Honestly, that other trilogy, the opening track sounds like Cut the Rope.
That other trilogy. Damn, bro. Why'd you do it to
Let's
him?
move into some tracks that really
Oh,
help
my
paint the full
lord.
canvas of what the music of Spyro was. For the most part, the majority of the tracks could be played into one of those 11 hours of Spyro chill beats, and you might not be able to tell when one track stops and another one starts. If we take a look at the track Toasty, we have the leitmotif of the main menu, but at a slower tempo, along with this wonderful harp rush that comes in. Funny enough, this is also sort of a boss theme.
This shit
So the
tastes like
track
good
does
ass
linger into some
popcorn.
lowercase threatening tones. Yes, in this
Nice.
first game, the bosses are all part of a normal level.
I'm
with the
gonna
main
look forward to
antagonist
eating the rest of
marked
my
So these
leftover
tracks have to
pizza
not only
later.
be about the fight, but also about running around and
buffalo
collecting
chicken
gems.
pizza from
It's
your
quite
pie.
a unique play. Now, another type of level we will be keeping an ear on are the currently named flight tracks.
I was
Each
tempted
Spyro
to
game has a level per
make
stage in which
coffee
we take
for
to the
tonight's
skies
stream.
against the clock in
I
hopes
opted
of
for chai
flying
tea
through
instead.
all the rings and flaming all the things and such. At this point,
I need to
each
chill out on the
track
coffee
flows
just a little
nicely
bit,
and doesn't
especially
stray
because
too far from the
I'm
path.
out of my special
But as
creamer.
we progress, these levels might form a style of their own.
I can only stand milk for so long.
It's not until several tracks or levels deep that we get something more unique with Peacekeeper's homeworld. That HUD level wise sees you take on a bunch of incompetent soldiers.
He should do
which
a
the
sequel
music
where he
joyfully
talks
plays with,
about
using a militaristic theme laced with a banjo.
the other Spyro games. Nah. Actually, I wonder, is there a
With
video
varying
out
breaks
there that
sway
exists
back to the established musical
where the person
foundation.
plays every single Spyro game and ranks them, kind of like that SpongeBob video I watched a while ago? Actually, I never
It's probably
finished
worth
that.
mentioning here that each track
It's a
was
5-hour
created after
video, and I
Stuart
think I got
Copeland
like
had
3
played
hours
through
into
each
it.
level,
And the very early stage is a lot of fun because I find a level that I can beat
I need to
and
get
an
back to it.
attitude for it, and then create a
I might have
piece of
skipped
music for it.
ahead to
Which I
see
think
what
is
their
extremely
opinion
clear
on
with
Cosmic Shake
Whiskey.
was.
Although he has confessed
Sever
to
knows
needing
what I'm
some
talking
cheat
about.
codes to help
Anyway,
with the
I'd like that
life
for
count.
Spyro.
The main title's leitmotif
Like all of
isn't
them.
the only recognizable
The whole
tune
thing?
that reappears. Dark Hollow and Clifftown share a similar
We have
bass
Howard
line,
Shore at home. I mean,
which
yeah,
does all tie into this
I don't know, I
collective
just think it'd be
sound that we
funny
see build track by
and
track.
kind of interesting to talk about them. They had Spyro Shadow
Ice
Legacy
Cavern comes
at the
us
Game
wearing
Switch,
quite the different outfits. It
and
shouts, "Late
that
night
was a
espionage
conversation I was
in a
having with
sleepy
Brooke.
city."
And that, I mean,
still ties back to the
gameplay-wise, it's not
musical
very
foundation,
interesting, but I liked
allows
how they
itself
tried to
sway
combine
into
all the
that
universes
city night
together. Like they tied in the trilogy, like the story of the trilogy with Hero's Tale, using the
Magic
Hero's Tale
Crafters is
art
another
style,
one where
and
the
then
supporting beat is par for the
having like
course,
little
but it
elements
has
of
its
the
own
Legend
little thing going
series
on.
without
Like
like
some little
quite
clock
delving into that
violins and
yet.
some wobbly map.
And I find out
support coming from
today
the
actually that
electric guitar.
they looked back on Shadow Legacy
Wizard's
and they're
Peak
like,
is a pretty
hey, we can
by-the-numbers
reuse
track,
some of these
but
ideas
for a
for
little bit of trivia, Copeland
for our,
was also the
trilogy
composer
reboot.
for the popular Nickelodeon
and I'm like,
Amanda
I
Show,
was
and,
right.
well, yes, you can hear more than just a slight resemblance.
It was leading into Legends. So like, I think that's fun.
The track Blowhard ironically comes at us with everything being treated as a drum. I think every instrument is hit. It's a parade of percussion.
But like, I don't know. I don't see a lot of people talk
We are
about the
running
Game Boy
around with
games.
Spyro using his head to bash baddies.
I think
boxes, and
someone should
bystanders.
do that.
So a hard-hitting beat is one that fits the character well.
Like,
And
the
we will
original
see with later
trilogy for the
soundtracks
PS1 has been
that
talked about
more
to death.
Spyro
I like
attributes are reflected in the music.
people who talk about like the more obscure things that isn't talked about
Now,
to
with
death.
the track Metalhead, we get the next key pillar of the sound of Spyro: vocal samples. Until now, all the tracks have been very formal.
That
Based
someone
on
could
where
be
this
you.
Goes, it's a wild path.
Well,
But for
I
now, we
could,
have
but
some
I'm not very
peculiar
informative
sounds.
about it. I watch Let's Plays. Oh yeah,
It's
the
like
Shy
a
Ghost.
with low self-esteem.
The ghost with low self-esteem, yes.
But I quite like it. It fits
I
nicely
love the-
into the whole soundtrack.
The analogies.
Dream
for the
Weaver's
music.
Homeland brings in a lovely piano, which
Be
will
the change you
return
wanna
throughout
see.
the series, and yep, those electric
Yeah, well,
guitars are back.
I'll have to find a way to play them. I was gaslit for a long time
Wild
thinking
Flight,
Season of
another
Ice was the
flying
best
level,
one
harkens
because
back to the title for its
Season of
intro,
Ice
but
had the,
keeps up a faster tempo that's
the fairies
consistent
as the
with all these
collectibles
flying
and the autumn, or sorry, like the seasonal pub themes to it, and I'm like, oh yeah, that's my jam. I love that shit.
Ice
But everyone's
Flight
like,
plays a
no, actually,
pleasant
Season of
but
Flame's the better
plain
one.
track.
But if you
Except
really want to get
there's
technical,
someone whispering.
Attack of the Rhinox, or I think it's also called Spyro's Adventure.
Now, as we head into Nasty Nort's battle,
It's like-
we wonder if this boss theme will be a little more
Probably
threatening
the
than
best Game Boy
present
game,
musings of Toasty,
if you want to lump
which
all of
was
them together.
quite a pleasant listen.
But as far as the
And
two
it's an instant
season
bait and
games,
switch,
people
with the
seem to
track
like
harkening
flame
all
the
way
most.
back to the game's title,
And
but
then
pulling down
nobody
on the
talks
pitch
about Shadow
to a lower
Legacy. I
tone,
haven't
as
seen
if to
anyone
say,
talk about it yet.
The shit's going down.
Those could be fun to stream if I could figure out how to emulate them.
But the track stays on the predictable Spyro trajectory until we get a little deeper.
Ryder, help, my sweet potato was too soft and buttery. Oh no.
It's a really interesting track which really shows how
Man, I'm
clear
already
Copeland's
almost caught
vision
up
for this
on where I
whole
was
game
in this video.
And the whole soundtrack is a testament to his talent in all things music. And talent into knowing how to specifically use a computer program. But I think it's with this track that we see at this point he might not have the courage to do something that strays
fell
away
apart
from
when
that
I
strong
Pulled
foundation.
it out of the cooker.
But as
Uh-oh.
we leave Spyro the Dragon with our final track,
Damn.
Nasty's Loot, we're almost teased at what's to come, with a background layer sounding like someone's cutting wood in a swamp at night.
Buddy. Tender.
Less than a year later came the next game. Yes, less than a year. Good lord, that's
It would be so funny
in
if
the
I could
US,
stream
this game was called Ripto's Rage, but in
Crash
Europe,
Spyro,
it was called Gateway to Glitter.
Crash,
But in the
you know, the
grand
fucking
scheme of coexistence,
Crash Purple
we'll
and
be calling
Spyro
it
Orange.
Ripto's
Yeah, those
Gateway.
2 games.
And so returned Stuart Copeland.
God, can you imagine?
Now, out of the gate, the title track, in comparison with the
Spyro
original game's
2,
main theme,
my
you get a more
beloved.
boisterous confidence.
I can't wait to stream Spyro. That's gonna be so cozy.
Yes, each instrument used hits a bit harder, has a more clearer part to play. Nothing is being added per se. It's still inherently Spyro, but it feels like it knows what it's doing and where it's going. And I think as a player, it's a sure sign of resemblance to the first game. However, reusing the instruments and styles of the first game isn't Copeland's plan for this one. Okay, well, it is, but with the track Idle Springs, we are introduced to that shyly used element that we noticed in a few Spyro tracks. Vocal samples. Yes, this core pillar of the house that built Spyro's music has been fully constructed and is now in use. And it's not just vocal samples, but also a cheeky helping of sound effects. Idle Springs hands out the wails of a lady, a bubble popping, and the sound of a metal cart rolling down a hallway. Can't verify any of these actual sound effects
Oh
used,
my
but
god.
that's where my brain goes. Future disclaimer for the whole video.
But I
Actually,
was
take
also
that
just
back,
thinking,
I
'cause,
found
like-
some of the sample packs. But the vocal samples
Brooke
don't
was
shy
comparing
away,
the
as
different
next track,
Spyro
Colossus,
games
is
to different
practically cued in with this deep
Genesis albums, and when they were talking about the specific era of Genesis that sounded like kind of melancholic, they're like, yeah, this is the Spyro 4 of Genesis's career. They're like, you know
chant of
what?
a possible large
That's
singer
fair.
who then tries to walk across the stage but is so large the floorboards start to creak. Colossus is a cool track. The acoustic guitar gives off a chilled out melody that makes you want to linger a little longer in the space between oohs.
You have to be off the ice by 6.
I think it's also important to highlight tracks that don't stray far from the foundation. Part of evolution is about dropping elements that aren't helping anymore or holding one back. But with a quick listen to Horicus, we
Dash
hear a
trying to
very
fight all my
comfortable
socks.
track that could be from the first game.
Damn.
Yet it still works beautifully for this new adventure, really highlighting just how strong this foundation is. One element we see return is this organ. You know, the baseball game kind of organs. In Sunny Beach, it's used in a quick, repetitive way to give a faster momentum to the instruments and how it was previously used for more longer, drawn-out sounds.
Oh, it just makes me want to play the game.
Ocean
Like right now.
Speedway, yes, the flight title has been dropped, but the music of the level still continues to never ease off the accelerator, making sure these speedway tracks encompass nothing but speed.
Speed. I must have blacked out
Our
at this
next
part.
comparison check is with the first boss track, Crusher's Dungeon. And from here on out, these boss levels are
No,
arenas.
wait, I
So the
remember him
music
talking
is
about
now
gulps,
just
so never mind.
focused on the fight, which means the more threatening undertones are lifted higher to the surface, but still allow for some fun that comes with it.
No, Crush!
Autumn Plains, along with the other hub world tracks, go for something different, with these ambient waves that carry a natural melody heard in the passing breeze. But it's also instinctively, well, Spyro-y. It's a fan favourite which I may have to count myself in. Also, with the right sample, you can play it with one key.
Spyro-y. When something's Spyro-y.
Skelos Badlands brings with it a more
It's
aggressive
so
use of
good.
sound effects.
It's so good. I like it.
But my god, does Copeland blend it in all so well with all the other returning instruments. Including some swells of strings. It's a beautiful track that begins to show the breadth of Copeland's reach the further we go. In fact, Skelos Badlands has a whole suite of tracks made for it that might cue into how focused Copeland was with this whole level. Like he was creating a musical identity that he wanted to fully explore.
Conclusion? He really
Ending
liked
with
this level.
Beautiful vocal sample of Bush. Crystal Glacier's charming little beat sees a return of the light-threatening wobble heard in Spyro 1's Ice Cavern.
Gee, Skelos Badlands, how come you get to have 4 tracks?
It's a welcome return as it's a sound that brings a lot with it, which I hope comes back in later soundtracks. But if not, then it's all good because I found the sample as well. Outside of the music, the gameplay of this trilogy also changes with each release. If you'd like to dive into that topic, then check out my friend Flandrew's video that covers exactly this and more. And if you're watching this video after coming from his one, then hello there, how's it going? But we shall leave the gameplay breakdowns to him and get back to all things music. Breeze Harbor, and I'm just highlighting the sound effects and samples used. The additional effects on this previously heard sample really reminds me of the tripod from 2005's War of the Worlds. And then it's like the tripods also try to walk off the stage with creaking floorboards. Next up, and I think a favourite of mine, with what sounds to me like Copeland giving himself a challenge. Can I insert an instrument that has a key significance to a region and make it work inside of the musical House of Spyro that I've built? See, for the level Scorch, Spyro runs around this Arabian-esque landscape filled with two-legged camels and such. And one noise you can expect in such a place is the Arabian flute, hence its inclusion. And while not the same instrument, snake charmers bring a visual to mind of one that's playing a woodwind-looking instrument. Now, while the flute isn't played in the same style as a more stereotypical Arabian flute, it's still worth noting its inclusion. I guess they just couldn't find a more specific sample. And I think it's up to the individual to say if they think this alternative instrument works for Spyro as a whole. But honestly, I think it's a really refreshing addition that makes the track stand out. We will see more of this as we go deeper. Although I will say the following level, Fracture Hills, could have had this same track as, you know, Fawns and Pan Flutes down close enough. And we're back to the next boss battle, Gulp's Overlook, which has done away with the fun a little to give more weight to the battle against this dude.
This
A
dude!
little much, maybe. Well, all of a sudden I don't care as we get this light cooldown with this guitar tune. I think this track is the most cinematic of the series so far. Could it be a telling for future boss battles? Well, the title's other character, Ripto, is next, so we'll have to wait and see how more threatening Copeland goes. Canyon Speedway. Once more, like the rest of the Speedway tracks, it keeps the tempo high, but adds in a unique whistle that gives a charming sound, as if you could find a prospector at the bottom of this canyon panning for gold, probably wondering what the f is going on above him. Now for the final boss, Ripto. Will he show us his gateway? However, we have an interesting predicament. You see, the PAL and NTSC versions have their own tracks. Slight differences. This is due to the PAL version releasing a little earlier, meaning Copeland hopped back on for a little addition before the NTSC release. And what was that change? A more threatening situation? Yes. Operatic singing, of course.
Yes! Wait, did I really stop the video just before we got to 3? That's
Quite an
funny.
interesting final boss battle, I have to say. Looking at Crush's dungeon and Gulp's Overlook, the threat level increases quite a bit with this music. But for the final fight, we end on this madcap track that honestly is better suited for the series and character. It's a unique play that I think pays off well. Spyro 2 is a soundtrack that brings more to the House of Spyro music, to fill it up with furniture and create something that suits its walls beautifully. But what happens when a new tenant arrives with their own sounds? With Spyro Year of the Dragon, Copeland was joined by Ryan Beveridge. The pair had previously worked with one another on several projects, like 1998's P.E.K.K.A. Huh? With the additional support of Ryan, Spyro's third outing introduces a myriad of electrical funk and more of the time drum and bass. Yeah, sure, I'll go with that. Now, was Ryan brought on in hopes of broadening the franchise's music profile, or was the time crunch of less than a year / making music when a level had only been completed?
Hey buddy,
too
you're still
tight
playing
for
Glimmer.
Copeland? Don't know. Info is oddly scarce with this soundtrack. But we may learn something as we listen to these new tracks that really change up what had been established.
Oh yes, here we
Out
go.
of the gate with the title track, you can hear the difference.
It's so bouncy.
While the departure is extremely noticeable, we still do get elements that harken back to what we had come to expect. But it's tucked away near the end of the lengthy track. But outside of the addition of Ryan's musical musings, other new elements to this game are 4 new playable characters. Yes, that's what this cover is all about. I'm not quite sure what happened in the PAL cover. I think we got the Yeti stunt double. But each of these new playable characters got their own theme, which all have their own sound switch up while still harkening back to the foundation. She-Ar the kangaroo gets the didgeridoos and gospel, and a frog, and a squeaky toy,
And a frog.
while still having that acoustic guitar and organ keys. Sergeant Beard, the literal flying penguin, gets a theme that tests the patience of all players with repeated military horns. If you survive that, then you're rewarded with some funky sounds and a distant dinosaur cry.
What? The fuck do you mean?
And lastly, we get Agent 9, a space monkey who's
And then I play Mad Rat Dead years later, and I don't pick up on it at first, but my sister's like, for the song, oh my god, I'm blanking. Anyways, yeah, Kind of Hope. They're like, is that the fucking Sergeant Bird sample? The
track is, well, it's a Spyro track, really. It's perfectly fine, but it doesn't really tell me
everything
anything
goes
about
back
the
to
monkey,
Spyro.
You know, the space one. There is an attempt at space with some elements. But it's not like these aspects aren't heard in other tracks. Honestly, this would be the perfect time to use the monkey instrument. Focusing back on level tracks, I want to pull everyone's attention to Molten Crater. Now, this isn't a series first for a fast-paced track, but I feel it's the first time it's honed in on something special. I lack the right music terminology so badly, but there's so many elements in this track that just shout forward. But it's also got this repetitive, which on paper should get annoying, but it just feels like we're being cheered on by the onlookers. It's little tiki doodles. The track has a gritty, dense feeling on the lows, but the highs are still floating, and, well, it's that Spyro magical presence.
Woo! I like it, I like it.
It's like the journey of a flame igniting from turmoil and extreme heat to burst into a flicker and then float up into the night sky as an ember that gets lost in the scattering of stars. It really is a track that tells a story, a first for the series in my own playthrough. While past tracks build and return back around to earlier elements, perfect for a track that ends to loop for as long as a player is in any given level, but this one feels like it really has a beginning, middle, and end. And yes, it still does have the final element that also loops back around, but it feels like a mandatory addition which was added in such a way that it doesn't interfere with the whole track's arc. Buzz's Dungeon, our first boss fight, keeps in line with Spyro 2's arena battles, and also builds on that musical persuasion of the more cinematically threatening tracks. This one has always made me think of some factory disaster unfolding, like alarm bells are ringing, large thuds and mechanical machinery cascade in the disaster that unfolds dramatically as the factory health and safety officer cries from a high up viewpoint.
Oh my god.
It's also dramatic. Maybe too dramatic for a purple dragon going to battle with a bloated frog. But it definitely makes the frog more scary.
Nah, I like it.
Next up it's quite interesting. I wanted to highlight this one as I think it's the swan song of the sturdy pillar of vocal samples and sound effects that we've talked about. And it's all quite chilled out in the grand scheme of things. But the abundance of these elements capture the atmosphere of the level far more than any other. Let's take a listen to Spooky Swamp.
Oh my god.
We hear animals, insects, and even some instruments that get off a marshy pit bubbling. The long whirs cue in a light, spooky intent. With the classic organs
Knuckles
helping
over
to
here.
enhance it. We also get a bit of funk with a record scratch but then some lost critter yelling out for help. And lastly, these old clock chimes flow in as if there's an abandoned hut that's slowly sinking into the bubbly marsh pit, where the grandfather clock that's been left behind there still chimes on the hour.
Alright, buddy.
Bamboo Terrence comes at us again with our composer duo shouting, "China!" as loudly as possible. Yes, the cultural angle is back, and done in a way that, as it builds, it opens up more of that world. Like Spyro's run through some old Chinese house, starting in its tranquil gardens, through the front door and passing by the room an old tenant sings out, mourning his broken house.
Oh, please bring up the whispering.
Now, let's take a listen to a Speedway to see how it's holding up.
No, we
still
barely
get the
talked about that
consistent
one. I'm so
speed, and
sad.
honestly, I think there's more
what the
musical elements
hell?
that tie back to the first two games more than other tracks in Year of the Dragon. We get ice bells, deep mallets, along with a prominent slap of a drum. And it's at this point I realise how distant the majority of this game's music feel from the last two. I think what it gains in its uniqueness and exploration, it loses a bit of that early Spyro charm. The House of Spyro's music now has an extension that slightly clashes with elements of the old architecture. Yet it skims by in a way that shows a self-awareness to the modern look. Spike's Arena gives us another threatening tune. I think this one is my favourite of the arena tracks. It's also ghoulish, like cyber ghoulish. And yet the guitar that comes in is so good. It's like it highlights the chaos of the boss track and how alien it is to the rest of the game, but that guitar is a break of reassurance that Spyro's still here. After the pressure of the last two tracks, we go into a nice cool down with Frozen Altars.
Oh yeah, Frozen Altars.
There's an appropriate echo given to these pipes. It feels like it's a performance from a frozen amphitheatre with some small icicles being played in the quieter moments. Right, if you know this game, well, I'm sure you knew this next track was going to come up. And I think for me, this is my absolute top Spyro track.
Oh yeah, Fireworks Factory is pretty good.
Fireworks Factory is the perfect blend of the two worlds that feel like they are moving further and further away from each other. The electronic speed that's been brought into the franchise swims beautifully with the more comfortable elements established in the earlier game's soundtrack. And it comes together in this rush of percussion that just makes you not want to stop charging. If you ever go for nighttime runs, add this to your playlist. Not a single prowler will catch you, unless they are also listening to Fireworks Factory, but on 1.5 speed.
Oh my god! What the fuck? Oh, that's funny. No one will catch you unless they're also listening to Fireworks Factory on 1.5
Well, it
speed.
completely throws out my assumptions with what they were doing with these tracks.
That's so
The first
good.
part of this track is so very, very distant to any other track. Take a listen.
Honey Speedway's a weird one. I like it though.
At the 1 minute mark is a previously heard element that then dissipates. Honestly, if you played this to me with no context, I'm not sure I'd label it as a Spyro track. Until the 2.5 minute mark, in which it really does reveal its identity. Some of you might remember that this level shared Harbour Speedway's track. So where did this alternative music come from? Well, don't worry, all will be revealed soon.
Where did it come from?
So if Spooky Swamp was a great representation of using samples and sound effects to create the perfect atmosphere, well, Crystal Islands is the Art Mage's version of that. We get the 1, 2, 3 combo of a dinosaur waking up and getting slapped for being so loud. And then some emergency vehicle passing by.
Yeah,
I think
this is
there's
a weird
also
one.
like a little chick chirping away. Is the chick driving the ambulance?
Yes.
Either way, it works for the bright visuals. But really, I have to give it to the duo. To combine all these elements as nutty as the descriptions sound, and it still works, really shows how talented they are. Oh, I think a train's now going by.
Ooh, now that's a cool visual.
Now, for the most part, the whole soundtrack has really tried to give each level its own identity. However, something must have happened with this next track. I'm going to let you listen, and I want you to think about what this might go with. If you said something related to any of the Spyro levels so far, you would be wrong. This was a track given to the level about cowboy dinosaurs. Might be a sign that the idea cow is running dry. Also, a light disclaimer / factoid, Spyro 3 was a very rushed game, and many of the levels originally shared music with one another as deadlines were missed. Dino Mines was one of them. So if you remember this level having the track Molten Crater, and then you didn't play the greatest hit / platinum re-release of the game that came out with the finished tracks. Maybe the level was better left with Molten Crater. Another level that suffered the deadline was the final boss battle with the Sorcerer's Lair. Outside of the re-release, you would have heard a track for one of the last boss battles. But with the re-release, we can hear the original intention, which I'm not sure with the additional time got enough time. As the regal sounding horns that works well with the sorceress's royal attire just don't mix well with the rest of the track and honestly feels like it was rushed, even for this additional release.
It's like
I
Diet
wonder
Coke
if there's more to
Ripto.
this story than my presumptions. Overall, I think Year of the Dragon has the most variety of any of the soundtracks we're looking at today, but at the sacrifice of being the odd child. Well loved, but maybe sticks out a little in its own way. For me, it's the one that I listen back to the most, but very understandable if that's not the case for you. So, what happens when Spyro's creators feel like they've taken the little dragon as far as they can, but the publisher still wants more? Well, they get an underfunded team together and squish any unique gameplay ambitions that
yay!
stray too far from what Spyro is known for as he makes the leap to the PS2. And what does that mean for the music department? No idea, but this game has like 5 composers. Peter Neff, Kenneth Burgomaster, Emilio Cordera, and Emiliano Almeida. I'm so sorry. And of course, Copeland, who did return, but, well, it's not so simple this time round. Yes, that's right, Spyro is back and his model's been subdivided a few times. This fourth game is very much a sequel to the PS1 trilogy, even down to the style of the main menu. And the theme that greets us is different. We get some thick sounding bamboo mallets and a whistle.
Thick.
Is this turning into a Mardi Gras parade? Alas, the all too familiar electrical guitar strums and icicle mallets join in.
Oh, there's the Spyroisms.
Yes, that's right. It was just some funky house party happening in the house of Spyro's Music's lobby. And if we listen carefully, oh yes, we have the monkey instrument.
Yay! Oh my god!
Our first hub world is a playable return to the Dragon Realm that all sounds nice and familiar until we get a lovely...
What? What?
Yeah, this hub world is a playable return to the Dragon Realm that all sounds nice and familiar until we get a lovely...
Oh no, did he have to mute it? That's so sad. Dude, what? Oh, that's
Can you do this with a ukulele?
Okay, we're
Is
back.
it a lute? What's the Italian one called?
Is it a lute?
So we have two tracks that quite faithfully stay inside the foundation, but bring in a few flares. However, something in this track didn't feel right. There's an attempt at an ambient moment, but it sounds a bit synthy. And yes, I know synth is a key part of Spyro, but well, it sounds like default synth. Does that make sense? We've always had more magical ethereal presence with long synth waves in the past, but here I just don't feel the texture. It's very vanilla.
The Poltergeist 2 of the Spyro series, if you will.
Spyro vibes up with the inclusion of some vocal samples, like the Tibetan throat singing. And lowercase Tibetan.
Well, I was talking about this. It's funny. I was talking about this Spyro video, kind of, sort of, as well as the Sam Raimi stuff, which we'll get into later. But I brought up the constant re-releasing of Poltergeist 2, and how you said it just sounds like Jerry Goldsmith on autopilot, and I'm like, yeah, this is Stuart Copeland on autopilot on the tracks that he did. Just like
Tibetan throat singing.
I think it's funny.
Solid, smooth track. Okay, Spyro 4, so far so good. Right, let's check in with a speedway and see if the speed is still the way.
Speed! That's a perfect visual for that, oh my
Well, we're
god.
treated by some small Tibetan child. Disclaimer, I have no idea what this noise is. I'm just in a Tibetan mood after the last track. But I'm sure it's the last we'll hear from it. Oh, okay. It's all the way through. Alright, well, we've had this before, but it's not really blending with the slower track. Huh. Well, let's check out Catching Rays as it brings back a banjo. I remember the banjo all the way back in Peacekeepers. But here it's used more as a little bit of flavour. Which actually makes me think of Stanley Yelnats driving into a home. The track is quite enjoyable until it tried to integrate the ever faithful organs and, well, it's starting to get a bit messy. now might be a good time to bring forth some Spyro Enter the Dragon trivia. According to one of the composers, Emiliano Almeida, Copeland hired several composers, including himself, for the game to create this soundtrack. He would then take these tracks and Spyrofy them, which is what we hear. So Copeland took on more of a directing role rather than a composer for this game, which might be the reason why there's a lot of, well, alternative voices. But if Copeland still had the presumed final cut, some of these choices seem a little amateur. Now, these could be down to the tight turnaround of the whole game. Well, a disaster might be more of an appropriate name. I very much recommend Mr. FO1's documentary, which covered the whole game's production. His phone interviews with ex-developers and production staff is wild.
Why are you calling it 20 years and digging up shit? Don't you have anything better to do with yourself?
But it's an interesting tidbit to have on our minds
What
as
the
we push
hell?
on.
That's
Yes,
so
by the end of
rude.
Enter the Dragonfly, our ears will be struggling.
Tiki Drums is, yeah, this one is definitely struggling to stay on the foundation. Not that it necessarily needs to. This is like some alternative music being played in a house garden, with Himalayan garden gnomes watching on. This track really struggles to have an identity. We are far, far away from the likes of Molten Crater and Fireworks Factory. Also, this track is called Tiki Drums. None of this reminds me of tikis or drums.
Cloud 9 is extremely odd. Now, in the past I've talked about tracks living outside of the game. Do they hold up on their own, as they are made to be played with specific visuals, and this one's odd. See, here are the visuals. To me, this shouts classic Spyro. Tall towers floating above a cloudy abyss. The perfect time to bring in the mythical Spyro sounds of 1 and 2. But we get a fast tempo, electrical flow with a twanging acoustic guitar. And I really like it.
I really like it, question mark.
It blends in the Spyro vibes well, but I don't know, it just doesn't suit the visuals. This was something Copeland was always quite good at. Past music would elevate any given level, but here it feels like a miss. I like the visuals, and I like the music. But it's one that I personally feel like it unfortunately clashes. The cracks in this game's development are really showing. Rainbow Speedway does something interesting. Its bass line links back to Spyro 3's Harbor Speedway's main tune. Man, that's a great theme. Probably shouldn't have listened to it while going back to Rainbow Speedway, as, well, this track's okay, but it really highlights what a Speedway track isn't anymore, which is feeling like the timer is ticking down, yelling at you to rush. Here we just get a lovely tune that actually does pull some more synth waves that sound closer to orchestral strings than any basic synth.
It's okay, Spyro, you can take your time.
Quite the lovely track that's grown on me the more I've listened to it, but I think it's clear to say that speedways have indeed slowed down ways.
Maybe flip this one with
peaceful ice slider,
The cloud
yes, there's
one.
these slides in this game, starts off with a slight resemblance to Spyro 3's Desert Ruins.
It does what?
I mean, at this point you can't avoid sounding like any given Spyro track, but yeah, it's a cool track. I feel like a good blend of old and new.
What the fuck? What are these noises?
Rip Top Factory. It uses the same sample that one of the buildings in Lego Loco plays when you click on it.
Oh my god, that's funny.
Link to a video going over all the Lego games up here if you want it. But yeah, they get experimental with this track, or I don't know. This track is a bit of a mess.
Oh, that
There's
part
a
sounds
lot
good.
going on, and some parts feel more amateur, if I can use that word. Like, I can easily visualize someone pressing individual keys. It might even be a "F it, it's fine" kind of track. But this more chaotic track is another sign of things to come. I think we have truly passed the peak of this soundtrack a while ago. Honey Marsh builds the country atmosphere and then keeps building it and building until we have the same issue of too many diverse instruments competing for the vocal spot. With each bit of music, there's usually an instrument that takes the place of the vocal spot in its absence. The vocal spot is usually the listener's guide through a song. And yes, with this one it's like a fight between the harmonica, banjo and digital whistle. Funny enough, we now hop over to a track that literally does have vocals, except it's sung by the Long Johnson cat. You remember that thing?
Oh my god! That's amazing. Wait.
Track that literally does have vocals, except it's sung by the Long Johnson cat. Remember that thing?
Yeah, I knew Enough would come back for that. That's so funny. I actually really like this track, though.
Platform Maze is just doing its own thing.
Oh, what the fuck is that?
Oh dear Lord! What is going on? It's Oasis Speedway, and I feel us drifting further and further away from Copeland's Spyro House of Music and that foundation.
So many vocals.
I think, like, we're across the street at this point in some African family's house having a lovely time, but Spyro is nowhere to be seen. In fact, this may not even be across the street. This may just be the new tenants, as the vocal samples don't stop here. Jurassic Jungle is another one. Vocal samples and a very different, more woodwind sound. Like, the music is fine, but it really has lost its identity and now feels like an imitation of the wrong elements that made these games so musically memorable.
This one's weird.
We're now in the endgame, and Enter the Dragonfly has completely lost the plot.
I'm not enjoying the music journey anymore. Volcano Slide is almost upsettingly distant. It just makes me think back to all the past levels that feature lava and how much more impactful and hot they made you feel. Shut the f*** up, you stupid keyboard mouse!
Oh, that's a fucking bot though, listen. Hell yeah.
I really don't like this at all.
I mean, the NPCs are literally mice. Can you blame them?
Evolved. This branch of the evolution tree is all weird looking and it just... I really don't...
Thanks for getting that bot.
I really don't like the lava.
Shut up, I like this one.
This is an extreme thirst.
Ah, fuck, you're right. I don't have my water. I should go get it. I think I have a bottle filled up in my mini fridge. Hold on. It might be time to turn the AC back on too. Oh my lord. Yeah, I got half a bottle of water. Felt it in my butt. Yeah, I drank all my chai tea. Now I am Thorsten. If I ever do a video analysis, I'm using this track for the background noise. It's funny.
Shut the f*** up, you stupid keyboard mouse! I really don't like this at all. I'm saying it, we have de-evolved! This branch of the evolution tree is all weird looking and it just grows into the ground.
It's funny! But I like it though. It's funny.
I'm sorry to the composer who put this one together, but it just missed the mark. Yes, this was over 20 years ago, probably at this point, but I'm reviewing it now.
See? Mouse.
Right, let's leave this game with the final track we're listening to. Oh, it's the final boss.
Oh no.
Recto. Oh yeah, he's back. I forgot to mention that.
Oh no.
This is sounding good. I'm getting nostalgic for past boss battles.
Don't praise the boss theme.
Okay, we have 2 samples, and oh god, what's happening?
He really said hocus pocus.
Is this some like audible commentary reflecting inner turmoil of this game's messy production? Like the developers were scared to talk about how they were treated with this game. I think there was even developer on developer threats being made. It was not a good time.
Damn.
People died.
People didn't die.
Okay, I don't think anybody died, but I think maybe Copeland's passion for Spyro did. It clearly wasn't the same game anymore. Copeland even talks about seeing the advert for this game and feeling it was so far from what he knew Spyro to be that he was happy to walk away. And I think you can feel that detachment get more and more imminent as this soundtrack plays out. We have several fantastic tracks that harken back to the classic sounds of Copeland's solo tracks, and some that do their own thing. But the overabundance of vocal samples that become annoying increases at such an alarming rate that it makes the last quarter of this soundtrack almost unplayable. But then the chaotic, multiple layered instrument clash and musical samples all cut up do make the end of this soundtrack unplayable, which is a shame, as the actual last track, the credits, is quite nice. It seems like a suite of the whole game's sounds and locations. And also something to note, it's the first time this series has had a new credit track. The Insomniac trilogy all shared the first game's end track, which is a strong contender for, yes, this is definitely a Spyro track.
It's the Spyro track of all time.
So, Copeland was gone, and a new team came together to create the final game before Elijah Wood appears, starting an all-new timeline. So, let's take a look at Spyro: A Hero's Tale, the sequel. Yes, Spyro was handed over to another
wanna explain it in 8 minutes?
Eurocom. Oh, I was the developer from last
I'd like to see that.
Bash, and shiver my timbers, Steve Duckworth is back. Yes, the Crash Bash composer joins another quite large team taking on this new soundtrack, which was composed by Paul Lawler, Keith Leary, Guy Cockcroft, Craig Sharnett, and Dave Marston. Quite the interesting trend in this series to see that list of names grow so much. So with Copeland gone, would there be any resemblance to the iconic house of music that he built, adapted, and abandoned? Well, this new game still resembles the Spyro we know, kind of. I mean, like, visually we have returning characters, which all do have new models, and some characters have even converted. Well, for better or worse, the abandoned house of music was demolished to make way for something new.
Oh my god, you can't do that.
The title track brings forth a more playful, childish, bouncy atmosphere to the whole game.
You know what it's reminding me of, actually? This is a very 80s cartoon you'd catch on a Saturday sounding soundtrack. That's what it is. This is 80s cartoon energy.
It's clear the idea was to start again, but can we find any similarities despite the differences we've heard so far?
Like, specifically the ones that they made to make a whole bunch of toys and merch out of?
Dragon Village is very much a continuation of the title track with that bouncy, prominent oboe. But Moneybag Shop brings in mallets, vocal samples, and some background synth.
That's not a diss, though. I quite like Hero's Tale soundtrack.
It then gets a little chill before moving around and sort of being an unfocused track by its end.
It's very vibey.
This is a track for Moneybags. Why is it so pleasant? Like, I know he's wearing a fez and
why is it so
accent,
pleasant?
But I haven't forgotten about his crimes. And
he went through off-screen character development.
Could line up with, well, like Spyro's remembering who this guy is as well. Frostbite Village really does seem like a callback to some Copeland Spyro with the acoustic guitar, ice mallet sounds, and
I love Frostbite Village.
Before the rest of the song reminds you you're not actually back playing the original trilogy. Outside of these tracks, Hero's Tale is very much doing its own thing. But it's not like it's anything bad. It's quite the competent score that plays with returning leitmotifs. Crocodile Swamp brings back the title track theme while playing with a more African sound. The first Ball Gadget level has that same leitmotif. Sparked his minigame and more.
It's the
Boss
theme!
levels are far more connected to the rest of the score, yet brings forth a more appropriate threat level. Oddly enough, I think the soundtrack to Spyro: A Hero's Tale visually suits the adventures
I recognize
of
a sample from the
Purple
Swamp
Dragon
track from
more
Ty.
than Copeland's work. It's a fun beat, it goes well with the cute nature of it all and doesn't take any risks. It's an incredibly safe score for a kid's game. And, well, memorable music doesn't always
Safe!
come from
Yay!
what we expect. Like, I see the visuals and go, ah yes, this soundtrack sounds about right. But what made the original trilogy's music so special is that it was creating an all-new combination of music, sound, and compositional risks that paid off so damn well that A Hero's Tale, despite producing a score so fitting, ends up sounding predictable, which is one word that would never come up when discussing the original
Nasty
sounds of
theme.
Spyro. Yes, it always had that deep connection to the foundation, which sure was predictable in the sense of knowing you were listening to a Spyro track if you heard that combination of instruments and arrangements, but how the samples and sound effects slowly became a larger element to the score, one that grew a bit too big for itself at the end of Enter the Dragonfly, you never truly knew where any given track would take you. Spyro's musical evolution is one that didn't need to adapt to survive, but I'm glad it did to the extent we saw with a few tracks in Enter the Dragonfly, but it peaked in Year of the Dragon. I think starting afresh with A Hero's Tale was an interesting choice, one that, in this lineup, makes the soundtrack feel very out of place just before the whole series gets rebooted. This story does have quite the nice ending to it, as in 2018, Copeland returned to Spyro to create an all-new track celebrating the reignited trilogy. Although a nice track, he himself isn't really a fan of the end product.
And I did a medley of all the themes, and it actually kind of sucks.
Yes, the remake created by developers Toy for Bob.
It actually kind of
the whole
sucks.
original trilogy's music got an all-new lick of paint too, and I think it's
That
down
is
to
so
the individual
funny.
on how well they came out.
Dude, I feel that. That's a mood.
With the original Copeland tracks active, so I couldn't tell you. But from listening to a few outside of the game, some definitely captured the vibe more than others. Toasty.
The vibe. The vibe.
Skelos Badlands. I'm sure there's more. Oh, Nancy's ice skating. That was 10 out of 10. But what happened to Sheila's Alps? I want my... And Fireworks Factory just... well, it just doesn't hit the same. However way you look at it, maybe the final music evolution of Spyro was doomed from the start, when the sapling was just as good as Spyro the Dragon.
It's like when they remade the Crash games, and I was excited to hear Dynamite from Crash Warped, because I really love that track. And they fucking ruined it! You missed the beat! You don't have that hard-hitting beat in it. And it's the same when they took the Genesis Earthworm Jim games and cleaned them up for the SNES. It's awful! Don't do that. Like they make the music softer when they remake it. It's like, no, I want the crunchy beat. It sounds better that way. Maybe the real dragon was the Spyros we made along the way. Oh shit. Yeah, you might be right.
So, what are your favorite tracks? What game do you think had the best overall soundtrack? I would love to know.
Oh, don't ask me
So,
that.
thank you all for watching, but make sure you subscribe and hype, as on the next episode...
Is that Rayman? Oh shit, it is Rayman.
Once more, a big thank you to Longplay Archives for allowing me to use so much of their footage. This video would have taken so much longer to do by myself, recording all that. So again, a big thank
Now
you
to the
them.
GBA games.
If you'd like a bit more, we have an extra curriculum video where we look at some of the unused tracks made throughout what we just covered. And sure, why not? Let's have a look at how Spyro was advertised in Japan too. So thank you all for watching, and I'll see you next time under the tunes.
Oh, I gotta watch that one next. Ooh, that was really
Wednesday,
fun.
May 25th, 1955. In the Central Plains of the United States, hundreds of communities in eastern Oklahoma were preparing for a long night of severe weather. Throughout the day, reports of strong, scattered thunderstorms were coming in from the west side of the state. Many communities sent out warnings mentioning how these storms were some of the strongest they had ever encountered. This was all due to a low-pressure system over the Oklahoma Panhandle moving eastward, interacting with a north-moving, massive tropical air. These conditions led to an unstable environment that began to produce isolated and violent supercell thunderstorms. There were reports of strong lightning, huge gusts of wind, and even strong tornadoes. Near Aberdeen, Oklahoma, for example, a large wedge tornado with wind speeds near 200 miles per hour tore through the countryside, claiming 2 lives. This event was beginning to look like the major storm of the year, and warnings of this major storm continued to pour into the towns and cities in the eastern part of the state. One of these communities was the town of Blackwell, located in Kay County in northern Oklahoma. They had heard the warnings, they had heard the reports.
I find this
but they didn't
particular
dwell too
tornado
much
really
on the
interesting.
information.
I keep
There
looking up
was
videos
many
of this
in
one
Oklahoma,
specifically,
after all.
and you'll understand
Tornado threats
why
come
in a minute.
Practically every week. But unfortunately, this time would be different.
Blackwell would
believe
it or not, I
encounter
even
a
drew
tornado
fan art
that
of this
night.
tornado.
This may sound like another tragic tornado story, and it is a very tragic tornado story, but there is much more to this tornado than your typical tornado.
I actually
You
need to
see,
finish
according
that
to
picture.
eyewitnesses, something strange happened that night.
It has a blue
something
glow
that
to
even
it.
to this day, experts cannot fully explain. A
It's
natural
blue.
phenomenon occurred with the Blackwell tornado that has never really been seen since. Apparently, this tornado glowed in the dark. What was it that caused the Blackwell supernatural ghost tornado? Who saw it? How did they describe it? And are there any similar events that might help prove that it actually occurred? Today, we are exploring the 1955 Blackwell, Oklahoma glowing ghost tornado. It's now 7 in the evening. The residents of Blackwell can see distant flashes of lightning to their southwest. Many at this time had just eaten supper and were now preparing for bed. Meanwhile, just north of Oklahoma City, a small blip appeared on the Stillwater radar. This blip was, at the time, just a small, isolated thunderstorm. But by 8 o'clock, the system had traveled significantly to the north and had developed into a large and dangerous supercell. Finally, at 9:26 p.m., a small tornado began to descend over rural Noble County, Oklahoma. Initially, this small tornado had gone unnoticed by the nearby communities. It was now dark out, so the tornado could only be seen during brief flashes of lightning. The tornado continued to head straight north as it crossed into Kay County. By this point, it had strengthened significantly into a destructive monster, and directly in its path were the communities of Tonkawa and Blackwell. Now, of course, since it was night, the tornado could not be seen. No one even knew it was coming. It could only be discerned by sound. What sound does a tornado make? Well, those who have encountered nocturnal tornadoes describe the sound as a mix between an approaching freight train and a jet engine that just gets louder and louder the closer it gets. Something similar to this. As the tornado approached Tonkawa, The residents who were still awake could feel the rumble and hear the sound of something approaching. But fortunately for them, nothing would happen. The tornado just barely dodged the town to the east. But still, in its path was the larger community of Blackwell. And in Blackwell, something strange was occurring in the atmosphere. With the storm and the tornado still off in the distance,
in
some
the neighborhood,
community members noticed
you could
curious
say.
arcs of light being released from pointed surfaces. Outside on telephone poles, strange mini beams of blue light were extending into the sky. Something very unusual was happening in the atmosphere, and it was causing a significant amount of St. Elmo's fire. A few moments later, people began to hear the roar of the approaching tornado. But something with the tornado had changed. Even though it was dark out, according to eyewitnesses, the tornado could actually be seen. Mrs. Sonsberg, located in the eastern part of Blackwell, looked out her living room window and saw the tornado. Incredibly, it was glowing in the dark. It was emitting light. She described it as continuous fork lightning in the shape of a snake's tongue ascending up into the tornado's funnel, giving the whole thing a bluish hue. This wasn't like a short burst of lightning. No, this was a constant blue glow. As she watched, the phantom tornado continuously got closer and closer to the town and her house. Before she knew it, it was right on top of her. She and her family quickly darted below ground as the powerful tornado tore through the eastern section of town. Homes were destroyed, cars and trees were flung high into the sky, and 20 people were killed. On top of the 20 fatalities, nearly 200 would suffer injuries. Here are some of the witnesses to the event.
We have 16 apartments here. 12 of them are widows, and there's only 4 married couples living there besides.
Was anyone injured in the...
Nobody was injured in that. We heard this year coming, and it just sounded like, as they said, just a freight train, and we all got to the basement. And nobody was injured in it at all.
Well, do most of the homes here have basements in Blackwell?
Well, quite a few of them. Now I have a son that lives in the 400 block. His house completely torn up. And he had a family of 3, and he and his wife and the baby just barely did make it to the basement when it demolished their house.
It's from the glass plant on east. Everything east of that is level, and the glass plant is gone. And those that are calling in, we only have one circuit, and we can't answer all the telephone calls. That's why they want to be sure that everybody understood it. They could wait, and some of these people will notify. We will have it in tonight's papers, and it'll be on tonight's news, a complete list of everybody injured.
400 homes were completely destroyed, as well as 60 businesses, including important economic sites such as the Hazel Atlas glass plant. While the western part of the town was untouched, the eastern section near the river was wiped off the map. This newspaper showed the location of the fatalities. The tornado would later be given an F5 rating from Ted Fujita, the highest tornado rating possible, with an estimated wind speed of over 260 miles per hour. It remains one of the most powerful and tragic tornadoes in Oklahoma's history. But let's get back to that strange blue
But let's talk
glow.
about the strange glow. He says after going through the tragic
none of them
history.
have ever had some sort of strange blue glow to them.
Oh,
this
man.
is something that is completely unknown in meteorology. So did it actually happen? Perhaps Mrs. Sonsberg was mistaken. Maybe she was just confused in the chaos. You might even think that she was making it up. Well, that's unlikely, as she wasn't the only person to see this strange glowing effect. To the west of the funnel, a Mr. Montgomery saw a similar astonishing sight when he went out on his front porch. He described it as being extremely bright, so bright that it had to be obscured by clouds in order to get a proper view. He described the event like this. As the storm was directly east of me, the fire up near the top of the funnel looked like a child's 4th of July pinwheel. There were rapidly rotating clouds passing in front of the top of the funnel. These clouds were illuminated only by the luminous band of light. The light would grow dim when these clouds were in front, and then it would grow bright again when I could see between the clouds. As near as I can explain, I would say that the light was the same color as an electric arc welder, but much brighter. The light was so intense that I had to look away when there were no clouds in front of it. The light in the clouds seemed to be turning at a rate similar to that of a beacon in a lighthouse. I mean, that's bright. If you have to look away, it's like looking at the sun. You know when like the clouds pass in front of the sun and you get that like silver disc effect? According to him, that was the only way he could observe this super bright blue light. But to further solidify the claim that this tornado glowed in the dark, we actually have yet another eyewitness. Lee Hunter, who is 4 miles north of Blackwell, also saw the glowing tornado after it destroyed the eastern section of Blackwell. He described the tornado as follows. The funnel from the cloud to the ground was lit up. It was a steady, deep blue light, very bright. It had an orange color fire in the center. As it came along my field, it took a swath of about 100 yards wide. As it swung from left to right, it looked like a giant neon tube in the air, or a flagman at a railroad crossing. As it swung along the ground level, the orange fire or electricity would gush out from the bottom of the funnel, and the updraft would take it up into the air, causing a terrific light. And then it was gone. Now it's interesting that he mentioned an orange light, an orange glow to this tornado. This is something that we'll talk about later. Shortly after Lee Hunter saw the tornado, it dissipated. Unfortunately, this same supercell thunderstorm would go on to produce another strong tornado that destroyed the city of Udall, Kansas, one of the worst, most tragic tornado events in Kansas history. So we have 3 accounts of this glowing ghost tornado, making it likely that something strange really did occur during the 1955 Blackwell tornado. By the way, all these various accounts come from a Journal of Meteorology article in 1957, in case you're looking for the source. The only problem, why hasn't a similar phenomenon been seen since? Seriously, there are so many storm chasers right now. People have been heavily documenting tornadoes since the late 90s. So surely someone would have seen something similar. Well, to be fair, most storm chasers don't really chase tornadoes in the dark because you can't see them. But still, people do chase nocturnal tornadoes. So have there been any other similar instances? Actually, kind of. And this time, we have a photo. During the April 11th, 1965 Palm Sunday tornado outbreak, probably the 3rd worst tornado outbreak in the past 100 years. In fact, one could almost call it a super outbreak. But during that tornado outbreak, there were 18 F4 tornadoes that took the lives of 266 individuals as they tore through sections of the Midwest and Southeast. Some of the more notable tornadoes include the Dunlap, Indiana F4, the Midway, Indiana F4, with this iconic photograph, and the Kokomo, Indiana F4. But another tornado, the Toledo, Ohio F4, apparently also featured strange lights and a glowing funnel. Just like with Blackwell 10 years earlier, this tornado also occurred at night around 9 p.m. According to a 1966 Science magazine article titled Luminous Phenomena in Nocturnal Tornadoes, 3 different observers saw a strange glowing phenomenon associated with the Toledo, Ohio F4, and one of them got a picture. Behold, a photo of a glowing tornado.
Wow.
Okay, what are we looking at here? Well, this photo was captured by a professional photographer named Jim Weyer. It was actually the second photo taken in a series of 3 photos at different angles. There's a lot of controversy around this photo, but it is legit. In fact, it's even been featured in several official National Weather Service documents. Some believe it's supposed to depict 2 twin funnels that are glowing in the dark right next to each other. Others believe that this central part is the actual tornado and that the sides are glowing. I am personally in this camp because if you look towards the base of the tornado, you kind of see what appears to be debris coming from the main central funnel. Like, you know, when you get dirt on the ground, that's what it kind of looks like to me. Now, Jim Weyer was a legit professional photographer. There's no way that he altered this photo, and clearly he did capture something strange. In fact, this photo was actually featured in Life magazine. The question is, was the tornado actually glowing, or was it just illuminated by lightning? To me, it looks like it's kind of glowing, because why would lightning create this spotlight effect? I couldn't actually find a statement from Jim Weyer himself, but he wasn't the only person to see it that night. Another eyewitness of the glowing tornado, Marcella Benson, described the event like this. We thought we saw searchlights all around us, but there were no light beams shooting up to the clouds. The lights darting around in the clouds were sort of luminous and appeared to be more round in shape than anything else. Also, they were quite large. The lights were not as bright as a stroke of lightning, but they were above a dense layer of clouds, and bluish white in color. We did not have much stroke lightning, and I do not recall hearing thunder. Our electricity was knocked out at 9:32 p.m., and that is when we saw one black funnel. The reason we could see it is because there was a slight glow coming from the sides of it. It came from due west. That last part of her statement, the reason we could see it is because there was a slight glow coming from the sides of it, sounds a lot like what Jim Wire could have captured in his photograph. I mean, that's exactly what it looks like. The other thing is that she mentions searchlights. She mentions light beams going up into the sky, which also kind of looks like this. By the way, there are at least 3 more accounts that I could find describing luminous phenomenon during this event. Although in all the recorded interviews from the time of the event that I watched, none of them ever reported or mentioned a glowing funnel.
Did you hear anything before it hit? Any big sound, or did you see any black funnel?
I didn't see anything. We were inside the house, as I said, and I did see the front wall of the house coming at me, of course, when it let loose, but nothing outside. And as far as noise was concerned, we heard a roar.
Interestingly, one kid did describe hearing a buzzing sound. Could this buzzing sound be some sort of electrical phenomenon?
What happened?
Well, I heard this buzzing noise, and I said, what is that? And then the house blew over, and I was buried in the wood, and it fell on my chest.
The whole house just caved right in on top of you?
Yes.
Did you see any black funnel
It's a tumor.
that's usually associated with tornadoes?
Oh my goodness.
No.
Just heard that big wind, is that it?
Yes.
Well, thanks a lot, young fella.
Yeah.
So this specific event definitely adds to the credibility of the Blackwell tornado and glowing tornadoes in general.
It's
just
like
very much bothers me
fascinating
that
stuff.
there really hasn't been anything seen since. And cameras, like I said, are everywhere today. I mean, maybe it really is just that rare of a phenomenon. Maybe there are too many LED lights all over the place now, so we can't see it because it's just so faint. There is a lot of skeptics out there that don't believe the claims that these people truly saw a glowing tornado in the dark, but I want to believe. So how could such a phenomenon actually happen
I
in nature?
want to believe.
How can a tornado create a glowing effect? Well, let's get to the theories. The first theory is that these reported sightings from both Toledo and Blackwell were actually just power flashes. I'm sure many of you are familiar with power flashes, but these are bright blue explosions.
You gotta
that build
believe!
tornadoes. They occur when a tornado destroys some electrical infrastructure, such as a transformer or power lines. These are very common. Like, they occur every few seconds when a tornado is tearing through an urban area. They are very brief, but they do sometimes feature several flickers that could, maybe make the event seem more dramatic than it is. So was it a power flash? I don't think so. The next theory is static electricity. This one's interesting. Perhaps tornadoes that exhibit electrical phenomena are in a very rare and specific atmospheric condition, an atmospheric condition that is favorable for static electricity. You know, when it's like wintertime and super dry out and you're like super staticky all over because of just the atmosphere is very favorable for static electricity. Maybe that's what happened with these tornadoes. Maybe they're just in an environment with a lot of dust particles, and those dust particles were smashing off of each other, building up a static charge that then created a glowing effect that was faint, but still there. The final theory is kind of connected to static electricity, and that is that glowing tornadoes are caused by St. Elmo's fire. This is when small pointy objects can ionize the air, creating plasma. It is seen with ship masses out over water all the time. It's also seen with pointed church steeples. All you need is to have like a pointed, sharp structure for it to occur. This theory is strengthened by the fact that there were many descriptions of St. Elmo's fire in Blackwell before the tornado occurred. So remember, tornado storms are massive, huge energy conductors. They have electrical charges everywhere. I mean, lightning, hello, it's electric. Sometimes supersonic thunderstorms are so electrically charged that you can get a strobe effect with lightning. This is when there's just lightning almost constantly flashing all around. In theory, when a tornado descends towards the ground, it can act like a preferred conducting path, which in turn creates a strong electrical field. For this reason, it's possible that maybe some of the debris in the tornado, if it's shaped in like a pointy way, could create St. Elmo's fire. Like what if, and I'm just speculating, I'm kind of going off script a little bit here, but like what if the tornado hit like a needle factory and there's needles flying all around the that sounds awful, but just stay with me. All those needles can create St. Elmo's fire, giving it a glowing effect. This effect is usually blue, similar to what eyewitnesses claim to have seen. Wait, there was that glass factory that was destroyed. Wait a second. Hold on a second. The Hazel Atlas Glass Company was a major glass manufacturer that created bottles that was destroyed during the Blackwell, Oklahoma tornado. Wait a second. Can glass create St. Elmo's fire? Oh my word. It can't. Wait, okay.
Oh my word.
This is, I don't know why I'm off the script, but think about it, alright? Glass can create St. Elmo's fire.
It was glowing because of
Destroy
glass.
a glass bottle company. Hello, broken glass is sharp. And then it like glowed in the air. Boom, we just solved it. Maybe not, I don't know. Let me know what you think in the comments. By the way, moving back on script, St. Elmo's fire can also create a red glowing effect. Like check out this video right here. See how there's red flashing as well with this St. Elmo's fire? Perhaps that's why some people noticed a flame effect. We know vortices can create electrical discharges. Dust devils have done it, blowing snow has done it, and believe it or not, we have even seen it on Mars with dust devils. We've even recorded the sound of these little electrical charges. Take a listen. Now, some people believe that maybe ball lightning was involved. That's a little bit more far-fetched, although I will say that the possibility of ball lightning seems to be more and more likely as we see more and more footage. Maybe it was headlights. The Rolling Fork, Mississippi EF4 tornado featured something that looked kind of like headlights, but that really wouldn't light up the entire tornado. One way you could actually 100% create a glowing tornado is if your tornado has radioactive debris in it. Highly radioactive particles do emit a blue glow because they're so radioactive that they tear apart atmospheric particles and molecules that then give off a blue light. This blue glow can be seen in mushroom clouds. Check it out.
Check it out.
That is definitely not what happened in Blackwell, so we can scratch that theory off the list. So what is my personal theory? I'm thinking that it was a rare case of St. Elmo's fire. That glass factory idea just, I don't know, it kind of makes sense to me. I'm thinking that a glowing luminous phenomenon does occur very rarely in tornadoes,
I think that might be it too.
And I'm thinking that we're probably going to see some legit footage of it soon. But yes, that's just my theory. What are your thoughts? Let me know in the comments below. If you're a member, be sure to check out a new members only video where I try to find lost ancient tornado scars in forests via Google Earth. If you're interested in that, you should become a member. But thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you next time.
Nerd. Looking up tornado scars in the earth. Who does that?
Today, my dear viewer, we are mapping out the entire town of Bikini Bottom because I had one burning question. Well, actually a few. Where exactly is Rock Bottom?
Wild card of videos tonight.
Also, where's the Bargain Mart?
Bargain Mart, meeting all your spatula needs.
Well, that's why we got this handy-dandy map, and we'll be revealing it as we go to guide you guys through all
But
of
how
Bikini Bottom,
accurate is it?
Starting with...
Where did you get this information?
I'll let SpongeBob have this one.
The finest eating establishment ever established for eating.
Because the way he goes to work has
Home of the
changed.
Krabby Patty.
That's right, the Krusty Krab. It's located on the east side of the...
I was about to say, speaking of nerd, where is yours? But there he is! Yo, Casey, how you doing, dude? My music composer nerd. Look at hymns. Probably, playing Smash with his buddies.
Bikini Bottom, not too far from the Goo Lagoon, and as we know, right next to the Chum Bucket. As we just saw, the Krusty Krab is front and center for the first episode of the show. You know, the one where a gazillion anchovies start terrorizing the restaurant?
Yes!
I do know because that's my raid alert. Hee hee.
And who else but SpongeBob steps up and feeds the food-mad fish. And that's where SpongeBob started his patty flipping passion.
You're not doing
and
anything.
You could say it's a coincidence, but over the years since SpongeBob's been part of the Krusty Crew,
You're just
things
watching
have been
me?
a bit chaotic. Basically, the place blows up a lot. It starts
That's
small
weird.
and dying for pie.
I love you.
So, you tried to kill me over a little New Age management, eh?
But it's not long before things get a lot more explosive. Like the time Squidward goes to town on the patties.
What's gonna happen? Am I
Am I gonna blow up?
No, worse. It'll go right to your thighs. And then you blow up.
I'm always
The place
listening,
isn't
ma'am.
going boom, as you know.
I know you
It's a
are, but
hotbed
you
for
usually
hungry customers
multitask.
to enjoy their beloved burgers.
You know what we say.
I thought Mr. Krabs was gonna say New Age metal.
Krabby Patty have never tasted one.
Oh, so you a Linkin
It is
Park fan,
essentially
I
the
see.
fast food jewel in the Bikini Bottom crown. It's easily the most visited business in the town, which is a lot more than can be said for its fast food neighbor, the Chum Bucket. Like, this place is a total ghost town.
I've never even had one customer.
You'd think Plankton would get a little bit more business due to the fact that his restaurant
Real
is
reason
directly
they broke
opposite of
up?
the
Oh my
busiest business in
God.
town.
What, crabs and plankton?
Nope. Although while this
What?
place is a working restaurant,
Oh, something's not right. Yeah, I know. I keep saying chum is fun, but it's just not working. I'm out of here.
and I use the term restaurant pretty loosely, it's also Plankton's makeshift evil lair, which we saw when the Chum Bucket debuted in the episode where he hijacked SpongeBob's brain to steal a Krabby Patty.
This is my lab.
This is my laboratory.
As business
He doesn't manage to
partners,
steal
of
the
course.
patty and get the formula, though.
Oh,
But
sure,
we do
oh,
get to see what
sure,
the secret
yeah,
formula
yeah,
is
yeah,
for Plankton.
Oh boy.
Plankton, 1% evil,
99% hot gas.
The guy clearly has a thing for stealing SpongeBob's brain because he also used his evil lab to put Sponge's brain in a robot.
Or should I say robot Bob Sponge Pants? I put the brain in the robot, you know.
If you ever sailed on down to Bikini Bottom, I doubt you'd be stopping by the Chum Bucket anyway. So how about we head to somewhere with a bit more life? Like, say, Goo Lagoon. Now, having a beach underwater does mean the show is guilty of beachception, but Goo Lagoon isn't water. It's...
That's actually explained by... I mean, Steven Hildenberg was a marine biologist. I think the dude knows what he's talking about, but there is a thing... I'm sure you guys know this. There's a thing called thick water. Maybe not the same thick water Red Guy was talking about, but there are lagoons in the ocean. It's just denser water. Real reason they couldn't say partners. Oh my god. Thick water! The molecules are the size of watermelons!
Well, there's a certain narrator who can tell you better than me.
Goo Lagoon, a stinky mud puddle to you and me, but to the inhabitants of Bikini Bottom, a wonderful stinky mud puddle.
When I was in narrator college, this guy was who we all looked up to. Anyway, the lagoon first makes its debut in the episode Ripped Pants, where SpongeBob tries some weightlifting.
One of these days,
Now, for
one of
any
these
us,
days,
this
I'm
might
gonna
be
do it.
pretty
I'm gonna
embarrassing, but
recollect.
SpongeBob takes it in his stride and uses it to get some cheap
I want to
laugh.
recollect all of the SpongeBob single DVDs, rip the bonus features off of them, and compile them into one CD. Because it's really not worth getting the DVDs by themselves, just get the season box sets, but like, they had a bunch of special features on there, man. One of them teaches you how to draw Goo Lagoon because it's so simple. And I don't know, like, child me had a lot of fun just like watching those special features. They were really cool. We all know Squidward.
Laughs around the lagoon, but he takes things too far and even pretends he's drowning to get some attention.
What do you need?
What do you need?
Because I rip my pants.
So to apologize to everyone, and especially Sandy, Sponge writes a song and performs it live on the beach.
True to yourself, don't and you won't end the fool.
It's sad he's got to chop the music up a little bit so he doesn't get sued.
So as you can see, ripped pants aside, the lagoon is where the critters of Bikini Bottom go to relax, catch some rays, and
Your
funnily
song
enough,
is true.
go for a swim. But when you're swimming in a big body of water, you never really know what's lurking underneath you. And in Season 9, we saw that Goo Lagoon was indeed hiding something.
This is Perch Perkins reporting live from Goo Lagoon, where I'm standing in front of what appears to be some sort of gigantic gooey bubble rising out of the water into the water.
That giant blob of goo shows no signs of shrinking after Plankton managed to pry open a crack on the lagoon floor, and it's not long before it heads to the beach.
I'll catch up. I gotta use a can.
It rolls right across Bikini Bottom until it starts taking flight right near Sandy's tree dome. The big ball doesn't head out of Bikini Bottom,
God.
it doubles back on itself and heads for downtown. It even floats over to the Krusty Krab where Plankton threatens to pop the ball and destroy the town unless Krabs hands over the Krabby Patty formula. But SpongeBob's got a plan to save the town, and as always, it involves Bubbles.
There goes a real hero. He gave his life so we could stay clean.
But after flying the ball into space, it comes crashing back down to Earth and back into Bikini Bottom. So Krabs has no choice but to hand the formula over, but you should never trust Plankton.
Happy I could just burst. This bubble, that is.
And actually, you should never trust Mr. Krabs either.
What's inside a Krabby Patty? Just one ingredient. Darn it, Krabs!
I like that.
Then SpongeBob figures that if he couldn't use the bubbles to save the town, he can use them to clean it. That's good old Goo Lagoon covered. Well, actually, there's another section of the lagoon that deserves its own
You went like
mention.
all over town
Muscle
with that one,
Beach.
buddy.
We did kind of see it when SpongeBob first ripped his pants, but we get a much better look at it in the episode of Muscle Bob Buff Pants. You know, the one where SpongeBob orders these because he's sick of being a wimp.
Are you a weakling? Built like a sponge? Well, now you too can have muscles. With anchor arms! They slip on like a glove. Just add air.
So he heads on down to see the boys at Muscle Beach to show off his new jacked arms.
Hi, guys.
SpongeBob, is that you?
Who are you expecting? Tiny Tim?
But obviously, SpongeBob's muscles are fake, so when the guys in Sandy want to put his new arm to the test during an anchor throwing contest, he's obviously against being signed up.
Wait, Sandy. I don't think it's such a... Sandy, wait!
The glass!
The sign-in list. Oh, no.
You can't lift up a glass of juice, how's he gonna tackle giant anchors? Spoiler alert, badly.
It's so funny.
He even tries cranking up his anchor arms, but they don't do anything, and he pushes them to the point of no return.
Man, back then Tom
Makes
Kenny's
himself look like a
voice was
total fool
so
for the entire beach
aggressive
again,
sounding.
Which is a pretty common theme for SpongeBob, it seems. But yeah, this little cozy beach spot is usually
Now
filled
he's
up by
mellowed
Bikini Bottom
out.
meatheads like Larry the Lobster and his friends. Let's take a wander into downtown Bikini Bottom now. So I know that sounds super vague, but I'm talking about the inner city where most of the fish live. SpongeBob, as usual, knows how to cause some mayhem, even downtown. Be honest, we got a whole video on how SpongeBob terrorizes Bikini Bottom, so there's not many places he hasn't caused chaos in. But probably one of the most famous uses of downtown Bikini Bottom was in the episode Chocolate with Nuts, where SpongeBob and Patrick start selling chocolate bars to Bikini Bottomites.
Make him feel good.
Hello?
I love you.
The boys are trying to sell chocolates as a ticket to living the fancy life, but as you can see, they're pretty bad at it. They figure they've got to lie in order to sell chocolate bars, and the next customer is going to be tricky business because she hates chocolate.
chocolate. I remember
Oh, yes,
when
we
they first
know.
invented chocolate. Sweet, sweet chocolate. I always hated it.
This is gonna be a pretty hard sell.
Rub it on your skin, and it makes you live forever. No, no.
Live forever, you say? I'll take one.
Hey, for someone as dumb as Patrick, that was pretty smart. While downtown Bikini Bottom is where all the fish live, there's some other cool places around the center of the town we need to check out, like the Bikini Bottom Bank. Now, it's looked a little different
yes,
over
the
the
bank.
years. We first see it looking like this from the time SpongeBob tried to rob it in order to bust Mrs. Puff out of jail.
All right, put the money in the bank. Put it in.
You're facing the wrong way, sir.
Oh my god.
Then here it is 3 seasons later in Krabby Chronicle.
I don't even know where to begin to look.
And here it is reopening under the name Bank of Bikini Bottom Bank another 3 seasons later. The writers of the show clearly think banks need to completely change every 3 years or something.
Money, here I come.
It's pretty self-explanatory. The fish go here to bank or steal. Or in SpongeBob's case, try to steal. Let's take a look at another Bikini Bottom staple
Hey, wait a minute, what
location now,
about
the
the-
Bargain Mart.
What? Excuse me, sir. What about the scene in Mistaken Identity where he's like, "What if someone's using it?" And then it cuts to a a thought bubble. This is a bank robbery. It's got SpongeBob's tag. I mean, like, that didn't actually happen, but still, it was like mentioned.
Located not too far from the bank, we first see the Bargain Superstore show its face in the show's pilot after Mr. Krabs sends SpongeBob for, well, maybe it's better if he tells you himself.
Hydrodynamic spatula with, port and starboard attachments and, turbo drive. And don't come back till you get one.
SpongeBob sets out to find the impossible cooking equipment.
Spatula, spatula, port and starboard attachments.
We know he finds the spatula and rustles up some grub for those hungry anchovies, but as well as covering all your spatula needs, the Bargain Mart is also a place where you can practice your martial arts. I mean, you're not supposed to, but that doesn't stop SpongeBob and Sandy.
You're not supposed to, but...
That's a good one, isn't it?
Apart from stalking crazy spatulas and being the place where SpongeBob and Sandy go for a punch-up, the Bargain Mart is Bikini Bottom's resident supermarket. I mean, you saw there, 15 cents for a clam. That's a good price, I think.
That's a
I
good
buy
price.
clams a lot. There's still some other places to look at around the town center, though, and some pretty important.
Also could have brought up probably the most memorable scene of the Bargain Mart from Party Pooper Pants, where SpongeBob is buying that Plan Your Own Party kit. Oh, they're free, but you have to leave right now. Not to mention the meme. Look at you, so young and happy. Where did the years go?
Important ones, like the Bikini Bottom Hospital. So, we're introduced to the medical world of Bikini Bottom in the episode Suds, where SpongeBob comes down with a nasty cold.
All right, SpongeBob, you're too sick to work.
No, Mr. Krabs, I'm okay. Honest.
No, now go home and get some rest.
But SpongeBob has a fear of going to the doctors, so he lets Patrick treat him.
Lord.
Help! I'm shrinking! No! Please don't hurt me!
Plugging his holes up does stop SpongeBob from sneezing, but it's just a temporary fix. And when you build up that much pressure, eventually the bubble has got to burst. After destroying the Krusty Krab, Mr. Krabs forces SpongeBob to go to the hospital where he's finally treated for his case of the suds.
Well, Mr. SquarePants, it seems you have the suds for your treatment.
You're not gonna make me read old magazines, are you?
No, silly. You get the sponge treatment.
Nope, no old magazine, SpongeBob. However, there's something much worse than that.
I can smell again! Woo! Yeah!
Well, he says worse, but SpongeBob's having a good time.
Feel as good as new. I love the doctor.
Here is your lollipop.
And just like that, he's all better. The hospital has seen its fair share of patients, though, not just SpongeBob. Mr. Krabs has also needed medical attention throughout the years, like the time he ate a rotten Krabby Patty.
Yep.
SpongeBob!
Clean that sponge out.
Mr. Krabs.
Make sure you wrap up that patty. I'm not finished with it yet!
Or like the time he was sent for a hospital stay, and while he was gone, Squidward went completely insane, and when Krabs came out, he couldn't deal with it.
Get plenty of rest, and if things don't seem right, come back.
I like how he just says he couldn't deal with it.
SpongeBob, you can't beat me!
Then,
Oh,
speaking
my
of Squiddy, how
lord.
about the time he had an accident at work and needed a whole facial reconstruction surgery?
Medicine, Mr. Handsome.
What does she call me?
Handsome, but she spelled it wrong.
Quick, hand me that mirror. What the... Osaka, that nurse was right.
Yep, the Bikini Bottom Hospital gave birth to a handsome Squidward. Well, that's not his final form. This is.
Yay! Squidward, you're even more handsome now!
I couldn't mention handsome Squidward and not show you the final form. Anyway, you get the idea. The hospital
Yeah,
is another
yeah.
one of those locations that does what it says on the tin. A bit like Bikini Bottom's jail, which we first see in the episode No Free Rides, which is the one where Mrs. Puff passes SpongeBob through boating school but realizes she's made a huge mistake.
On this negligent, selfish driving instructor who... Let's not use that take.
That's preposterous.
So, to prevent SpongeBob from destroying the city with his driving, Mrs. Puff tries to steal his boat and revoke his license. But SpongeBob won't give up his pride and joy without a fight, even if he does lose it when he realizes who's trying to boatjack him.
I'd never let you have this boat, not even if you were... Mrs. Puff?
They end up crashing into a cop car, and Mrs. Puff gets put behind bars for burglary.
The warden says she'll let you go early, if you do her a favor.
What's that?
Free driving
Yeah, she spelled it wrong. What the fuck do you mean by that? What?
I think it's important to mention that the jail isn't the same as the Bikini Bottom police station, but that's an ever rarer sighting. We do get to see it, though, in the episode Life of Crime, where SpongeBob and Patrick
On
steal
Free
a balloon to go
Balloon
on a
Day.
run, only to turn themselves in.
What can I do for you boys?
We stole a balloon! We stole a balloon!
Not a balloon! These guys better pray for mercy. I think they're gonna be put away for a long time.
Don't do the crime. Okay, time's up. Now get out.
But we stole a balloon!
Yeah, on Free Balloon Day.
Oh well, that's why I'm not a lawyer, guys. But hey, at least the boys have their freedom back. So, what can two guys do on a night in Bikini Bottom? Well, they could head on over to the Salty Spittoon. Now, how would I describe the Salty Spittoon?
The roughest, toughest sailor club ever to be built under the 7 seas. Only the baddest of the bad can get in.
Oh yeah, exactly like that. You gotta be a bad dude to get into that place.
You need to have muscles on your muscles. You need to have muscles on your eyeballs.
Ew.
Hey, I'm with SpongeBob on this one. Now, obviously, after doing all that karate, SpongeBob thinks he's quite the tough dude, but let's just say the owner of the Salty Spittoon ain't buying it.
I could just run this under some hot water.
Get out of here. This place is too tough for you, little man.
SpongeBob tries his hardest to prove he's tough enough to go inside, and when he asks Patrick for help, it looks like the guys are gonna let him in.
No, please wait.
Basically, Pat pretends that SpongeBob beats him up, and surprisingly, it works.
I'd say this, but go ahead in.
Really?
I don't get what this video is trying to analyze.
But as soon as he steps...
He's trying to map out all of Bikini Bottom and, like, where each place is, but there's only so much you can figure where, like, each place is without... I mean, there's not really any context clues. Also, like, places change positions, like, all the time. Like, again, SpongeBob has 2 different ways to go to work. We've seen him go right and left. It's usually on the right, on his side. But I think that's just because, Yeah, Conch Street is like a... It's like a street that loops around. Just play Battle for Bikini Bottom. And like that... The position of things in Battle for Bikini Bottom also are different from how things are positioned in Flying Dutchman's Revenge. Like, the only things that are, like, 100% consistent is that the Krusty Krab is across from the Schumbucket, and the neighbors' houses are all together. That's really it. He can't risk stalkers following him home. They might try to sell him something.
Steps through the front door, this happens.
You ran inside and slipped out an ice cube.
It's not the only time we've seen the Salty Spittoon appear,
Why
though.
would you want to?
It was also front and center in the episode.
Because that's the coolest form of Sandy's house we've gotten in any of these games. Tell me I'm wrong. That is the coolest version of Sandy's house in any of these games. You can actually go inside the tree. It's a huge space, too. I love it. I love Sandy's house in Flying Dutchman's Revenge. In Battle, it's more like a set piece. It's just like a room. And that's fine. I mean, that's fine, but... Oh, man.
Whatever turns you on, Wiley.
Hey, what the fuck? I'm serious. Go look at the house in Flying Dutchman's Revenge and tell me I'm wrong. Ah, damn it. My hotkeys messed with the video placement.
You are
Nice.
Stupid. You are stupid. And don't forget, you are stupid.
You're all so mean to me. But, I mean, even if this is kind of like a baseless analysis video, I think it's cool just looking at each place that is presented to us in the show. I mean, I would have brought that point up too, like, you know, look at how the games lay out these different locations and see if that tells you anything. There's also this thing called the SpongeBob Official Guide. Official in quotations, like it's a book made for kids, but it had a little map of Bikini Bottom on it. That could possibly contradict this video. And I remember pointing out contradictions in it. Watch it be published by Scholastic, which is known for like getting information wrong. I mean, like, it was accurate for the most part, but I don't know. I remember there being a screenshot from the Nature Pants episode. They took that screenshot in a particular way where Patrick's mouth was missing during the surprise party scene, and I was like, what happened to his mouth? Scott
can go in?
But as soon as he steps through the front door, this happens.
You ran inside and slipped out an ice cube.
It's not the only time we've seen the Salty Spittoon appear, though. It was also front and center in the episode The Salty Sponge, where the Krusty Krab was closed down, so SpongeBob had to get another job. And his next place of work was the kitchen in the Salty Spittoon.
Is the Grizzly Spattoon. Now make with the grub.
What happened to your last fry cook?
That's our Employee of the Month wall.
While working there, SpongeBob is put through the Trials of Toughness, which he somehow wins, but within a day, the place is rebranded to the Softy Spittoon. But the Softy Spittoon still attracts the roughest and toughest who love to fight. Seeing the brawl break out, Mr. Krabs goes to check on SpongeBob, but turns out he's doing a lot better than Old Man K thinks.
Krabs, what are you doing here? The week ain't up yet.
SpongeBob isn't giving you a problem?
Problem? Nah, he's the belle of the ball.
The owner wants to keep SpongeBob around because business is so good, and we all know Mr. Krabs ain't gonna let that happen.
You can't do that. He's coming back with me right now.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Take you home, Mr. Krabs. This place is much too tough for you.
If only there was another place for SpongeBob and Mr. Krabs to go to. You know, somewhere more to their taste. Somewhere where they could get a gigantic ice cream sundae. That's right. I'm talking about Goofy Goobers. A place where any self-respecting
Man
geek or
doesn't
kid
even
can go
bring
to
up
drown
Weenie
their
Hut
sorrows
Jr. or
in
Weenie
ice
Hut
cream.
General.
So actually,
Where
Mr.
are they on the
Krabs made
map?
it there.
Explain yourself.
Hey, Goobers, it's time to say to your favorite undersea
Hey,
Venus,
Goobers.
Geek Goober! Hey, fellow goofy Goobers, time to say.
Especially if they've just been snubbed for a big job.
New Krusty Krab 2 manager. Wow, the pressure's already setting in.
No, Pat, you don't understand. I didn't get the promotion.
And to drown said sorrows, SpongeBob hits the Sundays hard.
Boy, Pat, that hit the spot. I'm feeling better already.
Yeah.
Waiter, let's get another round over here.
There's nothing like a load of triple gooberberry sunrises to get a man feeling good again. Goofy Goobers is basically the complete opposite of the salty spittoon. We've gone to a few places already where SpongeBob likes to hang out, but let's go to the place he calls home, Conch Street. There's 3 houses on Conch Street. At 120, there's Patrick's Rock. At 122, there's Squidward's Tiki Head. And at 124, there's SpongeBob's famous pineapple. We get a good look at the street in the episode's pilot.
I'm ready, I'm ready, I'm ready, I'm ready.
Famous pineapple.
I'm ready, I'm ready.
Go, SpongeBob!
Life on Conch Street is far from boring. In fact, it's so chaotic that if you're Squidward, you're pretty scared that your house won't end up in one piece.
SpongeBob, this is the final straw.
Even SpongeBob's house has had its fair share of being destroyed.
That's the final straw.
Oh, nematodes.
Patrick's house, however, has not been destroyed really. But then again, it is a giant rock.
Spiders! Spiders! Get them off me! Get them off me! Get them off me!
Nice
So that's what
Nasby
guys call
reference.
home. There was a time when someone else's house made its way into Conch Street for a short while, and it's not someone you want as a neighbor. The Flying Dutchman, a big
And, like,
scary
you can't
ghoul
even
sets
put
anchor down and Conch
His
Street
ship on a
grabs the
map.
attention
It's
of
like
SpongeBob,
always
Patrick,
moving.
and
What are you
Squidward.
talking about?
I'm gonna get to the bottom of this thing.
Wouldn't that be the top? Squid, wait! Wait!
The trio head up on the anchor line and eventually stumble across the ship of the scariest being in all the 7 seas.
Doesn't it just kind of ring a bell?
Yes.
I know who owns this boat. I just can't place the name.
The Dutchman sends Squidward into a portal of hell for backsassing, and then he makes SpongeBob and Patrick his ghostly crew for all eternity, although they're not exactly up to the role of being scary. So he offers them 3 wishes after they steal his sock. Now, any ordinary person would wish to be saved or for the Flying Dutchman to never dock in Conch Street ever again. However, this is Sponge and Pat we're talking about here.
Wishes? I wish we had known that earlier.
Okay, you got 2 wishes left.
They then wish Squidward to be brought back to the ship, and with their last wish, they make the Dutchman turn into a vegetarian so he can't eat them. Pretty sharp thinking, until you realize he has a wish too.
Fruits.
Fruits.
Hey, I get a wish too. Fruit prevents scurvy.
We got some more houses on the way for you now, though, so turn our attention to Mr. Krabs. Eugene is a pretty manly guy. He's ex-Navy, so it's pretty fitting that he lives in a house like this.
That giant anchor in the middle of the
Thanks for the show, Dad.
in the middle of Bikini Bottom's not actually his house. That's just decor.
Darling little sardine. Here we are.
I've had it with this
the
video.
dancing might go against the manly stuff, but Mr. K's house is a pretty sweet one. It doesn't change much over the years, it's just a great big anchor. Plus, as we know and saw earlier, his real home is of course the Krusty Krab. Another house I think we should take a look at is a pretty different one, and it's the house of none other than Sandy Cheeks. Or to give her home its real title, the Tree Dome. You see, Sandy's an air-breathing critter, so she's got to have something that's filled with air, and we see what that looks like for the first time in the episode T, the Tree Dome, when SpongeBob goes to visit her.
Here.
Of course there's no water. Nothing but air.
Now, a sea critter needs water to breathe, but SpongeBob's too proud to let Sandy know he needs help, so he just sits there and slowly suffocates.
Really don't need it. I don't need it.
Because we wouldn't have a plot
No,
otherwise.
SpongeBob, you need it. He eventually snaps and goes on a water-mad binge trying to find anything to help him breathe. But Sandy soon realizes the problem and comes up with a solution.
There, that ought to do it. If y'all needed water, you should have asked.
It's basically just where Sandy calls home, where she enjoys the stuff she'd get on land. Oh, and she also has her own science lab where she made her own rocket.
Look how big it is, SpongeBob!
It's pretty impressive, all right.
As far as land critters go, Sandy's a smart one. The final home I wanted to look at in Bikini Bottom is actually a retirement home. Shady Shoals Retirement Home, to be exact, and they house some pretty famous old folk, like Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy.
Here they are, right over there.
Try not to surprise them.
Yeah, that whole don't scare 'em thing doesn't go so well.
But you can't retire. There's evil afoot.
What?
When SpongeBob isn't terrorizing the two retired heroes, Shady Shoals is usually a nice, quiet part of Bikini Bottom. But once again, SpongeBob finds a way to ruin things. The worst time coming from when he led a police chase that crashed into a prune juice tanker and flooded the entire home.
Let's open these windows so
Yeah.
the world can see your nice white clothes.
Mrs. Puff needs to get better control of her pupils. Actually, speaking of Mrs. Puff, we've not taken a closer look at her boating school yet, so let's race on over there. The school's debut comes in the episode Boating School, where we see SpongeBob try to take his test.
Don't floor it.
Floor it?
No, don't floor it.
Okay, floor it.
School's testing ground is pretty big, and in the same episode where SpongeBob gets help from Patrick, we see just how big it is. But aside from the outside testing track, the school also has a classroom.
Lesson will be on turning.
24.
Hey, Patrick.
What?
I thought of something funnier than 24.
Let me hear it.
25.
That's where Mrs. Puff, as you can see, tries to teach her theory. When Mrs. Puff isn't teaching and avoiding sudden death at the hands of Mr. SquarePants, she's usually being wined and dined in the fanciest restaurant in Bikini Bottom, Fancy. No, really, the place is literally called Fancy. We first see Mrs. Puff head to the restaurant and Cluster Love.
Weird audio in this
To perfection. I don't think I could eat another
She
bite.
does what?
Oh, I doubt that, my little shrimp boat.
Well, I'm glad you enjoyed yourself, Mrs. Puff, because when Eugene
Being
sees the
autistic
bill for
in
this
class
place,
with your dumb
I don't
friend,
think you'll be
yeah.
going there ever again.
This is your bill.
I don't understand, Krabs. How can you spend $100,000 in one night?
Oh, SpongeBob!
So, you gotta have a lot of money if you want to eat there. Well, do you remember a little while ago we saw Sponge and Pat selling chocolate bars? Turns out they were pretty darn good at it in the end, and they decided they're gonna take two pretty ladies to Fancy.
Who could afford to rent out the whole restaurant?
Oh, a couple of rich entrepreneurs and their dates.
So, how long have you two ladies known each other?
A long time, SpongeBob, a very long time. I know Mr. Krabs is his boss and all, but SpongeBob should be filthy rich from the fry cook business. I mean, after all, he's a multi-world champion of the fry cook games, which is actually where we're heading next, or the arena itself, if you want to be more specific.
Welcome, sports fans, to the 21st annual Bikini Bottom Fry Cook Games.
The favorite this year to take home the gold is obviously the Krusty Krab. SpongeBob is the best fry cook athlete in the world, but this year, he's got a new rival. See, Plankton over here is SpongeBob and Patrick having an argument and figures Patrick would be the perfect person to represent the chum bucket at this year's games.
Patrick, what are you doing here? You're not a fry cook.
Oh, yes, I am, Mr. SpongeBob Superior Pants. Check it out. I've been working for the chum bucket for almost 5 minutes.
Well, it doesn't matter anyway.
They get down to the heat of the battle in one of the biggest events, the Chocolate High Dive, where SpongeBob goes for a classic routine.
Perfect entry! And toasted almonds, that's unexpected. He stuck it! And just look at that even coating!
Patrick, meanwhile, goes for something a little more outside the box.
Just look at that concentration! A little shaky on that entry. But just look at that form!
Take that, yellow boy!
Laugh where you can, Pinky.
The guys are neck and neck as it comes to the boxing event, but a pair of underpants manages to bring the friends back together, which might be one of the weirdest sentences I've said today.
Yellow. You do care.
So that's one big arena in Bikini Bottom, but there is actually another, and it's front and center, and maybe the greatest episode of SpongeBob ever, Band Geeks. Basically, Squilliam Fancy
I forgot he mentioned
to
Band
bring
Geeks.
his band to cover for the biggest sports event in Bikini Bottom, the Bubble Bowl.
That's right. I'm living your dreams, Squidward. The problem is, I'm busy next week and can't make it. So I was hoping you and your band could cover for us.
Squiddy does what he can to get a band together for the big day, but most of the Bikini Bottomites aren't exactly what I'd call musically gifted.
And a 1, 2, 3, 4.
But they step forward for Squidward when he needs them most.
Okay, football fan, put your hands together for Superman!
And boy, they don't disappoint.
The cuts are really funny.
The band crushed the Bubble Bowl and left Squidward finally getting a happy ending. Who knew SpongeBob had a voice like that, though? Maybe he does some singing as a hobby? I mean, we know he has some pretty interesting hobbies, as is. Well, there is one hobby he doesn't like, extreme sandboarding, but he's forced to do it with Sandy when she's about to go into hibernation. So they go up Sand Mountain.
Featuring music by
meanwhile,
Pantera.
likes to do his sandboarding with his tongue. No wonder he doesn't like it. Anyway, just think of Sand Mountain as a snowy wonderland if it was on land, like extreme snowboarding. However, there is a pastime we know SpongeBob loves, and that's jellyfishing. So it's time to head on
Now
over
that one's
to take a
actually
look at
accurate to
Jellyfish
battle.
Fields. Like Sandy's
It's
house
right-
from earlier,
right
Jellyfish
across
Fields
from his
first
house.
makes its debut in the episode Tea at the Tree Dome, where we see SpongeBob stalking his first jellyfish. In the series, anyway. After its debut, Jellyfish Fields became a staple for some good old jellyfish catching. Or if you're Squidward, jellyfish stinging.
It's in the bag!
This is really your best day ever, isn't it?
The field is also a hotbed for all sorts of jellies when the annual jellyfish migration season is in.
And this is when I learned they did the Blue Danube bit twice.
And as you can see, SpongeBob loves catching them. You know what else both Sponge and Pat love? Well, it's a little bit weird, but gloves. Yeah, they got a thing about gloves. Well, Glove World to be precise, which is a theme park based on gloves that they love to go to. It has some pretty neat rides, like the Mitten.
The man!
I think this is the
That
last
one's literally
location
for
because it
babies, guys.
segues
Surely
right
there's a bigger,
into
badder ride for adults at Glove World.
Rock Bottom.
Goodbye, SpongeBob.
It's been kind of funny
There it is, the fiery fist of pain.
listening
I
to
can see why
Tom
you guys
Kenny's
prefer
take on the
Mitten, though.
character
Well,
over the
we
years.
first see this theme park actually way back in season 1's Rock Bottom.
There we go, the whole point of the video.
Fantastic day at Glove World.
Look, there's the fiery fist of pain. But this episode actually brings us on to the next Bikini Bottom landmark, Rock Bottom. Now, technically speaking, Rock Bottom is its own town, but it does feature on the official map of Bikini Bottom, so I guess it's only right that I include it. While traveling back from Glove World, the boys get on the wrong bus and end up going to a strange place. SpongeBob gets out to ask for help and misses the next bus, leaving him stranded in this weird world.
I'm gonna get a bus schedule. Boy, this place sure is creepy.
Hey, SpongeBob, the bus is here.
With No way back, SpongeBob tries to find help, but anyone he meets is a stranger with a weird accent. He even loses his Glove World balloon, or so he thinks. As he's running away, frightened someone is chasing him, a kind fish gives him back the balloon, and with it, a way back home.
Enough air. Thanks. Hey.
This video is 30, almost 40 minutes, but it feels like an hour, honestly.
You're welcome.
I've watched it before, but like, man.
Currents to drift back home just in time for work the next day. Not bad, but it's actually not the first time he's been stranded in a weird place. There's also the time Sponge, Pat, and Squidward ended up stranded in the kelp forest on the outskirts of Bikini Bottom. They get stranded when Squidward accidentally catapults them deep into the kelp forest when trying to leave their club treehouse.
Make a wish, honey.
This entire time, SpongeBob and Patrick have been following the words of a magic conch, and they ask for guidance on what to do now that they're stuck in the wilderness.
Oh, magic conch shell, what do we need to do to get out of the kelp forest?
Nothing.
The boys do as the conch says, while Squidward spirals into a hunger-fueled insanity. But as the saying goes, good things come to those who wait, and by that I mean for Sponge and Pat.
Magic what? It's a conch shell.
Squidward obviously tries to get a slice of grub, but the boys ask whether he's allowed to join them in a snacking spree, and it's not good news for Squidward.
No.
I have anything to eat?
No.
No, what do you mean no? I'm starving here.
Just as Squidward is about to waste away, an explorer
I love that
stumbles upon them, and
voice.
it looks like the boys are headed back to civilization.
Do you folks need some help? I'm saved! You don't know how happy I am to see you.
Don't get ahead of yourself, Squidward, because it turns out this guy is also part of the crazy club.
You mean like this?
The Magic Conch, a club member!
If you can't beat him, I guess. Well, that's the entirety of Bikini Bottom mapped out. So if you guys are ever wanting to go for a deep dive to the bottom of the sea, you know where to go. Or to see the sights, at least. If you're craving some more SpongeBob goodness, then we've got loads more of his nautical nonsense on our channel.
And excuse me, but where's Mr. Krabs' mom's house?
Video popping up on screen
And
right
Mrs.
now.
Puff's house, for that matter.
As
We didn't
always,
cover everything.
Thank you very much for watching.
You lie! You lie! Oh boy. Oh, you know what time it is now.
Rich, we're back again so soon.
I know. It took us like between John Carpenter and Joe Dante. It was like
I think this
3
will be the
years.
last video for
Here
the
we are,
night.
It's like a few months.
Well, it wasn't. It was kind of spur of the moment.
It's a bit of a
as much as
beefy
these
one,
things
though.
Can be when you have to watch over a dozen movies.
Med's hitting. Gonna pass
But
out.
we did
That's
the Joe
fine.
Dante one, and then I was like, oh wait, Sam
Thanks for
Raimi has a
stopping
new
in.
movie coming out.
Yeah. Yeah.
We should do Sam Raimi because out of the 3 we've done now, he's the only one that's still kind
Not
of
playing part
actively
3.
working
Well, I didn't
as a
finish part 2
director.
yet.
John Carpenter's not gonna make another movie.
No.
He's too busy playing video games.
More power to the man.
I got
Oh sure, he's earned
like
it.
20 minutes into
And,
part 2.
Joe Dante, if he were ever gonna come back, I would think it would be for Gremlins 3, but that's proven not to be the case.
Yeah.
Which I'm not surprised
And
by.
like,
do you really
for
think he would
watch
come
back
for Gremlins 3?
on the stream's
I mean,
sake,
he
I'm
made
playing them in
Gremlins
order.
2 as like a fuck you to the concept of doing a sequel to
He did-
Gremlins.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm gonna
tank
play
his
all
own
3
franchise.
tonight.
Yeah.
Even if that weren't the case,
Maybe if I
think
get
just
up and
like modern
stretch
day
after
Warner
this one,
Brothers
then maybe
is
I
not
will.
gonna hire Joe Dante to do a modern.
I do
like,
have all 3 of them in
blockbuster
here.
Movie. It's just,
Yeah.
that's over for
Yeah.
him. That's fine.
Well,
He's
if
earned
this
his
isn't the
place
final
to
video, I guess
sit
we'll be
back and
playing the
relax.
trilogy.
Directors are over. The future is AI and cheaply cranking things out with AI.
Or just
What?
even not including AI, just like yes men directors.
Excuse me?
Which is again why Sam Raimi's interesting to talk about. He has a new movie out that feels like a Sam Raimi movie.
It's like something he made just for himself.
He does that. He did that after Spider-Man 3. He's like, all right, enough of this shit. I'm gonna make Drag Me to Hell. And then he did the Doctor Strange movie. And he's like, all right, enough of this shit. I'm gonna make 2
I need
people
to
on an
rewatch
island.
Drag Me to
I will
Hell.
say though, out of the rankings we've done, I think this was the hardest for me.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, there's. Oh God, I could make. I don't know if this sounds strange to you. I could probably make 2 separate lists, and I knew how they would go.
Yeah.
but like merging them together was next to impossible.
How do you weigh a simple plan against Army of Darkness?
Yes, yes, and it's nearly impossible. What I've come to learn is there's two different types of Sam Raimi movies. There are Sam Raimi movies, and then there are just real movies.
Yeah, there's
Kind
some
of.
crossover.
Yeah.
Like I think when we talk about Spider-Man, especially the sequels, they kind of become Sam Raimi movies as they go along. But there's that period, that late 90s into the 2000s, where it's like, because he famously came up with the Coen brothers, but he made like Evil Dead schlock, and they were making critically acclaimed, I don't mean this as a negative, but smarter movies.
Yeah, yeah.
And there's that period in the early 2000s, late 90s, where Sam Raimi was like, I'm going to prove that I can make a quote-unquote real movie. So he had his little run where he made real movies. And then once he proved that he could successfully do that, he just went right back to making schlock.
Yes, what a king!
He got it out of his system.
Like, look, see, I can do that. Bye.
I prefer
And
to make
why he's
shit.
an
It's
interesting
funny.
and unique filmmaker.
Yeah, yeah. So I almost could give you two separate lists, but I've managed to Frankenstein them. Do one singular
that's
list.
so funny.
I'm
So
gonna
good.
I'm gonna preface something here, okay?
Okay.
This is not a ranking of which are the most important or relevant Sam Raimi movies. This is a ranking of which are my personal favorite in order.
Oh, sure.
Because I'm gonna piss a lot of people off. People were mad at me about Halloween. Oh boy, am I gonna piss you off this time.
I will say, as far as my list goes, I'm surprised that some of the movies on my list are as low as they are. Because there are ones on here that I love, but they ended up lower on my list than I would have expected.
Yeah.
So I guess we'll talk about it. We'll get into it.
Yeah.
And as usual, we'll go through our list,
Yeah.
starting at the bottom. We'll say what ours are, but we'll talk about them in order that they appear on your
Okay.
list. I think that's the best way to go.
That's the tradition because my list is usually the one that's all fucked up and weird.
It makes it more fun.
It makes it more fun.
So you should have 16 movies?
I have 16.
Okay. My number 16 is Oz the Great and Powerful.
Okay. My number 16 is Army of Darkness.
All right, we're canceling this video.
No, I'm completely and utterly full of shit.
Okay.
My number 16 is Crime Wave.
Oh, it was called Crime Wave.
It's the bottom of my list.
I was talking about this video with Brooke, and I was telling them about this bit. Like, people were pissed at me for my ranking on Halloween, and Brooke goes, "Well, that's fair." I mean, like, as far as the placement goes, like, yeah, Halloween's not that great. So then, so the first on the bottom of my list is Army of Darkness. No, it's Crime Wave. And I'm like, is it called Crime Wave? I don't remember.
But it's almost like so bad it's... I'm not going to say so bad it's good. It's so bad it's interesting to talk about.
It's a very interesting movie.
It is not an uninteresting movie.
It's so bad it's interesting.
Painful to watch.
What I wrote was
fuck, I'd still watch it.
always wacky, never funny.
Yes! Yes!
And it's an interesting backstory because it was Sam Raimi's second movie. He did Evil Dead, and that was, of course, him and his friends out in the woods making their movie just completely independently on their own. It became a big hit. So then they had actual producers come on and say, hey, come make a movie for us. And so they pitched this Crime Wave movie, which they co-wrote with the Coen brothers. And you can see a lot of Coen brothers in it.
Mm-hmm.
Inept criminals and misunderstandings and all that kind of stuff. But the studio completely lost faith in them as they were making the movie because they were still trying to make the movie the way they made Evil Dead, which is on their own terms, no sort of set schedule or time, shooting 12, 14-hour days. And the producers are like, you can't do that.
There are unions.
There are unions.
There are rules.
And they weren't used to that. So the producers kind of took over the project. They tried to lock him out of editing. And so I'd heard all these stories for a really long time, and the movie was almost impossible to find up until like a decade ago.
I had to sign up for something to watch this. I had to sign up for something called MGM Plus, which I have literally never heard of before.
Oh, everyone has a streaming service, Rich.
Yeah.
But yeah, it used to be the first time I saw it, because I grew up loving Sam Raimi, seeking out all of his movies, and I could not find Crime Wave anywhere.
There was a video I watched.
It wasn't on VHS. I couldn't find it anywhere.
And
so
the
first time I
joke
saw it was actually on a
that
Japanese
General Mill
bootleg DVD
cereal
like,
company
maybe 20 years ago at this point
was also going to have their streaming
and
company
because I'd heard
like
all
their
these
own like
stories,
streaming
read interviews and
platform.
stuff. I was expecting it to be more of a disaster than it was.
It is a disaster.
It's pretty competent. The problem is it's never funny, and it's hard to say how much of that is Sam Raimi and how much of it is the producers messing with it.
I wrote down something like, okay, I hate watching this. So I wrote that somewhere. That I just wrote, I hate watching this.
Really? Okay.
It did not land for me.
I mean, it doesn't land. Like I said,
there's nothing worse than bad humor.
That's true. What this movie is lots of bad humor interspersed with very creative set pieces. There's a couple sequences in this movie. If they were in a better movie, they would be amazing. The part where, what's her name? Louise Lasser is running through that doorway hallway.
Yep.
That's a beautifully constructed sequence.
It is the best scene in the film, I would say. The carpet pull, that was kind of creative. I did enjoy that.
Yeah. So there's little moments like that where you're like, I can see what they were trying to do. That shot early on, it takes place during like a big windstorm. And there's this wide shot showing the whole city block, and then the camera's dollying across it. And there's all these little moments happening in that frame where it's like, there's so much talent, you can see it, and it just doesn't come together. And the biggest misstep, and it's higher on my list. Not a lot, but it is higher. But I think it would be probably 2 or 3, maybe even 4 places higher if Bruce Campbell was playing the lead.
I haven't seen you here before. I like that in a woman.
That's the biggest detriment, is the producers.
I forgot he was in that film. Damn it. I was telling Brooke, like, you know, well, of course Bruce Campbell's got to be in every single Sam Raimi movie, but I was second guessing myself. I'm like, well, wait, hold on. I don't think he was in every single one, but he was definitely like in all of them after Evil Dead. I think fuck my misinformation.
They beefed up his side role, and he's the best part of the movie. But if he were in that lead, I think it would change a lot of the dynamic of the whole thing.
And I did write down, I hate the lead. He's terrible. He's absolutely cringe.
Yeah.
The whole way through. But I don't know that it would have been a good role for Bruce Campbell.
It would have been a different role.
It would have been different. Bruce Campbell is at his best when he's playing an asshole.
That's true. That's why he's great in his supporting role in this movie.
And I don't know that he would have worked as the affable, likable, sympathetic lead.
I think if he played the part, it would just naturally become an asshole, just because of his personality. I think it would have been a different character. Because that guy, he's playing it like, aw shucks, goofy, doesn't work. He's not awful, but he's not right for this type of movie.
They're going for a tone, and it just doesn't land.
We'll kick your ass.
It's the closest that Sam Raimi, because he famously loves the Three
kick your
Stooges.
ass.
It's the closest he got to making like a Three Stooges movie.
No, it's not.
You're talking about A Simple Plan, of course, right? the laugh riot that is A Simple Plan.
I'm actually talking about Evil Dead 2.
Okay, that's fair.
Evil Dead 2 is the closest he ever got to making a Three Stooges movie.
But that's taking Three Stooges gags and putting them in a horror film. This is like goofy characters getting bonked on the head.
That's why I'm gonna bash your stick a little skull.
And the fact that it is like a Coen Brothers project makes it interesting.
This feels more like a Coen Brothers movie. This feels like the prototype for movies like Raising Arizona.
If you want to see the good version of this, watch something like Raising Arizona.
Yeah.
That's where the humor really works.
Yeah.
And lands in a way that this doesn't. But yeah, there's little nods like Hudsucker
State Penitentiary.
Yeah, Frances McDormand is a nun at one point, very briefly.
Bluto from Popeye is in this.
Dubbed over by someone else.
That guy from Blade Runner is in this. And that voice he does
gets tiring quick.
Immediately.
It's not often I get a chance with a girl like you.
Oh, there's that one character. He plays like one of the corporate guys who's plotting against the other corporate guy.
Yeah.
Is he related to Sam Raimi? It looks like it could be his like dad or uncle or something.
That guy, this is a weird thing about the movie too. That guy, his name is Edward R. Pressman. He's a producer, and I believe this is the only time he ever acted. For whatever reason, Sam Raimi wanted to put him in the movie as an actor.
Okay.
So that's why he's produced tons of movies. He's a very successful producer. He's just, and then I thought, when I in rewatching all these movies, I got to Spider-Man, and one of the like corporate guys in the boardroom with Willem Dafoe, I thought was him again. I was like, oh, that's cute. Sam Raimi put him in again. It's the guy in the wheelchair. And then it turns out that's not him. It's just some other guy that looks a lot like him.
What?
And it is an important movie because if this wasn't such a horrible failure, he probably wouldn't have made Evil Dead 2.
Yeah.
So it's an important movie in the history of Sam Raimi's career.
It's an amazing amount of talent to see in a movie that kind of fails.
Yeah, you see like the end car chase with the famous the Oldsmobile, and they're going down the street. They shot the whole movie in Detroit, which is where they started and where they made all their early movies. And you're like, wow, this amazing car chase. The guy's like hanging from one car into another. It's really elaborate and impressive, and it just feels like such a waste.
We learned from Evil Dead how to succeed. We learned from Prime Wave how to fail.
Okay, moving on.
Yeah.
My number 15, I have For Love of the Game.
My number 15 is For the Love of the Game.
Okay.
And unlike Crime Wave, this one is not interesting to talk about.
I mean, this movie was like scientifically designed to not appeal to me in any way.
Jay,
Damn.
Yes.
I'm a baseball fan, and this movie does not appeal to me in any way.
Well, that's because it's not really, I mean, it's kind of, baseball is a metaphor, Rich.
I would
It's a
rather be
metaphor.
watching Moneyball, which is a movie about two men heroically reevaluating the use of baseball statistics.
As I put, two boring people in an on-again, off-again relationship mildly bicker for 2 hours.
There you go.
That's the movie.
That's the entire fucking movie. I also wrote down schmaltz.
Yes.
There's a lot of baseball schmaltz that feels insincere. I wrote, oh no, the fading sports legend won't be a Tiger anymore.
Oh no.
Oh no.
He's not likable. That's the thing.
No.
I don't like baseball. I don't like Kevin Costner. And I don't like schmaltz. So this movie has all three of those. And Kevin Costner is not charming or likable in any way.
V8. It's a refreshing blend of 8 vegetable juices.
This is the most like director for hire movie. I don't know if this was just him trying to prove like I can make a generic studio movie. I can be one of those guys.
Yeah.
I don't know why he made it because
I can be one of those guys.
Not originally attached.
I
to
don't
it. It's one of those,
necessarily
like,
want to
studio
be though.
projects Where they go, let's pitch it to Rob Reiner. He turned it down. Let's pitch it whoever.
Was this I need to save my career. They're offering me this movie. I need to take it because they're never going to let me make Evil Dead 4. Is that what this is?
It could be. I'm not going to take any risks. I'm not going to put anything weird in it, anything goofy. I don't even like the like structure of it because it's framed around the framework of the movie is him playing his last game. And throughout the game, we get these flashbacks.
And it's gonna be like the perfect game,
Yeah.
which is it's a baseball thing. Nobody gets a hit on you or gets on base in any way.
Right.
It's very rare.
And so as that game goes on, he flashes back to the events throughout his life with his on-again, off-again relationship with Kelly Preston. The baseball stuff is well directed, like it looks nice, but anytime they cut away from it, I like my eyes just glazed over.
See, the problem is the heart of this movie is the most boring relationship ever.
Yeah.
Not the worst relationship, because that's in another one of these movies. But it is the most boring relationship that has ever been committed to film, and that's the heart of this movie. If they were flashing back to like just things that shaped him as a baseball player, maybe it would have worked.
Yeah, expand it beyond this boring relationship
Yes,
stuff.
his dad teaching him to play catch, some shit like that. I don't know, but
Well, I don't know what was changed. I could definitely tell early on, and I looked this up afterwards to confirm it. Early on, there was 2 different scenes where it felt like there was supposed to be a harder swear word that was edited out.
You know, you are the greatest freaking ball player out there, and I'm sorry.
And there was a part where I could tell that he said fuck. He says like, you're the best fucking player or something like that. But in the movie he says friggin' or something like that. But then he apologizes to her for swearing. And I was like, but he didn't swear. So that was the first one, and then later Kelly Preston does the same thing.
Because I just don't screw like that.
So I was like, was this movie edited down from an R? And I looked it up afterwards, and it was. Kevin Costner famously has a huge ego. Which leads to movies like The Postman, which is like the most expensive black tank top movie ever made. But there's apparently a scene in the original cut of the movie where he did full frontal nudity. And so you saw like Kevin Costner's dick.
Yeah.
And then they did test screenings, and the audiences were like, we don't want to see Kevin Costner's dick. So they edited the thing down to a PG-13 from an R, and Kevin Costner was very upset that the world did not get to see his dick.
Weird.
So that was my only other observation, was like this was definitely edited down to a PG-13.
As a baseball fan, can I bitch about something?
Absolutely.
The team he's playing against are in the race for the playoffs. They have to win that game to make the playoffs. That's the stake. The stakes aren't for Kevin Costner's team, it's for the other team, right?
Okay.
They need to score desperately. And so at the end of the movie, they send in an inexperienced rookie to face Kevin Costner.
Drama.
Their entire season's on the line. And they send up the September call-up rookie. It's not how this works. The kid needed to get the hit.
And he realized
it actually would have been a better movie if the kid got the hit, and the hero has to patch the torch to the next generation, and that's how he moves on from baseball.
There's more to life than winning the game.
It would have fucking worked a lot better.
Yeah.
Now he's got to go out and top.
That's like the original Rocky. He loses.
Yeah.
He loses the match, but he wins in life.
Yes. Fail. Fail.
That's the only. I don't know why I have that above Oz the Great and Powerful. Maybe I'd switch those.
On a related note, why is baseball so romanticized as opposed to any other sport?
You're asking the wrong person.
Yeah.
It's America's pastime. You can use it like in this movie. It's a metaphor for life.
It's a metaphor.
What's a Field of Dreams? It's a metaphor for his relationship with his dad or something.
Right.
Isn't that what the movie's about? I don't even know.
Yeah.
I never saw it.
I don't even know. I never saw it.
They don't make movies like that about like hockey. They'll make hockey movies, but they're like comedies, screwball comedies.
Or they're actually about hockey.
Yeah.
And movies like this, baseball
Or
is
they're
always
actually about
representative of
hockey.
something else. I think because it's so slow, you could have characters just hang around on the field and contemplate.
That is the magic of baseball.
If you're into it, sure.
Yeah. I think baseball got us. I'm not talking about Sam Raimi movies right now, but whatever. I think baseball got so to become America's pastime because it worked perfectly on radio.
Oh, sure.
The guy can just take his time and just describe everything that happens on the field that's relevant.
Yeah.
Unlike soccer, the ball's over there. The ball's over there. This guy.
Yeah.
I have more to say about baseball than I have to say about this movie. Is what I'm getting at.
The only other thing I wanted to point out is that J.K. Simmons is in this as a coach.
Yeah.
Which is another like crime wave. Crime wave led to Evil Dead 2. J.K. Simmons in this led to being the best casting maybe in movie history with Spider-Man.
There's no maybe. That is the best casting in movie. That's right up there with Shelley Duvall as Olive Oil.
Yes.
Nobody else is allowed to play that role ever again.
You're fired.
Chief, the planetarium party.
Oh, right. You're unfired. I need you. Come here.
So that's the best thing I can say about For Love of the Game. J.K. Simmons was in it. And Sam Raimi liked him so much. That's something to point out. Sam Raimi, if he likes you, he will keep using you.
Yeah.
He is very loyal to actors. Going all the way to Oz the Great and Powerful, all the Evil Dead ladies from the original Evil Dead. It's like a 2-second shot, but they're in there. He'll just keep using you.
That's all I got to. Are we moving on?
Yes.
All right. What's your number 14?
My number 14 is Doctor Strange.
Okay.
And the Multiverse of Madness.
My number 14 is The Gift.
Ooh.
Shoot me! Shoot me! Shoot me, you motherfucker!
Yeah,
Ooh.
I'm not into it.
Yeah?
I'm not into it. you know, it's a murder mystery that's not really a good mystery. It's just a bunch of red herrings.
I wouldn't say it's. Well, I will say I figured out the mystery very early on. There was a certain point in the movie where I was like, okay, I know where this is going.
The second they introduced the fiance, I'm like, oh, he's gonna murder her.
Yeah.
Oh.
Because he's too nice. Everybody else is like, there's so obviously something wrong with them. This movie, the strength of this movie for me is mainly the acting. I think Keanu Reeves is great in this. He's normally Keanu Reeves in everything.
Playing an asshole, which is unusual for him.
An abusive husband to Hilary Swank, and he's genuinely scary in it.
Yeah.
That first scene where he breaks into Cate Blanchett's house and is like threatening her and yelling at her, like he's really intimidating. He's really good. I was distracted though in that scene. I wrote in my notes, they use we use a lot of sound effects over and over in our videos. There's a squeaky door sound effect. I've used it 1,000,000 times. And they used that sound effect 3 times in that one scene. It's a very intense scene, but I was pulled out of it by that squeaky door. But no, I like The Gift. It's number 5 on my list.
Oh wow!
So we're very opposite here.
Well, you know what might have hurt this movie for me? It kept making me think of Sylvia Browne. She was one of those fake psychics who constantly appeared on the Montel Williams show.
Oh.
And she did some disgusting things.
Yeah.
4 months after Sean disappeared, the Akers appeared on the Montel Williams show with self-proclaimed psychic Sylvia Browne. Browne told the distraught parents that Sean was dead. Thankfully, Sean Hornbeck was found last week alive and well.
She's the one who told, Amanda Berry, the one that was kidnapped and held in some guy's basement for over a decade.
Yeah.
Yeah, she told her mother, yeah, she's dead.
Oh.
And Amanda Berry, who was being held captive, saw that on TV. Got to watch her mother lose all hope. Her mother died the next year. Never saw her again.
Oh.
That's disgusting. You could say it's one thing if a psychic, just gives these people fake closure. Yeah, they're dead, so they know. She told one couple that their child was kidnapped and sold into sex slavery in Asia.
Oh God!
They found the kid dead, died the day she was kidnapped in the neighborhood.
No.
But she told this couple, yeah, no, kidnapped, sold, charge people $700 for psychic readings over the phone. Piece of shit. And just because she was a psychic who solved crimes, I was thinking about her while watching this.
Oh Jesus!
And that did big time affect my ability to enjoy this movie.
Okay. Yeah, that's a lot.
Because her one of the things I remember Sylvia Browne saying was, she's in water. She's in water, and that is the plot of this movie.
Yeah.
And I had a hard time getting past that.
Oh God! Well, I'm glad I didn't know about all that.
Yeah.
The difference, of course, though, that Cate Blanchett is actually psychic.
Yes, because it's a Hollywood movie. She is actually psychic. Yes.
Yeah. Which is interesting. That's one of the things I like about the movie is it's like.
Hello? Yeah, mic issues. Sorry. My USB just cut out for a second. I think we're good now. Okay. Okay, I think after this movie talk, I'm going to get up for my break. I hear you now scream. I just I laughed and then it hard cut after that. Yeah, I'm gonna get up for my 5-minute break after they're done talking about this one.
It's like a domestic drama that also just happens to have a vaguely supernatural element to it. Those combination of elements is interesting to me.
It's the psychic aspect of it is relatively subtle.
Yeah.
Relatively.
There's a couple moments that are very Sam Raimi moments when she has her visions. And then all of a sudden we get these snap zooms. Feels a little out of place with the kind of realistic tone of the rest of the movie. but it works as like a punctuation of her abilities.
The snap
So
zoom.
I like all that. I love the cast. Kate Blanchett, I think, is fantastic. Giovanni Ribisi as the dim-witted but very unhinged mechanic character. Like, he's great. That scene where he confronts Keanu Reeves outside the house. Keanu Reeves pulls a gun on him, and he's like, just fucking do it. He puts his head right onto it. Like, it's really intense. Also introduces Rosemary Harris in one of Kate Blanchett's visions, who would go on to be Aunt May. So again, another future casting, good casting decision.
That was the moment I popped for. I wrote down Aunt May.
Aunt May, yeah.
Aunt May.
For some reason, Peter Parker's aunt is the age of his grandma, but whatever.
That's always been a weird thing.
I was going to ask you about that. We'll get to that when we get to Spider-Man, I guess.
Yeah.
But Rosemary Harris, by the way, still alive.
Oh, really?
Like 90-something.
Oh, really?
Good for her.
She's still around.
Good for her.
Yeah. Not Uncle Ben. He died shortly after they made part 3. It's funny, you and Mike did your DS9 video, and Uncle Ben was on one of those episodes.
Oh, I didn't. I was he the farmer guy?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that was Uncle Ben.
That's why I recognized him. I couldn't put my fucking finger on it.
That was Uncle Ben.
I was watching your guys' video. I was like, oh, hey, it's Uncle Ben.
Why are you
'Cause
doing
I
Rich
think
impressions? Because he's so funny. He's so funny. I still remember just like a video that gets me cracking up harder than a lot of things is just their reactions to one of the Resident Evil movies. And he's just like dying laughing. It's so funny.
Rewatched Spider-Man when I was watching that video. But and J.K. Simmons is in this too.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
the car is featured prominently in this one. It's Kate Blanchett's car.
As the years go by, having that car just be somebody's primary car gets more and more awkward.
Because it's so old at this point.
It's so fucking old. Yeah.
Yeah, this is kind of the sweet spot. Because this movie's like, what, 2000, I think?
Roughly.
So it's like, it's still believable that someone would have that car, especially kind of like a, low-income single mother. It's like, okay, that makes sense. We're pushing it after that, though.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, I had one other thing that was just a weird, random observation. So the end of the movie, it's revealed, spoilers, Greg Kinnear is the killer. Giovanni Ribisi shows up to help save the day, even though he's scary and been unhinged. He means well. And there's a part where he goes to punch Greg Kinnear, and the musical sting sounds just like the Alan Silvestri music from Back to the Future. When Crispin Glover punches Biff. And I was like, why would you use that as a reference in this movie? This dark drama.
Did he do the music for this?
And the musical sting sounds just like the Alan Silvestri music from Back to the Future.
Yeah, I don't know about
Crispin
that.
Glover punches Biff. And I was like, why would you use that as a reference in this movie? This dark drama.
Did he do the music for this?
I don't think
It's
so.
like
I
similar
didn't write down
swelling,
who
but
did the
not-
score, but I don't think it was Alan Silvestri.
Because they did work together for The Quick and the Dead.
Yes, which is very Alan Silvestri.
Yeah.
The score to that movie. No, I think this was Danny. No, this wasn't Danny Elfman, but Danny Elfman shows up in it. In one of her visions, she sees someone like playing a instrument. And you just see him for like 1 second, and that was apparently Danny Elfman.
Okay.
Even though he didn't do the music for the movie.
Yeah.
Oh my god, it's Danny Elfman.
Okay, my number 13.
Okay, I must leave. Okay. Oh my lord. Okay, I will be right back. I'm back. And there's a bot in the chat. Hold on. Let me see if I can get him. Yeah, there we go. I figured out how to do it on my phone. Okay. Got a snack. Went ahead and made some coffee to perk myself up a little bit. So yeah, I'm just gonna let this play while I open this thing really quick.
Is Crime Wave, which we already talked about. I think it's a little higher on my list just because of it's so interesting.
It is interesting to talk about it, but at the same time, I did write down, I'm 40 minutes in and I feel like it's been 2 hours.
That's true.
Yeah.
For me, it's just like, I mean, objectively, I think all the movies lower on my list are probably better than Crime Wave, but I would rather watch Crime Wave than Doctor Strange.
My number 13, and this is the shitstorm of all. You thought I was a crazy man for ranking Halloween as low as I did? All right, my number 13, fucking Spider-Man.
That's not much higher on my list.
Oh, okay.
And I like Spider-Man. This is where I said I was surprised where some of these things landed. I like all three Spider-Mans, but they're not. There's so many more movies that I think are much, much better. Spider-Man is my number 11, so it's not a whole lot higher.
Spider-Man gets.
I know you have a personal history with Spider-Man that I don't.
Yeah, I fucking hate Tobey Maguire as Peter Parker.
Do you genuinely dislike his performance, or it's just not what you picture as Peter Parker?
It's just not Peter Parker. It's not even what I picture as Peter Parker. It's not fucking... Peter Parker is not quiet and wishy-washy.
Okay.
Peter Parker has a fucking mouth. Peter Parker...
Even when he's not Spider-Man?
Spider-Man is a smart... He's not as quiet as Tobey's. Tobey's just like a... He's got that derp face, I think.
The aw shucks face.
Aw shucks face.
Yeah.
And I fucking hate him. I fucking hate him in this role.
Okay.
And when he's got the mask on and he quips, it's cringe every time.
Are you in or are you out? It's you who's out, Gobby. Out of your mind.
That's not the infamous one. Is did your husband make that for you?
That's a cute outfit. Did your husband give it to you?
Which is a quip delivered so poorly. I think it's a genuine compliment.
We should point out that not just this movie, but the entire Spider-Man trilogy is like the series that birthed 1,000 memes.
Yeah.
You're changing. I know. I went through exactly the same thing at your age.
No, not exactly.
Okay. I will say one of the things I do like Uncle Ben in this.
I like pretty much the entire cast in this movie. I don't have a problem with Tobey
Well,
Maguire.
you don't have like the issue where you're a fan of the comics.
I don't have the personal connection with Tobey Maguire. I think a difference between him as Peter Parker and him as Spider-Man works for me in this movie.
Yeah.
Where he is, kind of nebbishy, geeky Peter Parker, and then he's got a little more confidence when he's Spider-Man. In movie terms, that works for me.
See, in my mind, as a fan of the character, there isn't Peter Parker and Spider-Man. There's only Peter Parker, and Peter Parker wearing a mask.
Sure.
The only difference I see, but my vision of the character, is that when he's got the mask on or he's anonymous, he's a little bit more insulting, just because he can get away with it.
Yeah.
Mary Jane is not Mary Jane.
I will say, I don't like Kirsten Dunst in these
Kirsten
movies.
Dunst isn't playing Mary Jane. She's playing Gwen Stacy with Mary Jane's hair color and career goals.
Okay.
That character is completely wrong.
I will say, as someone having no connection to the comics, I don't like Mary Jane in these movies.
No, she's terrible.
As a character, she's selfish, she's wishy-washy, she's kind of awful.
This is my least favorite on-screen romance ever. bar fucking none. They have poor chemistry with each other. I have no idea what they see in each other, and for some reason, everything that Peter Parker does in these movies, it's everything revolves around Mary Jane. He has no agency other than I like Mary Jane. Yeah. I did this or that for Mary Jane. The fucking Spider-Man origin story, right? Mm-hmm. He's this nerdy outcast, and Peter Parker is very, very bitter and angry. Yet, in this, I like Mary Jane, and that's why I'm doing the things I do. No, he gets the fucking spider bite, and it's like a power corrupt story. He's this kid who's been bullied. He's angry at the world. Now he's got the power, and he becomes an asshole.
Okay.
Peter Parker looks out for himself. He's not, I gotta get money for the car, so Mary Jane will like me. It's like, this movie misses the entire fucking point of Peter Parker's origin story.
Well, let me ask you this, because you obviously had an era of Spider-Man comics that you grew up reading.
Yeah.
Sam Raimi, a little bit older, he liked I guess it would be the Golden Age comics?
No, I'm talking about the fucking original.
Okay, that's what I was curious, if you were just thinking, you have a different view of Spider-Man than Sam Raimi.
Yeah,
does,
no, at this point, Marvel hadn't rebooted Spider-Man at all. It had been the same continuity for like I don't know, when they made this like 30 years. So it all just feels wrong to me, and I hate it.
Yeah, I mean, what I always talk about is Sam Raimi's kind of like, he's very old-fashioned, and he's very intentionally corny. And I think, he probably wanted to have a more likable Peter Parker.
Yeah.
Someone that you could root for in a way that maybe would turn off a general audience if you made him more of an asshole, which turned out to be the case when he gets to Spider-Man 3, because everybody hates how much of an asshole he is in that, even though we'll get to Spider-Man 3.
No, Spider-Man's origin is more like a Twilight Zone story.
Yeah, and
it's a villain origin story until you get to the twist where he finds out, oh, I'm ultimately the one responsible for all the bad shit that's happened to me.
Yeah, which happens almost immediately in this.
Yes.
Which is, I guess, a problem. But it does kind of inform
Which is, I guess, a problem.
The rest of the movie. So, I don't know. I'm okay with Peter Parker. The supporting cast is kind of what really works with these movies. Obviously, we mentioned J.K. Simmons. Best casting maybe ever.
What's he doing on my front page?
Mr. Jameson, your wife is on line 1. She needs to know if you...
Mr. Jameson, this is a page 6 problem. We have a page 1 problem. Shut up.
Willem Dafoe.
He's great.
Probably the best choice you could have. It's a shame they didn't go with the original idea for what he was going to look like. I'm sure you've seen test makeup. Because the version in the movie, he looks like a Power Rangers villain.
Yeah, the mirror scene with William Dafoe is probably my favorite scene in this movie.
There's only one who can stop us. Or imagine if he joined us.
When he's talking to himself and you get the cut, the mirror version of him versus the real. Yeah.
It's very, I can't remember, this would have been before the Lord of the Rings, right?
Yeah.
Because they do something similar with Gollum in that, where he's talking to himself.
Yeah.
And that's good. And Willem Dafoe looks like a little goblin, so it's appropriate.
And he looks like a little goblin.
The fucking finish the prayer. Finish it!
That's the most like Sam Raimi.
Finish it! Finish it!
Even though it's like supposed to be a quote unquote scary scene, you can tell that Sam Raimi was probably behind the camera just like cackling because it's so ridiculous.
It is so over the top.
Yeah, and that's when this movie's at its best, is when it's over the top in a good way, in a way that works. When there's the big concerts and the Green Goblin shows up and he's pumpkin bombing everybody and they just turn into skeletons, like goofy shit like that. That's what I like most about the movie, even though I think it's an acceptable first movie. Like when you do these superhero movies, you have to have the origin movie. It's one of those. It doesn't have as much personality as the later Sam Raimi Spider-Man movies have.
It's weirdly bisected too. It's clearly, the origin story is clearly a different story than the Green Goblin story.
That's the case with all these superhero movies. They always have that problem.
They usually do, better integrating them. But it's like literally the first half is a different movie than the second half.
I mean, I guess the connection is Harry Osborn because that's his father.
Yeah.
But I guess James Franco's fine in this. I don't know.
He's good in these. He's probably the best character in these movies.
He's more interesting of a character than Peter Parker is by far. He has more drama. There's more going on with him. But I would say that about a lot of superhero movies.
Yeah.
The Tim Burton Batman movies. Batman's the least interesting thing about it. It's always about the villains.
Well, Batman has amazing villains.
Yes. I don't know about Spider-Man as far as the comics go. I only know the villains from the movies.
Spider-Man oozes personality.
Okay.
And he has no personality in these movies, and I hate these movies.
Oh my god.
It is fun, though. You have to admit, and I know this is from the comics. His origin story is he enters a wrestling match, right?
Yeah.
That's directly from the comics.
Yeah.
So seeing Macho Man Randy Savage.
Oh, that is a fun scene. It's not everything in this movie is terrible. That's a fun scene. I love that scene.
I remember seeing this in the theater, and I was excited to see it because I love Sam Raimi, even though I didn't really care about Spider-Man. And I got to that scene, and I was like, is that Macho Man? I haven't thought about him in a decade.
I got you for 3 minutes. 3 minutes of heat time.
I'd never stop thinking about the Macho Man.
As someone that knew about wrestling when I was a little kid, I knew who Macho Man was, and then I drifted away from it. Was he still wrestling when this movie came out?
Yeah.
I knew him from Slim Jim commercials.
What a light up your life. Yeah, with those Slim Jim.
I think that would have been around when the WCW was doing the NWO thing.
Okay.
Which is a lot of initials if you're not a wrestling guy.
I remember that. That's when Hulk Hogan became a bad guy. Yeah, that whole wrestling scene when Peter Parker's heading to the ring, there's a guy like screaming in pain because his leg was broken.
Oh, God, I can't feel my leg.
Like and then obviously Bruce Campbell, where he tells him that his name sucks. Like,
Human spider, that's it? That's the best you got?
Yeah.
Oh, that sucks.
Yeah.
Bruce Campbell was a highlight in all three of these
He has
movies.
a great cameo in every single one.
Yeah, it's always like it makes me wonder because Sam Raimi didn't write all these movies, but I wonder if he had input and like beef up this one tiny role so I can put Bruce Campbell in it. A snooty
We
French
have
waiter.
to have Bruce
Make it a whole
Campbell.
bit. It'll be like a Three Stooges routine.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh,
Have to
one thing
have
we
him.
should point out.
Yeah.
The original teaser trailer for this movie came out before 9/11, and it's Spider-Man shoots webs onto bad guys and has them hanging up between the Twin Towers. And then 9/11 happened, and that was just yanked from theaters, that teaser trailer.
Yeah.
But there was also a teaser poster.
Which you can see here.
Is that your poster?
That's Mike's.
Oh, that's Mike's poster.
That's
okay.
Mike's.
It's a rarity. I'm assuming that's probably pretty rare. But yeah, that's Spider-Man.
That's Spider-Man.
It's fine.
Crucify me in the comments. I don't give a shit.
People do love them Spider-Man.
They love them Spider-Man movies.
I
because
love them
I think
Spider-Man movies.
Most people at this point, they grew up, and I think to them, Tobey Maguire's Peter Parker is like the default. And I think in the general populace's eyes, he is the original.
Yeah.
And to me, when that movie came out,
Yeah, it's
he
kinda
was just kind of
true.
the disappointment.
I will say, I do
Yeah.
think Tom Holland is a better Spider-Man.
Tom Holland is like we talk about all the alternate universes these characters have had. It's like a line of comics they had called Ultimate Spider-Man,
Okay.
and it's like they went redoing Spider-Man's early teenage years, and like the hallmark of that Spider-Man is he's kind of naive.
Okay.
He's perfect for that version of Spider-Man.
Okay.
For that specific version of Spider-Man, the casting would have been 100% spot on for Tom Holland.
All right.
Plus, he's the only live action Spider-Man who can quip, so he's kind of the best by default.
And he's an actual kid. This movie starts, and you're like, oh wait, Tobey Maguire's in high school? My number 12 is Spider-Man 3, and I was very tempted. My number 11 is Spider-Man. I was tempted to put Spider-Man 3 above Spider-Man.
All right, my number 12. I feel kind of bad about this, but the criteria of my list when I make this is like, what do I have fun watching?
Sure.
If I were just like flipping through TV channels, if TV channels were still a thing, and that movie
If
were
TV
on,
channels
like,
were still a thing,
which of these movies would I
God.
rather it be?
For love of the game.
For love of the
Yeah.
So, like how influential it was not a criteria for me.
Just
I
tell
actually
us
have
it's
TV
Evil
Dead.
Dead.
You bastards. Why are you torturing me like this? Why?
I'm not a horror movie guy.
Well, I remember for the longest time, I know you love Evil Dead 2, but am I right that you would never watch the original because you knew it was a straight horror movie?
I just wasn't that interested.
Was
I
this your
eventually
first time watching
no.
it? Oh, okay.
I'd seen it once before.
Okay.
I thought, yeah.
Where do I have Evil? I have Evil Dead at number 7.
I think I could appreciate it a bit more now.
Yeah, that's the strange thing about this movie. For me, when I'm watching it, I'm not watching the story of a group of kids that go to a cabin and slowly get corrupted by evil. I'm watching the story of Sam Raimi and Bruce Campbell torturing themselves to make a low-budget horror movie at a cabin.
Yes.
And I love it for that. But there are some moments that are genuinely creepy, though. There are some like actual horror moments that work.
Queen of Spades.
Like when Ash's sister, she's facing the window, and they're guessing the cards,
Mhm.
and she's not facing them, and she starts guessing them. Like, that's actually scary.
Yes.
One of the few moments it's actually scary, but most of the movie I'm watching, and this is something nobody talks about, but Sam Raimi did George Lucas this film. If you watch an HD version of it, he cleaned up some of the effects.
This guy was a real turd, you know, and everybody hated him. This guy was a real turd, you know, and everybody hated him.
Ugh, the update ruined that shot.
No one ever talks about that the way they talk about like George Lucas cleaning up the original trilogy.
People are psychotic about Star Wars, and I think people would have been more generous with George Lucas and
God, that's a
Star
statement.
Wars edits if it were just cleaning up special effects.
That's true.
But he actually changed shit around.
Yeah.
You think I had a choice?
No, and this all Sam Raimi did was clean up some of the effects, which even for me that's too much because, like I was saying, that's the charm in watching this movie is seeing all the cracks, seeing it like it's like you're watching the behind the scenes while you're watching the actual movie, and that's kind of interesting to me.
It's a genuinely creepy idea. Your friends get possessed.
Yeah, I mean it's so simple, but yeah, go to a cabin in the woods, one by one they get possessed. You have to not just kill your friends, but hack them into tiny pieces.
One thing I will say, what I love about the Evil Dead demons, I absolutely love this about the monsters. They don't really seem that concerned with killing you.
Oh no.
They just like fucking with you.
Yeah, this is fun for them.
Like there appears to be no restrictions on when they can possess somebody, right? Like, it seems like they could have just possessed all of them instantly, but they chose not to. It's like that one scene when Ash is fighting, I forget if it's a sister or, yeah, I think it's a sister, but Linda, who's also possessed, she's just sitting on the ground laughing about the whole fucking thing.
That's another creepy visual, the look of her. She has like this baby doll makeup on.
Yeah,
She's
yeah.
just giggling.
I appreciated this more on my second viewing.
Okay.
This is the second time I've watched it, so yeah.
It is like, you can tell, because there's a certain point where basically Bruce Campbell's the only one left. And that's the point where you can tell they started to get a lot more creative with the filmmaking. Like when he's wandering around that cabin, the last like act of the movie, there's all these like bizarre angles. There's a part where the camera's like behind him and it goes like over the rafters and then in front of him, so the camera's upside down. They're getting really like creative and experimental. And it's like, that's because the pressure is off of them, because there's not like
the cast isn't sitting around.
a dozen other people waiting,
Yeah,
just like covered in gunk. Like
it's just me and my best friend since high school.
Who I know I can torture.
Yes.
So that's like I say, it's like you're watching the behind the scenes while watching the movie. So you see them become better filmmakers by the end of the movie.
It's super interesting, and I appreciate it. I want to make that clear. It's just if I'm just talking about pure entertainment value, there's other movies on this list I just have more fun watching.
And this like Crime Wave is another one, an interesting one to like dive into the making of it. I don't know if it's still in print. There's a book called The Evil Dead Companion that goes over everything. And like what a grueling experience. So it just kept going.
Yeah.
They thought they'd be there for like, I don't know, it was like a week or 2 weeks or something, and it just kept going.
Making movies is a nightmare.
Making movies, and what I always say though, whenever we've made anything, even when it gets tough, there's always this part in the back of my mind that's thinking like, at least this isn't as bad as the making of Evil Dead. Everything you read about this movie, it really sounds like just this unending, grueling experience.
So I just thought, when we just throw crap out on the floor going, I guess that's sort of like the way it was. I had no clue it would even cut together.
Are people actually supposed to think this is real?
But all the creativity of like the camera work, strapping the camera to 2x4s and pushing them through windows, like.
Should we talk about some of just like the things that make a Sam Raimi movie a Sam Raimi movie?
Oh sure.
Because you got like the things like he likes the slow pan. That happens in here. You got your crazy zooms.
Yeah, the snap zooms.
Because what I noticed, and I guess I didn't really notice it much before watching them all. He really loves the like, it's either, I don't know if it's a truck or a zoom and twist.
The twist, yeah.
Yeah, he does a lot of that. Oh, one thing I wanted to point out in Spider-Man, when he confronts the guy that killed Uncle Ben, or who we think killed Uncle Ben.
Yeah.
Until we get to Spider-Man 3. He's like shoving his head through a couple windows, and it starts on one window, he shoves his head through, and then dollies over to the next window. He does that exact same gag in Darkman, when Darkman's being tortured in his lab before he gets killed. It's like, oh, it's that same thing. He loves to do where a montage, every shot of the montage is the same technique.
I remember when we were, my sister and I were watching the Sam Raimi Spider-Man trilogy. We got to the second movie, and the bit in the hospital was like, oh yeah, this is a Sam Raimi movie, because like the snap zooms on the equipment and everything. I'm like, oh yep, there he is. that was really entertaining.
Like Army of Darkness, there's that whole part when he's building the mechanical hand.
Yeah, it was
Every
shot
in that
exactly
montage
like
is
that, just about like.
Well, this man, okay, Sam Raimi is the master of the montage.
Yes.
Because it's not just that, he also does sometimes where he'll like kind of pan around one person, but the background's like changing around them during the montage.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, it's very like old-fashioned. It feels like something you'd see in like a 50s movie or something. Because that's what Sam Raimi grew up on.
Yeah.
But it looks so corny that people don't do it now. But that's what makes it charming when he does it.
That's what makes it fun.
Yeah. Repetition is another reoccurring thing as far as the shots go. There's that part in Send Help when the guy's sitting on the beach and it just does that same dolly across his face, showing the passing of time as he gets more and more miserable.
When people think of the classic montage, they think of like, was it Rocky IV?
Oh, sure, yeah.
Playing some kind of hit song written for the movie with just a lot of workout scenes. he elevates the montage to just a work of its own art form. He has a clear, what I'm saying is, he has a clear visual language.
Yes, and pacing too, the pacing of the edits.
I also wrote down, I know what this is referencing, Tree Rape Donald Farmer.
Oh, yeah. That feels like some sort of weird fetish thing.
Yeah.
I know Sam Raimi himself has said that went too far, which is why when they do the tree attack in the second movie, it's not as graphic.
He was a kid. He thought he was being edgy.
Yeah, you make it an exploitation movie.
Yeah.
This is a thing that people will remember. I mean, it worked. When you think about this movie, you think of that scene. So it was definitely effective in that regard, but it also feels like more mean than a lot of his other stuff does. That's something else to point out with his movies is I would call them more mischievous than ever like mean.
Yeah.
Or dark. Unless you're talking about like The Gift, but that's a drama.
He's great at doing monsters, but I usually don't get the feeling he's actually trying to scare you. He just thinks this stuff is cool.
Yeah, he thinks it's fun.
Yeah.
He likes grossing you out a little bit here and there.
Yeah. Did this movie invent cabin in the woods, that trope? Is that all just from this?
I know there were movies that took place in cabins before this, but the slasher movie trope of kids go to a cabin, get hacked up. I think Roger Ebert used to call these spam in a cabin movies. Because they're not characters, they're just meat. And there's probably literally spam used for gore in this film. There's everything else. There's cottage
Play-Doh.
cheese. Everything is in this film. Every bodily fluid is multicolored.
Some of the gore, even though it's very cheesy and not at all realistic, still makes me sick.
Oh yeah, because
the
it's
end of
just
this
so
movie.
excessive.
Yes.
Towards the end, when they start leaking like oatmeal out of their sleeves, like it's just gross.
It makes me a little bit ill. I
like the stop motion stuff near the end. That's like creative and kind of fun that they did that on such a low budget.
It's kind of disgusting. I don't know. Other things I want to say about this movie. It's the ugliest Necronomicon. By ugliest, I mean the most boring Necronomicon. I don't like the look of the book in this.
It's probably the most realistic looking, though.
Yes.
Because it's so janky. If it was like this old thing that was just like had human flesh stretched on it, it would dry and crack and look like this.
When I watch Sam Raimi schlock, I don't want realistic.
That's true. He perfected that more as he went along.
Right.
He's still learning here.
Yeah, oh yeah, no.
Everybody's still learning.
Also, I think the idea of a tape recorder reciting the words from the book, unleashing the evil, that's really just a fun and clever idea. Like, oh, the recording is what said the magic words. I don't know.
Yeah.
I like that a lot.
Well, our characters aren't going to be able to read it.
Yeah. Yeah.
So it's just an excuse to get the action moving. The only other thing I'll say about Evil Dead, as much as I love Bruce Campbell, not very good or interesting in this film.
He didn't discover what he does well yet.
Well, no, they all knew what he did well. They made short films together long before this, and they were slapsticky.
So he's got his asshole attitude in those. I've never seen the shorts.
It's more so the slapstick stuff, the physical stuff.
He does get knocked into a lot of shelves in this.
My favorite is when he gets falls into a shelf, falls on the ground, and there's like one tiny piece of wood on him, but he can't get up for whatever reason from that one little piece of wood.
Look, getting knocked into the shelf took a lot out of him.
I guess he's just winded.
He's just completely winded. I'll accept that.
Okay.
But that's my number 12, and I feel kind of bad about it. I feel kind of bad about it.
I think that's a fair ranking.
Okay.
But it's hard for me to talk about this movie as an actual movie, because to me it doesn't feel like a movie. It feels like a trial run from a young person kind of learning as they go.
Yes.
So
yes.
I don't know, if you watch Evil Dead and like actually like it as a horror movie and find it scary, comment below, because I'm very curious.
Stephen King did.
That's true, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's one of the things that got this movie so popular.
Yeah.
Got a nice pull quote from
Sam Raimi owes his career to Stephen King.
Yeah.
Damn.
Hey, what'd you do that for? It's just getting good.
I just don't want to hear it.
What you doing that for? Amazing.
Forwarded to the end of the credits.
Yeah, I didn't see that the first time I saw the movie, so yeah.
Okay, yeah, let me rewind.
My number 11, we already talked about, is Spider-Man.
Okay. My number 11 is Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness. I mean, it's, kind of low. I feel bad putting that above Evil Dead. But here's the thing. Doctor Strange, the Multiverse of Madness, it's not groundbreaking, but it's like the definition of a popcorn film.
Yeah.
It's fun to watch. It's not deep. I'm not getting any deeper themes or meanings out of it, but I don't know, it's fun to watch.
It was interesting to revisit. I hadn't seen it since the theater, and it was interesting to revisit it after being so separated from like MCU shit for a few years now. I don't watch any of the new MCU stuff. I don't care.
Oh, this is just MCU garbage.
This is like, well, it was, I remember at the time it came out, I had just seen WandaVision. I think WandaVision is probably the best. Did you watch WandaVision?
Yes, WandaVision is great, and this kind of shits all over Wanda, and I hate this movie for that.
That was a big part of it when I first saw it, was like, oh, because she's such an interesting character in that. She's very, very flawed, obviously. What she's doing to this town is completely fucked up, but you still empathize with her. And in this movie, for most of it, she's just generic villain lady. And that feels like such a downgrade.
Yes.
But enough time has passed where now in rewatching it, I just kind of watched it as a movie as opposed to a part of the bigger MCU. And it's like, for this movie, that's kind of fine. I was okay with it on the second watch, more so than I was when I first saw it.
Yeah.
Because I don't care about the MCU shit anymore. It is kind of baffling that you would take one of the more interesting characters you've had and one of the most successful...
Hot off of one of the more popular things you've done in recent years.
Yeah, definitely the best post-Endgame Marvel thing. And then just turn him into such a generic, shitty villain.
Stop it!
This is where they really fell in love with the multiverse.
Yeah.
Which is a mistake.
Yes.
Because it waters down everything that could happen.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, there's a backup out there. It's fine. What? like multiverse shit has always been a big thing in comic books, but it's always been like a sometimes treat.
Okay.
We're gonna do this fun thing here, and it's not like the major thrust of everything that happens in comics.
Well, its use in the movies to me feels way more cynical, where it's just an excuse to bring back Tobey Maguire's Spider-Man.
Here's Professor. Here's Patrick Stewart. He's Professor X again.
Yeah. It feels more like just an excuse to revive these things or do, because I know John Krasinski was like kind of a fan cast. Like people had been talking about how they wanted him to play Reed Richards for years.
Yeah.
So it feels like just total fan service in this.
Yes.
And then there's like in the DC movies, they did the Flash movie where they brought back Michael Keaton's Batman.
Mm-hmm.
So it always just feels like nostalgia bait in this stuff for me. For this movie, this isolated movie, I was
It's
okay with it.
always nostalgia bait.
Because she just horrifically kills all of these nostalgic fan casts characters.
I fucking love the shot where she goes full witch hag and kills Patrick Stewart.
Yes. Yeah. Oh yeah.
That is probably one of my favorite shots he's done is in this movie.
Oh yeah, there's lots of fun little Sam Raimi moments in this. The early on, when she's walking through her kitchen and she's like having a vision of the kid still alive, and then you see like the coffee cup with like an ocean in it, basically.
Mm-hmm. The Delta 88, the car.
Oh yes.
Because we forgot to mention these things for the last few movies. It's fine.
It's okay. We'll show footage of it.
I didn't notice it when I watched it myself. I did look it up. It's like floating.
Oh yeah.
In the background.
It gets almost a close up. It's not just in the background. And then Bruce Campbell.
It gets almost a close-up. And then Bruce Campbell, of course.
Pizza Papa.
I wrote down Sam Raimi is still torturing Bruce Campbell.
Still.
Did you stay till after the credits?
Yeah. I didn't stay till after the credits.
Well,
I fast-forwarded to the end of the credits.
Yeah, I didn't see that the first time I saw the movie, so I skipped to the end of the credits.
Good
I assumed
stuff,
there would be
good
some sort
stuff.
of like setup
How
for
you
a
doing
future
over there,
Marvel
Severin?
thing. And it's like, nah, it's just a funny little Bruce Campbell moment.
It's over.
That is, speaking of the overall MCU, I was thinking this movie ends, Charlize Theron shows up. I forgot she was even in it.
About to
And
bathe.
then I was like, oh, I guess that's a setup for a future MCU thing.
Sounds nice.
They've never done anything with that since. It's been years now. I don't know who that character is.
I've read the original Doctor Strange. I forget her name. Clea, or it's 4 letters and it starts with a C. I forget her name. She's a character.
I feel like that's one of those things they set up that they've just kind of
She's a
abandoned.
character.
I feel like there's more of that now than there ever used to be in the older.
The MCU has kind of been a little bit aimless since Endgame.
Yes.
And I think people overstate how well planned the Marvel Universe was even before Endgame.
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
Well, it used to be, I mean, they were basically like a movie would come out. While that movie was coming out, they were making the next one. And that was kind of it.
Yeah.
Just one movie at a time.
Yeah.
So it's like, oh, you can set up a little hint that we're going to do a Incredible Hulk movie because that's the only other thing you're working on. But now they have so much shit going on. It's so convoluted.
They need a break. They just need
They've needed a break.
My opinion, after Endgame, they should have just hit the brakes on the MCU and just reboot the X-Men. Make that the next cinematic universe for a little while, and just give Iron Man and Captain America and Spider, give them all a breather.
They're all coming back, Rich, for Avengers Doomsday.
Give them all a breather.
They're all coming back. And that's another thing about watching this movie, like having no interest in MCU stuff anymore, and just kind of watching it as a movie. It's like it mostly holds together as its own movie. He did his best to take something that's a part of a larger universe.
He did
that
his
is,
best.
At that point, was kind of like too big to fail, and still incorporate some personality into it.
Doctor Strange. That's pretty good. But it's taken.
What was that? Your number?
That was my number 11. So we're at your number 10.
Now we're getting into new territory.
My number 10, and I'm already kind of second guessing it. Is Send Help.
Okay.
I kind of think that maybe should be higher, but I don't know. It's still so fresh in my mind. It's hard to say.
Yeah. My number 10 is Oz the Great and Powerful.
I need to see this one because years ago, Brooke was telling me that this movie was literally just Army of Darkness shot for shot. I did not know at the time that Sam Raimi made this one. And I'm like, well, maybe that's why it's I gotta see this.
I don't hate it. It's just dumb, kind of fun popcorn movie.
That's my number 16. That's my bottom of the
Yeah,
list.
I know. Oh no, what?
Although I do think I probably would rather rewatch it than For Love of the Game. So I'm switching those two right now.
Okay, you can do that. You're allowed to do that.
Right on camera. I'm
You're
switching
allowed to
those two.
do that.
I think my problem with House the Great and Powerful is James Franco. I think he's fine in the Spider-Man movies. I think he's completely miscast here.
Should have been Bruce Campbell.
You put the merry back in the merry land of
He would have been too old at this point. But
Would he have been? He wasn't that old. He wasn't that old when they made this. This is like before they were making Ash vs. Evil Dead.
That's true.
And why the fuck does the Wizard of Oz have to be a young man?
I think the more realistic explanation is that a big studio is not going to have Bruce Campbell as the lead. You need a name, and at that point, James Franco was still a name.
Your main character is an asshole in this movie. He's just very unlikable.
Which is why you say
by
Bruce
his
Campbell.
nature. You need an actor with a very specific quality. There are some actors that they can be a jerk on camera, and it's just something about their natural charisma. You like them anyway.
Yes.
Bruce Campbell has that. The other person who has that, Bill Murray. Watch Ghostbusters.
Oh yeah.
Picture anybody else in that role.
No kiss.
Picture James Franco in that role.
Oh God. Well, Peter Venkman takes advantage of women, so I can picture James Franco in that role. Bill Murray would have been good, and he still is a name. They probably could have used.
Oh my God.
But I think they wanted someone younger for whatever reason. I don't know.
For whatever reason.
No, it doesn't work, and that kills a lot of the movie.
Doesn't work.
Yeah, no, the casting for that role, super important, and they got it wrong.
Yeah.
I think that is like the overwhelming major flaw of this movie.
My other big flaw with the movie is that it's ugly. Visually, it looks like modern day Tim Burton. It's just everything's like too overproduced, too CG.
Yeah.
Oh,
I don't like
damn.
the look of the movie at all. I appreciate that it started so much of the opening stuff
that's
is in
a
black and white.
cool
Like,
title
that's
sequence.
Nice, that 4x3 black and white.
The first black and white part, I actually like the volunteer joke.
I shall require a volunteer from the audience. Anyone.
Where she's in the crowd, and she forgets that she's a plant. She's just super involved.
Yeah.
That joke landed.
Oh sure, there's some funny bits in this.
That's funny bit.
There's some
the
funny
Wicked
bits.
Witch transformation scene, fucking amazing. Because Sam Raimi knows how to do a fucking witch.
That's when you can tell like that's the stuff that Sam Raimi was interested in this movie.
Oh,
Anything
yeah.
with the witch, even though I think Mila Kunis was miscast too. I don't like her. Michelle Williams is fine, I guess, but once she becomes the witch, like you need someone like taller and ganglier than Mila Kunis. Mila Kunis is like 5 feet tall. That's another thing I was thinking of in watching this is like by the time this movie came out, I want to say it was 2014. The Wicked play was already a huge hit. And I was like, if you're going to do a new Wizard of Oz movie, why not do an adaptation of Wicked?
They didn't have the rights for that yet, would be my guess.
Maybe.
They did what they had.
Because obviously now
all
they've
about
done
that.
Wicked, and it's been a huge
Yeah,
success.
but no, clearly the popularity of Wicked is why this movie exists.
Maybe that's it. They didn't have the rights, so they just did something else Wizard of Oz related.
Yes, Oz is hot. We got to do something Oz.
I guess.
And we don't want to pay through the ass to get the rights to Wicked.
Yeah.
We'll make our own Wicked.
That could be.
We'll make our own
We're gonna
Wicked.
make G-rated Army of Darkness.
That's the other interesting thing about
Army
the
of Darkness. There it is. There it is.
movie. And I know Sam Raimi didn't write this, so I don't know how this happened. But for whatever reason, the movie is a remake of Army of Darkness.
Maybe that's why they asked Sam Raimi to do it.
Maybe.
I don't know.
I don't know. It's all very strange. But yeah, the third act with them trying to trick the villains.
I love a character who's just a good con man. So I actually, one of the reasons this is high as it is, I like the ending.
Oh, sure.
There's not much more to say to this. Like, this is in my era of Sam Raimi movies where they just feel like just kind of dumb popcorn films.
Yeah.
They're not bad. They're not awful.
Stop talking about
they're
popcorn.
Not amazing or spectacular either. I watch it
I
and
think
smile.
that's why some of these are lower on my list than yours, because they're so uninteresting.
Yeah.
Like Crime Wave is a bad movie, but it's so much more interesting to me than Oz the Great and Powerful.
You could talk me into.
Damn.
You could.
Yeah.
You could. Crime Wave is interesting to talk about. It's just.
But you don't want to watch it.
I don't want to watch it. It's a bad movie.
Where'd you get the Negro, Butch?
Elevator.
Do you have anything else to say about it?
I have nothing else. I have absolutely nothing else to say about Oz the Great and Powerful, and I never will speak another word about that movie for as long as I shall live.
It was a big flop, and nobody talks about it anymore. So, unless you're doing a retrospective on Sam Raimi movies. That was just one of those movies that came and went. Nobody cared.
And I ranked it above the iconic
Evil Dead and Spider-Man.
Oh, fuck Spider-Man.
His two most
fuck
famous movies.
Fuck Spider-Man. God, I fucking hate
What
Tobey
do you
Maguire's
mean?
Peter Parker so fucking much.
I will say, for as
Get
much
here.
as you say that, you still haven't gotten to the other Spider-Mans.
No.
So,
Because there are other redeeming qualities to those movies.
okay.
How's the pie?
So good.
Well, then moving on to number 9. This is another one that I feel like could be higher, but it's not. A
We're
Simple
getting
Plan.
closer to the top.
I have that higher. I definitely have that higher.
Okay. It's probably a better movie than some of my ones that are higher.
It's not a.
That's why this was so hard.
I
Sam
know.
Raimi's an anomaly. All his movies.
I know. my number 9 is Spider-Man 3.
I'm gonna put some dirt in your eye.
Where did I have it? I have it at number 12.
Yeah.
Although on the right day, you could convince me to put it higher than the first
On the
Spider-Man.
right day.
But, Spider-Man 3 is a much hated film.
Spider-Man 3. Yeah, it gets a lot of hate. Unlike Spider-Man 1, it tells one story. it's got to out to one story. It's got one theme.
Oh, the fucking
Okay,
Zoom.
I was gonna say it tells like 20 stories.
It tells like 20 stories. It has a through line.
It's very messy. I mean, the problems with the movie are so apparent that you almost don't even need to go into them. There's too many plots. There's too many villains. Too much studio interference. All those things are very blatant. I think as a sequel to Spider-Man 2, it's a very, very bad movie. As a Sam Raimi movie, it's hilarious.
Now take all this.
I will say Harry's look of contempt in the theater at Peter Parker mirrors my own.
Is that you just
I
watching?
just wrote that down because I had that thought when I was watching the movie. I'm like, yeah, I get it, Harry. I get it.
Yeah, that's one of the biggest missteps with this movie, though, is they had too many things going on. The studio said you got to put Venom in it. So that added like another character. Because the way Spider-Man 2 concludes, is such a great setup for what could be Harry Osborn's turn to being evil, turn to be a bad guy. They get into a fight early on in this movie, he gets bonked on the head, and then he has amnesia for most of the film, so they didn't have to deal with that subplot.
Do you want to know the depressing thing? That happened in the comics all the time.
Oh. So I guess this is comic accurate.
Both Harry and his father had to keep getting convenient amnesia so they could stick around in the comics. Until it eventually got to a point where they did it too many times, so they had to kill them both off.
Wow.
Oh.
I want to say between the two of them, they've gotten amnesia like 6 times total.
Oh my God. All right.
It happened a lot. And so when it happens in this movie, I am able to completely forgive it because it's just being faithful to the source material.
You know the reason they're doing it in this, though, is because they have to shove in all this other shit. Why is Gwen Stacy and her dad in this movie?
The Harry amnesia stuff works for me because it's kind of nice to see him like without that anger, like this is what could have been. I don't know. It's kind of, you see him without the burdens of carrying anger, and thematically, it fits with what they do in this movie.
They do what they can with it, but you know why it's there. But it's the most interesting aspect of the movie. Harry Osborn is the most interesting character in all 3 of these movies, which is why it's a shame he gets sidelined for a lot of this. But I do like Sandman. I think the introduction of him, where he turns into Sandman, that whole sequence is really well done.
Yeah.
And that feels like one of those moments that was like carefully planned out by Sam Raimi. There's other stuff where it feels like they had to like shove it in almost last minute. There's one part, they have the big fight. Sandman and Spider-Man are fighting in the sewers, and he gets washed away.
Yeah.
Sandman gets washed away, and then he vanishes from the movie for like 45 minutes. When he shows back up, I kind of forgot about him. But there's a scene where he comes out of the sewer, and it's like they have to reintroduce him, and it looks like they didn't have time to finish the effects for it, where he turns back into his human form. And it's like a cheap 90s morph effect, where it's like, I think they just ran out of time, because this movie was famously over time, over budget, just a big like disaster of a production.
Can you tell me the whole thing with Sandman with this? And Sandman in the comics at some point actually was like rehabilitated. He was actually a hero for a while.
Okay.
But he became evil again because comics are stupid and
because
whatever.
comics are stupid. Why are you defending them so
his whole
much
thing
against
is
these movies?
He's
then?
not really that bad a guy. He just wants to protect his daughter. Why does he team up with Venom at the end of this movie?
Because that's a duct tape scene. They had two villains that had nothing to do with each other in this movie.
Yes.
We introduce Venom, who sucks in this, and then Sandman, who's interesting and kind of a sympathetic, kind of like Doc Ock was in the second movie.
Yeah.
Like he's a bad guy, but he's irredeemable. And then there's a scene. They get to the third act, and they're like, oh, fuck, none of our plot lines connect. So they have this scene in an alley where Sandman is just wandering around. We don't even know what he's doing. He's just walking around. And Venom just happens to find him and say, hey, we're both villains. Let's team up for the climax of the film. Because they didn't know how to get any of this shit to come together.
I want him dead too, Flint. That's why I've been looking for you.
Venom is a character that has been ruined by adaptations. And when I say Venom, I want to make very clear, I'm talking about the suit.
Okay.
The suit as a character, I actually kind of like the suit, the symbiote. Every adaptation has just turned it into a goo that makes you evil.
Yes, that's what it is in this.
Yeah, no, in the comic books, it's more like a spurned lover.
Okay.
Spider-Man, they had this crossover in the comics called Secret Wars, where Spider-Man's like an alien planet fighting people. And he gets what he thinks is just this new high-tech suit that he brings home to Earth with him.
Okay.
And he has no idea it's organic. And Venom is like, the suit as a character, it's just like, it wants to be Spider-Man. It loves Peter Parker. It likes being a hero.
Okay.
And in fact, Peter doesn't know what's doing it. The suit goes on to Peter when he's sleeping, goes out at night and just does Spider-Man things. And then Spider-Man finds out it's alive, and he's just horrified that it's trying to bond with him, and he just completely rejects it.
Oh my god. My Life as a Teenage Robot did an episode like that. Actually, wait a minute. That's kind of cool. That parallel didn't even cross my mind.
Okay.
And so Venom, rather than being a monster that makes people evil, is just hurt and rejected. And it wants to kill Peter Parker, not because I'm evil. It's like a spurned ex who slashes your tires, but really they still want to get back together with you. And I hate that every adaptation of Venom has just reduced it into being a boring rage monster.
Ooh, my spider sense is tingling. If you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I didn't know any of that. That would have been like, that's a movie.
Yes.
Like, that's the plot of a movie.
Yes.
That's a movie.
Now, Eddie Brock, on the other hand, has always had the single weakest motivation in comics.
Okay.
The original intention with Venom, once they created like the merger of the symbiote and Eddie Brock, originally the idea was the suit was just going to jump around to different characters. Like, it possesses Eddie, they were going to do that, and then it was going to like start moving on to like different Spider-Man villains. It was going to be, the symbiote mixes with Doc Ock. The symbiote gets to the Vulture, and they were going to do that. But the visual of like this buff, monstrous Venom with the mouth, it was so fucking popular, they're like, okay, we're sticking with Eddie Brock. But Eddie Brock was intended to be a throwaway character. So his motivation for hating Spider-Man is he wrote a newspaper article exposing the Sin Eater killer, but then Spider-Man caught the real killer and ruined his article and newspaper career.
Well, that's not much different than his motivation in this, then.
It's not.
And it sucks in this, too.
It's not much different, but he has always had the weakest motivation in comics, man.
It is unintentionally hilarious in this movie. He gets fired from the Daily Planet.
Oh my god.
Peter Parker exposes that his photos of Spider-Man are doctored. He goes to a church and prays to God that God will...
Yes, I was gonna bring this scene up. He's like, God, I have just one request. I want you to kill Spider-Man. Fucking Christ. Yo. Yes.
It is unintentionally hilarious in this movie. He gets fired from the Daily Planet. Peter Parker exposes that his photos of Spider-Man are doctored. He goes to a church and prays to God that God will kill Peter Parker.
I want you to kill Peter Parker.
Yeah, that's how to kill Peter
goes to that
Parker.
church because he's
Not Spider-Man. My bad, my bad.
Okay, so that makes sense.
Yes.
No, he prays to God that Peter Parker die. And then, because this movie is nothing but coincidences, Peter Parker just happens to be coincidentally in that church at the exact same time. It's so convoluted. It's so stupid.
Yeah. Venom has done a disservice in this movie. Sandman is underutilized. I like what they did with Harry. I'm okay with the amnesia, and then what makes it work for me is his face turn at the end.
Oh yeah, no, everything when he actually gets stuff to do is good.
Yes,
it's that whole middle amnesia thing that, or it's just an excuse.
Really turning
to get him out of
Harry
the
into
movie,
the
so we can
Shadow
get
the
to other
Hedgehog
things
of
that
this
we're also gonna
universe.
push off and get out of quickly. Sandman is so underutilized because every scene with him is good, and you can tell that that's the stuff that Sam Raimi wanted to do.
They needed to ditch Venom.
They did. Venom sucks in this, but I will say the thing that everybody hates about this movie is emo Peter Parker. I think that is the funniest shit.
That's good. Do people hate that?
People hate it.
I think people just think that's a great meme. I don't even think they hate it.
I remember when this movie came out, everybody was criticizing how stupid it was. Him walking down the street and dancing, to me, is the funniest Sam Raimi shit possible. Because it's not him being cool, it's him thinking he's cool.
Yeah.
It's Peter Parker's idea of cool. Because you see girls passing him, they're like, what the fuck? He's not actually cool, he just thinks he is.
Oh no, I hate his Peter Parker, but I don't mind that they do something fun with him.
Yeah.
Yeah. I am absolutely okay with those scenes.
And then the scene after that when he takes Gwen Stacy to the jazz bar because he wants to make MJ jealous. People make fun of that, where he's like, now dig on this. That's the goofiest shit in the movie, and it's the best stuff.
Now, do you know how I bitched that the movie version of MJ is just Gwen Stacy with Mary Jane's name and career goals?
Yeah.
They did the opposite with Gwen Stacy.
Oh.
Because apparently Gwen Stacy in this is a hot model.
Yeah.
Like Mary Jane is in the They just, I don't get it. I don't get it. Why not just use Gwen Stacy as Gwen Stacy instead of calling her MJ? I don't get it.
I don't know why they introduced her in this movie at all. I mean, it gives Eddie Brock a little motivation because he gets jealous, but once that's not needed anymore, she's just abandoned from the movie. I don't know why her dad is in the movie at all. Unless they were putting these things in as setups for future movies, because they had Dr. Connors, who's in Spider-Man 2 and this one. And obviously he becomes the Lizard at some point. He never does in these movies, but I think that was the idea.
Yeah.
Was setting him up, maybe if they did Spider-Man 4, he would be the villain. So maybe they were going to do more with Gwen Stacy in a future movie that didn't happen.
I don't know.
I don't know.
I don't know. I just know I wrote down, this is where I actually wrote down, this might be my most hated fictional relationship. They are so fucking toxic for each other.
I know. She almost gets married to somebody else in Spider-Man 2.
She should have.
And then
she just should have.
She leaves her fiancé at the altar to go back to Peter Parker.
I have no idea what she sees in this version of Peter Parker.
I have no idea what they see in each other. I don't understand her motivation for who. And then she almost gets together with Harry in this.
Yeah.
None of these people should be friends. They need to go their separate ways.
No, they absolutely need to. I am so fucking sick of Mary Jane being kidnapped in these movies.
Shoot!
Yes. I remember even seeing this in the theater. By the time you get to the third act and she's dangling from another building.
I think that's something I think they've done that's something they've done in the comics approximately 0 times.
Oh, really?
There've been very little Mary Jane kidnappings that I can think of off the top of my head.
But I don't know, again, Sam Raimi's very old-fashioned. The damsel in distress.
Yeah.
But don't do it in every movie.
3 times. Three straight fucking times. Does it happen 2 times in one of them? I lose track. I don't know. Whatever. It's Spider-Man 3.
It's Spider-Man 3.
It's more competent than people give it credit for.
I don't think it's as bad as people say.
It does have too many fucking villains. They needed to pare it down.
Yeah. But I like emo Spider-Man. I think he's funny.
I like Harry's arc.
I like, eventually, once he comes back around.
Yeah, that's the best part. When they team up.
Yeah.
That's fun stuff. I like it. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, so moving on. Number 8, I have The Quick and the Dead.
The Quick and the Dead. Interesting.
Is that much higher on yours?
Yes.
That's another one that I think could be higher on mine.
Okay, my number 8. Well, we'll do it eventually. My number 8 is Drag Me to Hell.
You chased me, you black-hearted whore.
It was, it's in my block of movies that I just think are kind of fun. I don't have.
Oh,
I
there's
don't
a goat in it. Oh
like,
my god.
Anything to say about it though?
Really?
Yeah.
He drops an anvil on the demon's head at one point. It's hilarious. It is. I mean, it came at an interesting time. It was after. It's funny that we just talked about Spider-Man 3 because this is the movie he did kind of as a response to that.
Yeah.
That was the movie that had a lot of studio interference. Got too many cooks in the kitchen. Got too overblown. And so once that was over, he said, you know what? I'm going to go back. I'm going to do a stripped down, simple Sam Raimi monster movie.
This movie, the thing I wrote down, here's my summary of the movie. Exactly what it says on the tin. Drag me to hell. That's what the movie, yeah. It's just...
Yeah. I was so excited when this came out because I love Sam Raimi and I love older Evil Dead Sam Raimi. More playful, fun Sam Raimi, and I felt like that got kind of lost in doing Spider-Man movies.
Yes.
So I was very excited. I remember I don't know if it was the teaser or the full trailer for this movie. When it came out, it even said in the trailer, it was like from the director of the Evil Dead and Spider-Man trilogies. And I thought that was so cool because those are so different. But no, I love Drag Me to Hell. I like this movie a lot. There's some similarities to Send Help. Especially with the setup, where you have the character that wants to make their way up the ranks in the corporate world, but they're constantly shit on and taken advantage of by the higher ups. They get looked over for a promotion, that kind of thing.
See, the difference for me is I think Linda Little's just a more interesting character. I don't get much out of the protagonist in this.
I think that's actually a benefit to this movie because Mike and I we just talked about Send Help. And I think one of the issues, I like that movie, but one of the issues is that they humanize both of those characters so much at a certain point in the movie that it makes some of the violence a little less fun.
Mm-hmm.
This movie, I think, finds the right balance of making your main character somewhat sympathetic, but not so sympathetic that you don't think it's hilarious when she gets dragged to hell at the end of the film.
She makes one mistake, Jay. One mistake, and now they're going to drag her soul to hell for eternity, okay?
It's less that and more the way she reacts to it throughout the movie, where it's like, she kills a cat in the film. You've lost me once you do that. I don't know which version of the movie you watched. There is like an unrated cut where I think the theatrical cut actually works better when she kills the cat.
Do they show her killing the cat?
They show in the unrated cut. They don't show the cat being stabbed. She's stabbing off camera, but they show it happening. In the theatrical cut, it just cuts to her like digging the grave after it happens.
I believe I saw the theatrical cut then.
I think the comedic timing of that is better.
Okay.
As opposed to actually seeing her, you see her like stab off camera and blood shoots up into frame.
Yeah.
I don't think that works as well. It's almost like too much.
How do you deal with that situation?
How do you deal with that?
Kind of fucked.
I know, that's kind of the fun of the movie is that, like, no matter what she does, as desperate as she gets, it's not going to make a difference.
Uh-huh.
And that has, like, a darkly humorous undertone to it that I think works in the movie's favor. And I think she's interesting, too, in that there's so many scenes in the movie where she's getting, like, shit falls into her mouth.
Oh, Lord.
And I don't think I picked up on it the first time I saw it in the theater, that's like a motif because she used to be fat. She talks about being a fat kid and she had like an eating disorder. So that's the demon just like fucking with her. In a way that I don't think I picked that up the first time I saw the movie.
Okay, that's fair.
Yeah, I think this movie strikes that perfect balance of liking her well enough, but also appreciating her bad decisions because it leads to her downfall at the end.
Yeah, I enjoyed it. I like the car fight.
That was
fun.
Seeing this in the theater, that was the most exciting part because that's where I was like full on. All right, Sam Raimi's back.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
We are
the
so
lady
back.
gets her teeth knocked out and is gumming her. Another part with a mouth on her.
Disgusting mouths.
Disgusting mouth stuff. That's the
Disgusting
the through
mouth
line
stuff.
of this film.
Delta 88 in the parking lot.
Well, that's the old lady's car.
Yeah,
That's her
yeah.
car.
The button twist was a bit predictable when they introduced that coin.
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah.
Because they do like an extreme close-up of Justin Long putting it in the envelope.
Yeah, I think there's a reason for that.
Yeah.
There's a reason for that.
It feels like a Tales from the, I think I said that about Send Help, but they both kind of feel very Tales from the Crypt to me. Especially this one more so, because it's like a morality thing.
Yeah.
Where your character gets their comeuppance at the end. Even though, did she do anything that bad?
What's the matter?
Look! I did what you said! I killed that little kitty!
I mean, she did something it was kind of bad. It was kind of bad.
Well, it's bad specifically because it's her going against her own morals
Uh-huh.
to try and make her way up the ranks of the corporate ladder.
She deserved a punch to the face.
I beat you, you bitch!
I feel a little bit too bad for her throughout the film.
It's a line
It's
delivery.
also funny to me. I love Sam Raimi, how much he tortures his main characters.
Oh, that is definitely going on here.
I mean, obviously Bruce Campbell, and it's one of the better things about Spider-Man 2 when we get to that. How often Peter Parker is just getting shit on in that movie. Yeah, just this small little blonde girl in this movie gets the same sort of level of harassment and abuse as Ash does in the Evil Dead movies.
We love equality.
A lot of fun visuals. I enjoyed watching it. Some fun demon possession stuff when she goes to see the
oh my god, the goat.
Madam What's Her Face.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, the whole seance scene, there's a talking goat. He even has an Evil Dead monster floating above everybody, tormenting them.
Everything this poor woman tries fails.
Maybe the best is, it's not as good of a movie as Evil Dead 2, but as far as like that balance of horror and dark humor, I think this is the strongest one.
Okay. Maybe I should have ranked this higher. I don't
Evil
know.
Dead 2 to me is like straight up comedy, basically.
Yeah. I haven't hated any of these movies since Spider-Man. So we're, no, I think this movie is quite fun. It just, I don't know, nothing stood out that elevated this one to me where this is like one of my favorites.
Okay.
Choke on it, bitch!
So moving on, number 7, I have Evil Dead.
Okay. I have Send Help.
Help?
Which, I think is a lot of fun. I think it's fun but flawed. I will say the twist was super predictable.
Yeah.
Super predictable.
The moment she's like, don't go over to that side of the island. It's dangerous over there. You're like, yeah, I get it.
I saw that coming before she even saw the boat.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, like there's gonna be a resort on the other side of this island. I was thinking resort.
There's not a full resort. That's what Mike had mentioned too. That would have been better if they like ran into this resort and were beating the shit out of each other in front of all these guests on the beach or something. It could have been a little bit bigger at the end. But...
Now, you say you don't like this movie when you just said it and I'm brain dead. The characters are too likable.
There's a
and
point...
so it hurts when they're violent with each other?
I think it, yeah, because the violence stuff is goofy Sam Raimi violence, but there's that scene with them on the beach at night where they're talking about their past. She's talking about her husband who died, and she's talking about his parents and the bad relationship with his parents, and they both become very likable and human in a more grounded way. In that scene, that makes some of the more Looney Tunes stuff stand out.
You're on. I think I like it.
Here's what I would have changed. I would have taken out her killing like the fiance and the boat driver. I wouldn't have gone that far towards making her irredeemable evil. I would have kept the violent fight. Here's what I would have done. I would have had it taken a comical turn towards the end. Once you get the reveal of a resort on the other side of the island, you still do the comical fight, but it's like in the middle of somebody's luau.
Yeah.
Like somebody's having a destination wedding, and then these two bloody, violent, crazy motherfuckers crash out of the woods trying to stab each other.
Yes. That it would have elevated the third act of the movie quite a bit.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
I'd have gone for more of a comedy angle rather than the end sinister, hit his face with a golf club angle.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's the thing is I think like that's just not how movies are. Like even though this is very much a Sam Raimi movie, I don't think a studio's going to go quite that silly or quite that over the top. We compared it to, I don't know if you saw the movie Weapons last year.
No,
but that has a very crazy third act that it definitely is earned and it's built up to. But that was a more independent movie. This is like a big 20th Century Fox / Disney movie. They're not going to go that far, but I wish they would, because I think that would have, I like the movie well enough, but I think that would have elevated it quite a bit.
Yeah. Other fun thing I want to say about this is, coincidentally, before I saw this movie, like the day or two before and the day of, I was on a mini Blondie kick.
Oh, really?
Like on the way to the theater, I was probably listening to one way or the other.
I was going to say, I didn't mention this in our half of the bag. There are some songs that need to be retired from being used in movies because they've just been used in too many movies, and that's one of them. It's fun, like I get, obviously, thematically, why it's there.
Yeah.
The lyrics tie in with her, but we got to retire some of these fucking songs, and that's one.
We gotta retire some of these fucking songs.
Anymore.
It's too good.
Yeah,
we just have to stop.
It's too good, Jay. I'll keep one way or the other around forever. It's too good.
I'm over it.
There's something fun about mousy, like unconfident office executive going to super fucking competent jungle survivor.
Yeah.
I like that. I like that arc.
I like that arc a lot. Like I said, it's only they humanize her a little too much for me in this movie, where I think it would have worked better if the whole thing was more over the top.
I think them humanizing her is fine if you don't have a dark ending. It's a comic ending.
Yeah.
Nobody really has to die in the end.
Yeah, maybe that's it. The fact that it does have a dark ending.
Yeah.
But no, I think the two leads are great. This is another one where I was just picturing like younger Bruce Campbell, like he would have been great.
Younger Bruce Campbell.
I think the guy they got is
no, the guy's good.
Yeah.
He's more. I mean, we always talk about Bruce Campbell being like smarmy but likable. This guy's smarmy but not as likable. So maybe Bruce Campbell would have actually been a bad choice.
Yes, I think he would have been too likable. I really do, yes.
Even as an asshole, he probably would have been too likable.
No, I really like the casting in this movie. I love the plane scene in the beginning a lot.
Yes. That's.
I was smiling so much. When he's like banging against the window.
Well, they lay it on so thick about these office bros like being so annoying and such assholes that watching them getting flung out the side of that plane and her just closing the window.
That got a laugh out of me. The puking CPR, that also got a laugh out of me.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh
the highs are very high.
The what?
The boar attack scene is great. And that's again it's like an Evil Dead 2 gag, where it's like you think it's dead, but of course it's not. It keeps coming back to life.
It's so over the top.
Yeah.
I'd change it from being a horror movie to more of a comedy. I'd have the ending. I'd change the third act.
Yeah. I think that's for me. That's the only real big issue is some of the tonal imbalances.
I want to see the violent fight between two dirty, crazy people in the middle of somebody's really elegant destination wedding.
Yes.
I want to see blood splashing on the bride's dress, and just like the priest just like looking around, not knowing what to do.
They're about to cut the cake, and one of them grabs the knife. And
if anybody rejects, stand up now, or
oh my god.
All right, number 6.
My number 6, again, everything.
It's getting so late. I think I'm gonna call it after this video. I'll save part 3 for later.
My number 6 is Spider-Man 2.
My back. Oh, my back.
Spider-Man 2 spoilers is my number 2.
Oh,
it's that.
I know you love that movie.
I
know you love that
Spider-Man 2. To me, it's one of the best comic book movies ever made.
It's number 6 on my list, and I hate Peter Parker in these movies. So it's a good movie.
Yeah.
It's just a good movie.
Go get him, Tiger.
It starts off the credits for this one, and we got the Danny Elfman score. It's the most uninspired Danny Elfman score.
Mm-hmm.
Damn.
It's where he's copying his homework. He's just doing the Batman score again.
Yeah.
It's slightly less gothic, slight, but it's completely inappropriate for Spider-Man, who needs something peppy and with energy. But no, we're doing the Batman score. Fine. But in this one, they got like the painted sequences from the first movie.
Yes.
And it's the Alex Ross paintings. And Alex Ross apparently hated the fucking design on that suit so much, he changed the eyes so they actually look good.
Of the Spider-Man suit?
The Spider-Man suit.
Oh,
Did you
okay.
not notice the eyes in all of that art completely different?
I guess I didn't notice.
Because they look like good, appropriate Spider-Man eyes.
Okay.
And not those like dull, lifeless triangles he has in this movie with no black border. Those are just triangles. And the black border is just so thin and not there. Very boring to look at. But the reason I bring that up is Alex Ross did a costume design for that movie. They did not end up going with.
For the first one or the second?
For the first movie.
Okay.
It was going to be the Spider-Man costume for the movies. He designed it. They didn't use it, but they used it in the comic books. When Dr. Octopus took over Peter Parker's body
very
and became
effective.
Spider-Man for a while.
It's not in the movie.
How does that work?
He just did some kind of science fiction shit.
Oh, okay. Boy, comic books are weird.
Comic books are fucking weird. And occasionally awful.
I think they just get to a point where it's like, well, what else do we do? We've been doing these comics for 40 fucking years. What else can happen? I don't know. Doc Ock does not take over Peter Parker's brain in this film.
No.
This is very
No.
straightforward.
Obviously, I haven't been a comic book reader for like 20 years now, but more often than not, they tend to write Doc Ock like a raving lunatic. He's either a raving lunatic or a smart, conniving villain, but he's usually not sympathetic.
That's the thing about this movie is they make him sympathetic because obviously he suffers this tragedy. His wife dies during this accident when he's trying to do his experiment. And there's just like one brief scene with him and his wife where Peter Parker sits down and talks with them. And they make them all so likable in just that one quick scene where when his wife dies, like you really feel for him.
Yeah.
They do it so quickly where it's like the first movie is a fine kind of setup for the character, all the characters really. But then this movie is like, okay, Sam Raimi, we got a little bit more time, a little more of bigger budget, and we're going to leave Sam Raimi alone and just let him make his movie. There's no interference. So it's not as bland as the first one, and it's not as overstuffed as the third one. It's like the perfect sequel. I'd compare these to the original Star Wars movies.
The
Star Wars
middle
trilogy.
one's the best.
The middle one's not only the best, but props up the entire trilogy. It's like the first
He
movie's
says
good,
that
you
with, like,
establish your
such
characters, it's a solid
disdain.
film. The second movie, the
middle one's the best.
relationships are a little bit deeper, and everything just works. And then the third movie gets kind of muddled, and some stuff is sort of retconned.
They don't know how to resolve these things they've set up
They
quite
don't know
as
how to
well.
resolve the things that, like, yeah, the Harry Osborn stuff especially. But this movie, just from beginning to end, for me, just works perfectly.
Yeah.
In a way that very few of these type of movies do. Like, it's weird for me to have, this is number 2 on my list, to have a comic book movie this high on my list of, like, favorite movies of anyone.
It's adapting a very popular Spider-Man. I'm going to say a Spider-Man trope and not a Spider-Man story because a number of different times in the comic books, Peter Parker has toyed with just hanging up the webs.
Oh, sure.
But they got that image in this of the costume hanging out of the garbage can. Super fucking iconic.
Oh, yeah.
That
I've
is-
seen that comic.
That is straight out of the comic books. Yeah.
And
Yeah.
then it's, and then it's
I will say it's a little bit weaker in this. They have him losing his powers. In the comic book, he just like decides to retire.
okay.
It's the losing the powers. It feels a little bit like a cop out, a little bit, but it does lead to that great scene where he runs into the burning building without his powers.
Yeah.
So you know what? I'll forgive it for that.
It seems like it's more of a psychological thing too, like him losing his
Yeah.
powers.
Yeah, they kind of established that here,
Yeah,
yeah.
it's not just that like oh, I don't know what's happening to me. It's because of his own, like, and that's the other thing too. Like we were talking earlier about how much he's shit on in this movie, and that's a big part of it. Is he just feels like he's being pulled in too many different directions.
Then you get to the train scene at the end, and it's like the city pays him back for all the kind things he's done.
Yeah,
to the
I
city.
love
They
the
take
train
care of him.
scene.
Yes. Yeah.
And
Yeah.
more like I see like an honesty theme running out. It's like he doesn't have the mask on, and they just give it back to him.
Yeah.
It's a nice scene. It's a really nice scene.
No, like, we won't tell anybody.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a great scene.
It's a nice payoff for his arc of just being frustrated and shit on being Spider-Man for years. It's like, oh no, we do appreciate you.
It's good to have you back, Spider-Man.
I wrote down in my notes, how much fucking crime is there in this city?
How much fucking crime is there? This...
I mean, you know, it's necessary
Oh,
to
man.
they do it to hammer home like how being Spider-Man is just fucking ruining this man's life.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right from the beginning.
Parker, you're late, man. Always late, huh?
I love that the opening with him trying to deliver the pizzas, and it's executed like an action scene, like an exciting action scene, but it's just him trying to get to the delivery on time. Oh, the guy, by the way. There's the guy that's about to eat the slice of pizza on the balcony.
Yeah.
And then he grabs it. That is Scott Spiegel, co-writer of Evil Dead 2.
Oh, nice.
One of the Detroit
nice.
Sam Raimi buddies. He passed away last year.
Oh, that's sad.
Yeah.
Pizza time.
I had a bit of a Mandela effect with this.
The
I thought I remembered opening the box of pizza, and the pizza was all fucked up because he was swinging around with it.
That seems like an obvious joke.
Yeah.
Because when he's got the big box of pizzas, some of them are crushed.
Yeah, he's like flipping around.
Yeah.
I thought they opened the box at some point. There was like you know, I could picture it in my head like the cheese just coming up with the lid, just a mess, and the pizza
Yeah.
falling off the lid. I'm not paying for this.
It seems like that would be a probably, because by the point this movie came out, no pizza places had the 30 minutes or less rule anymore. So this movie does. So that would have made more sense.
That would have been a funnier payoff for that
Yeah,
joke.
yeah. But that's that part too, right from the beginning. And one of the things I like about this movie is that it takes its time with all these little moments, like that part when he gets to the place where he's delivering the pizza, and he comes out of that broom closet, and we just hold on him, fumbling with brooms for like 30 seconds, maybe a little bit more. It's one of those little like boobery things that you could easily cut because it doesn't like drive the plot.
Elevator?
But there's so many little moments like that.
Cute
in
little
this movie.
humanizing moment.
Cute little humanizing moments. There's the part where he's in the elevator with the guy.
Yeah.
And they just have this like awkward silence, and it holds on it for just a little bit longer than you would think that they do.
It rides up in the crotch a little bit, too.
And this movie's full of little moments like that, and that's what I love. It's like Sam Raimi was given the room to let these scenes breathe.
A nice little theme of honesty.
Yeah.
Because I guess one of the ways that Peter Parker makes his life better in this is he starts being honest with more people.
Mm-hmm.
Mary Jane learns who he is. Harry learns who he is.
There's a moment when Aunt May is like packing up. She's going to move out of that house. And they have this whole conversation about what it is to be a hero. And I always got the impression that she knows that he's Spider-Man. And it's never said. And I like the subtlety of that.
Yeah.
But you made a brave move in telling me the truth. And I thank you, and I love you, Peter. So very, very much.
There's even the guy that works at the Daily Bugle. Bill Nunn is the actor's name.
Oh, yeah. Robbie Robertson.
That's a character from the comics.
It's implied in the comics that he knows, too.
There's just that one moment where he's like, I heard Spider-Man was there. And he gives him like a knowing look. And it's like, this guy knows?
He
knows!
In the comic books, he's a fairly, at least he was back in the earlier days, a fairly big supporting character.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's one of those little, again, just like a little moment where it's like, okay,
in the movies, he's just a guy, but he's I know who that is.
Yeah, in the movies, he's just a
Betty Brant
guy.
has probably got more to
Peter's
do.
first girlfriend.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. She's another one where it's like, yeah, I could see them probably like, if they made more movies, they would give this character more to do.
Do you want to know the pain of being a comic book fan? Do you want to know the pain?
That they never ends.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, they need to. They need to, for one. They had the big 400th issue of The Amazing Spider-Man. Aunt May on her deathbed reveals that she knew he was Spider-Man.
Okay.
And she approved of it. But then Marvel wanted to bring Aunt May back. So they said the Aunt May that died was an actress put there by Norman Osborn.
No!
And then the real Aunt May was taken by the Green Goblin, and she was in suspended animation.
Oh, God.
And now she doesn't know he was Spider-Man, but Aunt May is back.
See, this is why when I talk about like the recent crop of MCU movies where it's like, oh, they're bringing back Steve Rogers, like he had a nice send-off in Avengers Endgame. They're bringing back all these characters, and if you complain about this, people are like, well, that's what comic books do all the time. Like, that doesn't make it good.
Well, it's okay then. You know, years later, another author, J.M. Straczynski, who's done mostly stuff outside of comics, did like Babylon 5 and whatnot.
Oh, okay.
He was a writer for a while. He actually had Aunt May discover that Peter Parker was Spider-Man. We did a lot with that. He made her a good supporting character. But then Marvel decided they didn't like that, so they had Spider-Man sell his marriage to the devil.
Yep.
So everyone
I've heard about
would
that.
forget that Peter Parker was Spider-Man.
Like the devil?
Yeah.
Like the actual devil, yeah.
That was literally when I stopped reading comics. Like all comics, I got to there, and I'm like, yeah, I'm done.
Yeah.
I'm done.
That's fair.
I'm done.
Fuck you, Joe Quesada.
Hi, Pete.
My goodness.
Pigtail Girl is the best girl.
Is that the neighbor girl?
That's the neighbor girl.
That's another thing, like little moments. There's a part where she's like, do you want a piece of cake? And she comes over and they just enjoy a piece of cake.
Want a piece
when
of cake?
Peter Parker's like at a low point. It's just a quiet little moment. And she's just this random person being very kind to him.
Can you fucking believe Peter Parker chose Mary Jane over her? Can you fucking believe that shit?
The nicest
The
human.
nicest,
Did you believe that
kindest woman
shit?
you'll ever meet.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
He chose the high maintenance actress woman who can't make up her fucking mind. Jesus fucking Christ. Get your shit together, Peter Parker.
That's another thing in Spider-Man 3, the scene when he's trying to propose to her, the Bruce Campbell scene. And she's like mad at him. She's like, not everything's about you. But her argument there is that everything should be about her. She sucks. Mary Jane sucks.
Oh my god. Yeah, the scene. The
I love
snap
that guy. He's
zoom.
the kind of villain you can only get out of comics. Just here's a
Yeah,
middle-aged
let's talk
guy,
about
and he's
it.
got 4 robot arms. That is just such a purely comic booky thing, and I love it.
And it adapts to a movie very
Great.
well.
Yeah.
Just visually, it's fun to watch.
Yeah.
And I think we've talked about this probably when we talked about Darkman, but the scene where he wakes up in the hospital, the best executed Sam Raimi sequence
Yes.
of all time.
Yes.
That scene alone is reason for me to put this movie higher on my list, even though I hate Tobey Maguire's Peter Parker. That scene in isolation.
Yeah. It's so good. And that's again, like when I talk about like, the rhythm of the editing, it feels like every shot informs the next. And then with the sound design, like it just builds.
Oh my god, yeah, the fucking chainsaw bit!
And
then
it's still fun because it's
Oh
Sam
my
Raimi
god,
directing
wait,
it.
stop,
so they can
stop.
get away with
And then like what especially stuck out was like this scene where like the claw is still but the background is moving. That's such an Evil Dead bit. That scene with the eye flying but the eye doesn't move but the background does. Like, oh my god, it's it's so good. Stop it! Oh my god. I saw that and I'm like, oh yeah, that's a Sam Raimi movie. Yeah, I see it. The fucking
It's just
chainsaw
pure
zoom.
horror movie trope, and it's still fun because it's Sam Raimi directing it, so they can get away with doing that in a superhero movie.
And it ends, I was thinking about this, it ends with, that sequence ends with him going, no! And it's not laughably stupid the way it is when Darth Vader does it, because the whole sequence is so heightened and kind of silly to begin with.
The magic of comic books is you can do silly things and still treat it seriously.
Yeah, and that's the magic of Sam Raimi.
Yeah.
Like his movies are goofy, but he's never like looking down on the material.
Right.
Like in these movies, he definitely isn't.
You do love me,
I do.
even though you said you didn't.
This is really heavy.
It's a good movie. It's a solid script, and it has a solid payoff.
Yes, it's just pretty damn
Yeah,
good.
good
It's
movie.
pretty damn
It's a
good,
great,
actually.
Good movie.
It's a good movie,
It's a
yeah.
great, it's a great movie. I'll say it.
Yeah, it's a great movie. Yeah.
I still hate Tobey Maguire's Peter Parker, but it's a great movie. Yes.
Man, shut up. Shut up before I slap you, silly. Get the fuck out of here with that, man. Okay, oh my goodness, it's so late. I'm gonna call the stream here. I'll play part 3 next time. I know there's only like 2 of you left, but hey, I appreciate you sticking with me for this long. Oh my goodness. Yeah.
Nice.
Thank you. Yeah, that was very entertaining to listen to. That's a great movie to end part 2. Definitely. But yeah. I'll be continuing the Mega Man games on Wednesday. We're gonna be playing 4. I don't have anything planned for Monday. I'm gonna be watching somebody else stream that day. Art streams on Saturday as always. It's late. Thank you all so much for watching. I will see you next time.